Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. Fear of the unknown is probably the most popular fear on the planet. I feel like most people are afraid of things they don't fully understand, and that's what I'm here to talk about today. And I'm sure a lot of you have already seen this, but I am fascinated and disturbed by a very popular branch of TikTok live streaming content that's blowing up right now. I'm like a dog when you get a vacuum cleaner out. I cower in fear because I really don't understand it. Now, TikTok live streams already have a reputation for being horrible. It's just an absolute wasteland. It's full of trash, more so than a landfill. I don't think there's ever even accidentally been a good TikTok live stream, except for the time a ton of people were illegally rebroadcasting the Super Bowl on there. Just going onto that platform to watch live streams is like going to an active war zone to tiptoe around landmines, but in this case, there's no safe spot to tiptoe. You always hit a landmine of fucking cringe.
Gang gang. Gang gang. Ooh. Ice cream so good. Yeah, strong woman. Balloon. Yeah, strong woman.
This is what we're here to talk about. This is some kind of NPC live streaming trend where TikTok creators go live and then just act like NPCs here. Someone really summed it up best by saying that this feels like someone canceling combos in a fighting game. She just keeps randomly emoting like if you're spamming taunts in Chivalry 2 or in like Super Smash Bros. Melee. Show me your moves. Show me your moves. Show me your moves. I don't know how long she streams for, but it's gotta be fucking exhausting. It is non-stop jingling keys with no breaks. Because she's smart. She knows that on TikTok, kids leave if there's even a split second of dead air. Silence is the #1 enemy on TikTok. Silence is the devil. It's like the opposite of a quiet place where you have to be quiet to keep monsters away. This is the loud fucking doofusville platform where you have to be making as much noise as possible and stimulation out the wazoo or else people immediately turn it off. Which is why most popular videos have like 5 different tiny videos inside of them, like cutting soap in half with a knife, or the loud sounds of 5 trash cans being slammed together like cymbals while Temple Run's playing on the bottom right and GTA 5's on the top left. And she's come up with a more effective money-making strategy than free armor trimming in RuneScape. She is constantly acting out tips. So, people tip her, and she acts out the associated emoji with it, which incentivizes more people to keep tipping, which keeps supplying the stream with the NPC content.
Yes. Yeah, strong woman. Yeah, strong woman. Slay, huh? Oh, take your gaps. I love you. Slay, huh? Gang gang. Gang gang. Gang gang. Yeah, strong woman. Ugh. Fire. Butterfly. Beautiful. Okay. Fire. Gang gang. Gang gang. Oh, where's my feet? Ooh, gang gang, gang gang. Yes, popcorn. Gang gang, gang gang. Fire. Gang gang. Pop. Amazing. Ooh.
For those that don't know how it works, on TikTok, they're so quirky and raw XD random that instead of just donating to a creator on live, you tip them with like emojis. So you give them like some roses or a dragon or a galaxy or a lemon or some shit like that. And then the creator can take this random assortment of Microsoft clip art and then turn it into money. So that's what's happening here. She's getting these tips and then she's just doing a short little performance with the tips as like an NPC. And on TikTok, it seems like people are constantly tipping. It seems like one of people's favorite pastimes on TikTok lives is giving away all of the money they have to their name. Like, these kids are like 12 years old and just give their whole allowance to TikTok creators in order for an actual split second of acknowledgement. So here, she doesn't actually like acknowledge the donators. She just acknowledges the dumbbell, for example. And she'll do like a little performance when you tip a dumbbell. I don't know how much money that is. Fucking 5 glue bucks or something. I have no idea what the conversion rate in money to emote is on TikTok. But that's the whole strategy, and it's very effective. She's not the only one doing it, but she is the most popular right now. And she is engaging in a bit of whimsical silliness by having a hair iron out and popping individual popcorn kernels with it. So that's just another, like, piece of the puzzle here for keeping people hooked on it, because it's so weird and wacky that it makes it mysterious and mystical. Like, oh my god, she's cooking popcorn with a hair iron, kernel by kernel, slowly? Why, I gotta message my friends to turn off the Finger Family videos. We gotta get in here quickly. They gotta see this. She's cooking popcorn with a hair iron. There's nothing like it. You don't want to miss it. So it works out really well because it's a combination, a perfect storm, a geostorm for everything that works on TikTok. Perpetual stimulation while, being able to constantly spam the emotes and talking so there's never any silence, while also having that like XD random with the popcorn and hair iron, which is something that does very well on TikTok. So she's fucking crushing it. Now there's a lot of copycats doing it. So the big trend is a ton of TikTok creators like her doing this exact same performance, and they all do well, but she's by far the biggest. So they like move around, like they have idle animations. It's like you're on the choose your fighter screen in Mortal Kombat, but for them, the only fatality they have is fucking cringe.
Yes, you got me feeling like a cowgirl. Let me ready it, huh? Gang gang. Gang gang. Gang gang. Ice cream so good. Gang gang. Gang gang. Yes, yes, yes. Gang gang. Gang gang. Ice cream so good. Oh, take it, I am. You got me feeling like a queen, huh? Slay, huh? Slay, huh? Gang gang. Gang gang. Ice cream so good. Balloon. Gang gang. Gang gang. Gang gang. Oh, what is that? Gang gang. Balloon. Gang gang. Gang gang. Ice cream so good.
If this isn't evidence of people's brains devolving thanks to TikTok, I don't know what is. This is the purest example of what's happening with your brain on TikTok, where now all you need is just noise and you're entertained. Again, it's the same performance every time. She has a set list of how she responds to the emotes, and she doesn't deviate from it, and she very rarely breaks character. She only broke character one time over the last, 4 days I've seen this, and it was brief, very brief, actually just 5 seconds, and then right back into it. There's no interaction. There's nothing beyond just seeing the same emotes over and over again. It's like if you watched a 10-hour compilation of the same 5 Fortnite emotes repeated forever. And you keep tuning in every day and you're giving money to it in order to keep fueling the perpetual motion machine. Very smart on her end, but man, I don't get how she is averaging 40,000 viewers all watching this same performance every fucking day. It's mind-blowing to me. It's baffling. Nothing but respect to the creators capitalizing off of this here, but nothing but shame for seeing the state that entertainment for young people is in. I was just talking about Skibidi Toilet yesterday, actually applauding it by saying, finally, a piece of content I think is pretty solid in a sea of dog shit content for kids. There was finally something like a bright light at the end of the tunnel with Skibidi Toilet, finally something that looked like maybe good content still exists for kids. And then immediately I started jumping into this rabbit hole with the NPC live streams, and I'm right back to where I started, where I feel like every single kid is doomed to failure for the rest of their life thanks to their brain being rotted by TikTok. But anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I found it pretty interesting and obviously kind of goofy. So that's about it. See ya. This is an extremely expensive adventure where you go to this company, they send you down in a submersible to explore and go through the Titanic. I think it's $250,000 per person per seat or whatever. And they've lost contact with the submersible now. So it's been a scramble to try and locate it, find them, and get them out. Now, one other thing that I think is important that we go into this with the knowledge of is this CEO sounds like a fucking maniac. Now, I do recognize that he is reportedly on this vessel as it's missing, so there is potential that he's dead. And it sounds like that's almost entirely his fault. I read this about him earlier. So there were already problems with this submarine, apparently. So in 2018, there was a lawsuit about it being a potential danger to passengers. So there were all kinds of red flags here. And the CEO at some point, I don't know if it's in this article, I haven't read this one. At some point, the CEO said that the safety requirements for the submarine were obscenely strict, complaining that the safety was overbearing. He was complaining that things were too safe. So it sounds like he was a corner cutter in order to save a little bottom dollar. Boss of missing Titanic submersible once called his industry obscenely safe. The daredevil inventor is understood to be on board the submersible that lost contact with the surface last week. That is the last person I would want manning my fucking Titanic deep sea adventure. The daredevil inventor. That's such a wild thing to complain about, too. The industry being obscenely safe. I can't get over that. But it is a very dire and very serious situation. There is a good chance that they're either dead right now or will be shortly. They can't find them. Last I heard, there are only about 30 hours left on oxygen as of like a couple hours ago. Oh, here we go. Rush said that there have been no injuries in the field for decades, adding, "It's obscenely safe because they all have these regulations, but it also hasn't innovated or grown because they all have these regulations." What the fuck do you mean? Before people complain about it being controlled by a Logitech controller, they almost definitely had backups, and controllers are used for a lot of scientific and military systems such as drones, submarine periscopes because of their ergonomic and intuitive design. The design sucked for many reasons, such as the under-engineered window and lack of escape hatch. That's another thing of prerequisite knowledge here. I saw this all over Twitter, so I had to look this up at least a little bit because so many people were arguing. It was controlled by I think it was a $20 Logitech gamepad, which is apparently industry norm in military equipment and other high-value vessels. That's not uncommon. So that's not a... It's a little goofy to read about, but it's apparently industry standard. Yep, this is from 2 months ago. The US military will fight the next big war with an Xbox-style video game controller, and it's just literally using Xbox controllers. They legitimately use these for very high-tech shit. Why not a PS4 controller? I don't know, brother. You're asking the wrong guy. I also wonder if third-party controllers can give you like a boost if you have like the extra little toggles on the back that used to be illegal in professional Call of Duty. Like little paddle shifters or something. The Xbox controllers have better aim assist. Yeah, I suppose so. While it is bigger than competitors, passengers are required to sit on the floor with limited room to move around. Yeah, that's the scariest part of submarines in general. I think there's almost nowhere more miserable to be in the entire universe than in a fucking submarine. You can't go anywhere. It's very cramped. Much of the interior, the company admits, consists of several pieces of off-the-shelf technology, which it says help to streamline the construction and makes it simple to operate and replace parts in the field. I don't know if... To me, that doesn't sound like extremely nice. Like, that wouldn't build confidence for me. I'd like to hear that these parts came directly from, like, the finest forges in Mordor or something. Like, something really strong sounding as opposed to off the shelf. Mr. Rush, speaking to CBS News last year, said piloting the sub shouldn't take a lot of skill. Why? I feel like it absolutely should. There's people's lives at stake there. Like 10,000 leagues under the sea. You should have a very skilled pilot behind the controller of that puppy. Give me a goddamn esports pro or something. Don't just give me anybody. Oh man, God, this is fucking terrifying. OceanGate says it's an experimental vessel and told CBS Travel on board correspondent he had to sign a waiver to accept it has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. I understand waivers are pretty standard, but the regulatory body thing is actually surprising to me that anyone can build, or any company rather, can build a sub and just take people under the sea without any level of like safety inspection. That's a little surprising. Oh, yikes. Okay. The company explained why the Titan had not been classed by an independent body. Bringing an outside entity up to speed on every innovation before it is put into real-world testing is an anathema to rapid innovation. This guy fucking hates inspectors and safety. Why? Oh my god. Yeah, we don't get it inspected or approved by any kind of, knowledgeable people. I said it's good enough, so that's probably enough. Crew searching for the Titan submersible heard banging sounds every 30 minutes, and for 4 hours later, after additional sonar devices were deployed, banging was still heard according to an internal U.S. government memo. It was unclear what the banging. I mean, it sounds like they're alive. Like, I don't think that banging is Davy Jones or anything. Like, I mean, it sounds like they're probably still alive. Yeah, but if they're freaking out, they're going to be using a lot more oxygen. These are, from what I understand, these are like just rich people Not fucking hardened super soldiers. Of course they're gonna be freaking out in the face of death on a submarine at the bottom of the fucking ocean. So I think they're already working under the assumption that they're consuming more oxygen than normal. No, it's just too deep for that. Yeah, like I said, I'm not like a fucking nautical engineer, but I feel like aren't most of these things like tethered to the ships? Like I know when you do what's that deep sea tour? Another rich people thing? I can't remember the name of it, but they have like a giant rope that tethers it to that ship. But I guess maybe it doesn't go as deep. It's just not possible at 13,000 feet. Okay, fair enough. How OceanGate built improvised submersible from camping kit and video game controller. Again, the video game controller is kind of industry standard, but what do they mean built from a camping kit?
The minivan.
So this is not your grandfather's submersible. We only have one button, that's it. It should be like an elevator. You know, it shouldn't take a lot of skill.
The Titan
What the fuck? Those pictures don't do it justice. Oh my god, this looks miserable. Holy shit. And just a single button on board like an elevator. That does not inspire confidence. I want this shit to look like the Starship Enterprise, with 1,000 different ways of controlling it. $250,000 in your crisscross applesauce in like a car trunk. Yeah, there's like a small, like, bathroom area. I read it in the article. So there is like a small place to relieve yourself, but he recommends that you change your diet to reduce the chance of that, of you needing to use it. Look at that. What? What? How? I can't believe anyone would go on this. $250,000, I show up and I see this, I'm just leaving. And I'm asking for my money back ASAP. Holy shit. Actual, yeah, like actual just tape and Sharpie here.
These off-the-shelf components.
I got these from Camper World. We run
my
the whole
God.
thing with this game controller.
Come on!
Oh, he's even got nipples on it. What does this even really help with? Why would you even bother putting the nipples on it?
As we'll show you a little later on Sunday morning.
Where things have to be.
I feel like that window at that depth is just an absolute recipe for disaster.
Archaeologist Rob Mather joined
Again, I'm not
the
an expert.
expedition.
Let me see it here at the bottom.
Look at that, though, how it just kind of emerges out.
That thing is like fucking pathetic to look at. I'll just say it. Like, oh my god. Actually, tape and Sharpie, Camping World supplies. Oh my god. The porthole window is rated for 1,300 meters, and they dove to 4,000 meters. Well, you know. Simple miscalculation. Okay. Sunday night, it lost contact with a support ship. About an hour and 45 after submerging. Jesus, so like almost instantly. Because it's like an 8-hour journey. So that happening at an hour 45 is pretty much right off rip. It went tits up immediately. Jim Bellingham, a Johns Hopkins University expert on deep sea operations, told USA Today there's 3 possible locations for the submersible. One possibility is that it could be floating on the ocean's surface after an electrical failure or some other mishap. Another is that it's drifting in the water column anywhere between the surface and the bottom because it became buoyantly neutral. Or it could be on the sea floor, perhaps tangled with something that won't let it float to the top. The first one is by far the best position, Bellingham said, because even though it would be difficult to spot the 21-foot-long Titan amidst the waves, the Coast Guard is just awesome at this. They have amazing capability to see something pretty small in the ocean. Yeah, I think he's probably right on the money. The best case scenario is that they are floating somewhere out in the surface. Anything else is a little rough. God, that's so fucking terrifying, because if it is actually on the seabed, like, how are they supposed to save it? Like, how are you supposed to rescue them? Like, let's say, so the update from CNN 9 minutes ago was that they heard banging, which I think sounds like good news. It leads me to believe that they might still be alive. So they were hearing, like, banging on the equipment. How are you supposed to save them if they're on the seafloor? 13, like, are you supposed to send another Titan vessel down there? Like, you're gonna, like, put one together with more Camping World equipment? Like, how are you supposed to save them? So even if you do locate them, you can do nothing to really help. A magnet like Breaking Bad. Oh my god, sign this man up to NASA. What if you get a huge magnet and you just start putting it over the ocean and see if it starts bringing him to the top. This man's thinking with galaxy brain. Project Azorian was a U.S. Central Intelligence Agency project to recover a Soviet submarine, a K-129, from the Pacific Ocean floor, using a purpose-built Hughes Glomar Explorer. This just sounds fucking awesome. What? The ship recovered a portion of the K-129, but a mechanical failure in the grapple caused 2/3 of the recovered section to break off during recovery. So it basically worked up until it didn't. Very interesting. So this was fundamentally like a giant crane that would be precisely lowered and lifting it up. So realistically, if we still had the Hughes Glomar Explorer here with this equipment, they could just call that bitch up right now and actually stand a chance if they could locate them. James Cameron about to come out of retirement to rescue him. I mean, legitimately, do they have that? James Cameron has what, the second deepest manned mission in the sea, I think? Yep. Pretty scary situation. Here's hoping they somehow get saved. That would be a fucking miracle. Not long ago, there was that viral freakout on the airplane with the lady claiming that a passenger on board was not real. It was a huge meltdown and it really caught the internet by storm. It was a wild situation that had everyone confused and giggling, but it also really tickled the curiosity bone of a lot of unhinged lunatics. I don't know how better to say that. I can't be more charitable than that. There were so many people that started to speculate that she was onto something. This was all a ploy from the deep state with their 15-minute city agenda where they're sneaking robot, android, soulless husks disguised as people on our airline flights. And only this woman was able to see behind the curtain for the truth of the matter, calling out a fake person. And it was just this crazy conspiracy web about how, like, she's actually correct. There are fake people on these planes and she's onto something. And then they even started making up their own fanfic about how she's missing. The government must have found her, tracked her down, taken her out behind the barn and put her down like a sick animal. Like, just executed her for revealing the truth and opening her third eye with the Sharingan. Just pure pandemonium. This opened Pandora's box of mental illness on Twitter in particular. But I'm happy to say we finally have closure. She was never missing. She's been totally fine, just a little embarrassed about the situation, and today released an apology video. That's right, an apology video. Not only that, but body cam footage of her escort out of the airport also dropped, so we really got the whole kit and caboodle on this case here. In the footage, she seems drunk, a bit belligerent, but that's not 100% confirmed. I wasn't there. I didn't run a fucking toxicology report or breathalyze her, have her walk a straight line or anything like that. But that's how it seems. Just using my astute little peepers here, that's the impression I get, is she may have been hitting the alcohol a little hard before going on the flight, which would help explain the outburst. So, I want to show you a little bit of both of these things, and also what sparked this whole incident was allegedly she had misplaced her AirPods, she lost them, and accused a fellow passenger of stealing them. So, she just started pointing the finger, like, this nefarious, no good pile of shit just stole my AirPods, so he's not real, that motherfucker's not real. That's what started all of this, I guess. Anyway, let's check out the body cam footage and then we'll see the apology video. Also, what an incredible year for apology videos. This is like the 1,000th one that's dropped this year. If apology videos were a renewable energy source, we would be able to power the entire fucking globe from just this year's load of apology videos alone.
I don't care if I'm ever gonna fly with y'all ever again. I want to know what happens to this flight right here.
Hey, this is the after action post-game report. It's me from the future. I'll go ahead and tell you what happened to that flight. It had a completely safe, uneventful, scheduled flight and landed at its destination A-OK. Despite what a couple of weirdos on Twitter were trying to circulate, the plane was totally fine. Nothing happened on the flight, aside from her getting escorted off and causing a major delay and a headache for all the passengers on board. It was totally fine. Like, everything turned out okay. It's not like she was some kind of prophet who predicted that the plane would have a problem.
Let that flight leave. Do not let that flight leave. Being dead serious. Do not let that flight leave. That flight's not going to make it to Orlando.
Let's go.
It's not going to. Can I just leave? Y'all need to escort me out.
Yeah.
Or just
You had your own warning. So, keep walking.
Oh yeah, until y'all see that fight blow up.
Okay.
It's clear she's very distressed, and it's also very clear that this is not a moment she's proud of. She made that much clear in her apology video as well. This is one of those very unfortunate things that was captured on camera, and we don't know exactly the cause, whether it was alcohol related or something else, but it is I do feel bad for her. In the modern age, everything gets filmed, so you're always going to see someone's lowest moment if it happens in public. That's just the way the world works now. And I was thinking about this when watching her apology video. I have a phobia of flying. If I happened to be in the airport, or heaven forbid, on the aircraft when this happened, I probably would have had an even larger outburst and freakout that would have eclipsed hers. I would have stole the spotlight because I would have been fucking losing my mind. If this lady stood up and started saying the plane's going down, that motherfucker's not real, all rational thoughts going out my noodle. I'm waving my arms around, I'm fucking screaming. I'm gonna sound like Donnie out of the Wild Thornberrys. Like just begging to get off of the plane. But anyway, let me show you her apology video. But before getting into it, I want to mention something. A lot of people, I guess, either recognized her or found information about her. Well, I'm guessing found information about her because she mentions that it was pretty invasive how people, like, got a hold of her information. People figured out that she's a marketing executive. So there was another narrative that spun like a week or two ago about how this whole thing was actually just a publicity stunt. And I just want to knock on your empty little noggin here and try and figure out how you could ever run with such a delusional idea. This is a horrible publicity stunt that wouldn't do any good for her or her company. She's not advertising anything. She's not putting a product out there in front of people's eyes. This is pretty clearly not an attention-seeking publicity stunt for her marketing company. Like, I don't know how anyone would even think for a second that that's a plausible explanation. Just sit down for a moment, really just marinate in your swamp ass and form an individual thought. Why would this be a publicity stunt? Like, damn near landing on the no-fly list? For what? There's nothing good that comes out of this for her. So I don't know how anyone thought that somehow we had all been had. They pulled the rug out from under us. They bamboozled us. This was all just a marketing agency's calculated play. Somehow. It's so dumb. So fucking dumb. I wanted to mention that real quick. Anyway, here's her apology video.
As you know, I have been unwilling to speak on the viral video, but I do finally feel that it's time. First and foremost, I want to take full accountability for my actions. They were completely unacceptable. And I want to apologize to everyone on that plane, especially those that had children aboard. Can't imagine going through that and trying to explain to your kid what in the world just happened.
Overall, I think this was a totally fine apology video. It seems like she's very regretful of the whole thing because obviously this was very public. And she just apologizes to everyone involved in the situation. She takes accountability. She seems sincere. I don't have any real criticism or critique of the apology itself. I don't know where I'd put it on the internet apology tier list, but I think overall she did a fine job of coming forward and just being like, yeah, you know, we all have some very bad moments. Unfortunately, mine was very public and captured on camera for the whole world to see in fucking 4K, right? Like, it's just unfortunate circumstances. She also does mention that she found a lot of the memes that spawned from this to be comical, but then also mentions that there was a disturbing invasion of her privacy as well. Understandable to be upset about something like that, too, for sure. So, it's nice that she did come forward to finally put an end to all of, like, the conspiracy theories surrounding this situation. She didn't really go into detail on exactly what happened, so even the whole AirPod theory is still, I guess, speculation since it didn't come from her in this apology video. But it is nice that she came forward to clear the air a little bit here and hopefully put the kibosh on all these weird conspiracy theories surrounding the situation. It's not like she had to come forward, like, obligated to make an internet statement. By no means did she need to do this, but it is appreciated that she did decide to, just to issue some kind of statement on the whole thing since so many people were captivated by it. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of go over the situation here because now there's some closure to all of it. That's really about it. So yep. There's a phenomenon I've talked about quite a few times on this channel over the years, and it's a recent development in our species where people will record themselves having an unhinged meltdown, just actually getting video evidence of their worst moment, and openly post it and expect people to be on their side. I understand it's delusion and everyone thinking that they're the main character, so everything they do is justifiable and they're just perpetually morally righteous with every decision they make, so they film it expecting to get a bunch of pats on the back and people just really rimming them out for such a great job at handling confrontation or whatever. But it's just still so weird to me that this is so common. And that's of course what today's video is on. It's a woman who's having a conniption, just blowing a gasket, going ballistic at a man and his dog outside of their business. And she gets out her phone for that little recording buff.
Tie your fucking dog up, you fucking piece of shit. What are you? Are you even white? You're not white, huh? What about your fucking country? You fucking dumb shit, like you just called me.
Zoinks, Scoob. This one fell apart real quick. She only got one sentence out before immediately devolving into some racism. Dropping a "go back to your country" line. That's a 10-yard penalty right off the rip. I mean, that's a technical foul. Like, my god. And she's recording herself doing this. Supposedly to post on Facebook or somewhere, or maybe she's streaming it on Rumble, like God only knows. She is filming this moment herself for the cringe compilation, proudly, and then still going through with all of the stupid shit she's saying and is about to do. Now, the man is also filming her. This is another very common interaction in this day and age where one person's filming, so then to counterbalance it, the other person starts filming. It's kind of like in Dragon Ball Z when they have like the beam battle, the beam struggle, so like a Kamehameha wave mixing with like a Gallic gun or some shit, and it's like going back and forth. That's what it's like in modern day with confrontation, where two people start filming each other and it's this war of attrition for who's gonna break first or have a cancelable moment. It's just a tug of war. Everything is filmed all of the time. So all of these arguments usually don't even take place face to face anymore, even though it's in the real world. They'll immediately bring out their phone and argue with the phone that's looking at the person. So that's always kind of goofy. Now, in the words of the great Shrek, he said, "Public freakouts are like an onion. They have many layers." And that couldn't be more true for this video, because the lady here, I actually think, has a real reason to be upset. She's just going about the whole situation in the worst possible way. She's mad because the man and his dog are outside and the dog is not on a leash. And I think that's a very real complaint. I really think it's extremely irresponsible and shitty dog ownership to have your dog be unleashed in public. That's not only dangerous for the dog, where it could just run away, get hit by a car or something, but it's dangerous for everyone around you if your dog, you know, maybe goes after another dog, goes after a person, and the dog in this video is a pit bull. So that amplifies the danger of it even more so.
Go tie your fucking dog up now, you piece of shit. Bring your dog inside. Tie him up. You cannot do that. You can't keep him out here.
You're entertaining.
I'm on the phone with the cops right now. They're gonna come get your dog and put him down.
At least I'm pretty sure it's a pit bull, but I'm not a fucking dog whisperer. I'm not a connoisseur of dog breeds. It looks like a pit bull. But regardless, even if it's not, again, I still feel all dogs should be on a leash when they're in public around people, just for the safety of not only the animal, but the people as well, just in case. It's always better to err on the side of caution, I feel. Now, back to making fun of Rowdy Ruth for how she's handling all of this. So instead of just asking him to put the dog on the leash or handling it in a different way, like maybe just going somewhere else away from the unleashed animal, she starts filming everything and escalating the whole problem and situation, now threatening to call the police to have the dog put down, which is fucking unhinged.
Don't fucking touch me, piece of shit.
Another thing that it seems to be increasingly common is someone saying, "Don't touch me," as they're initiating all of the contact. She's coming at him like a linebacker about to sack the quarterback here. She charges at the guy, and then he like turns and looks at her, and I'm assuming kind of like moves her hand away or something is what it looks like, when she was the one that actually started the physical component of this whole hoopla. I've seen this kind of shit so many times in videos like this, where an argument gets to this point and the person's going wacko mode, like they're going goblin. So they're like, don't touch me, as they're like charging at the person, or like stop filming me, as they're doing everything they can to be in the video. Like there was nothing physical happening here until she started it, and then gets mad at him for like defending himself's not even the right word, because he didn't even do that. I think all he did was just like move her hand away. If that. Like, I'm only assuming based on the way she responded to everything.
I know, Pop. She was crazy.
Now we've reached the climax here. The lady peels out like she just got her 5th star in Grand Theft Auto and nearly hits the guy filming, and then just floors it. Just absolutely zooms out as quickly as she can and takes off into the sunset. This was probably the most exciting moment of her entire life. And now that video is somewhere in a Facebook book club group, and they're really cheering her on for her bravery and the way she handled everything here. When in reality, everyone's now making fun of her because the video's left her weird little echo chamber bubble. Well, actually, her perspective I don't think has, but the video of the whole situation has. There's nothing particularly special about this video. These are a dime a dozen. There's millions of these uploaded every day. So what made me want to talk about this one in particular? Well, because it showcased 3 different things, all of which I find interesting talking points. The first being this increasing frequency of people filming their own worst moments, or filming their own, like, crimes now for social media clout. Just this parasite that seems to be infecting the brain of so many who are more than willing to film the absolute most embarrassing moments of their lives and upload it. I don't know if she did or not, though, to be fair. I suppose it's very possible she had, like, a moment of self-reflection, a come-to-Jesus moment, some clarity, where she realized, holy shit, this is awful, and then deleted it on the spot. But, you know, the damage was done because he was filming it, so we still saw everything that happened. But anyway, that's just the first thing that I always find interesting about these situations, is the person who's very clearly the most unhinged is the one filming it themselves, thinking that they're right. And then the second thing is dogs being off the leash. I'm seeing this a lot as well, where it's becoming ever more common for dog owners to not leash up their pets in public, and I think that is foul. I think that is just playing with fire. I really do stand by firmly that every dog in public should be on a leash. No matter how well trained or how sweet and cute the dog is, it is better for everyone if you put the dog on the leash. That's just a PSA to everyone out there. And then the third thing is, the lady really did have a reason to be uncomfortable or upset, but then she went way too far and handled it horribly, getting racist out of nowhere, getting physical, and then taken off like she was in the Fast and Furious franchise. Like, being upset about the dog being off the leash is fine. You could have handled it a million other ways besides what she did here. So it's one of those things where when someone does have a reason for being a little perturbed and go hog wild with it, taking things way too far, and then just saying some awful shit or doing something that's now indefensible, even though you were at the beginning having a reason people would agree with you on. But yeah, anyway, that's really about it. Just saw this video come up today and had a few things I wanted to discuss with it. That's it. See ya. There's few accomplishments on this planet that have the same level of prestige as climbing Mount Everest. For the longest time, it was just viewed as one of the most impressive things a person could do. You conquered nature, you defied the gods, and climbed this ridiculous mountain. A mountain that's claimed more souls than Shang Tsung. Hundreds of people have died going on expeditions up Mount Everest, so much so that they actually used their corpses as waypoints. Like the famous green boots, which is an unidentified body of a climber who had green boots that perished on the mountain, and they now use them as a fucking waypoint. That is as extreme as shit gets. That is Insano style. So climbing Mount Everest still has a very powerful reputation. Though I will say, I feel like over the last few years, or maybe even like the last decade or so, its pedigree hasn't quite been the same. It's been perceived in a different way. Since it's so expensive to climb, a lot of people kind of view it now as more of like a rich person's getaway where they just go there to collect the Pokemon gym badge to say that they climbed Mount Everest. And really what they did is just kind of had the Sherpas do everything for them. So a lot of people don't view Mount Everest the same way when it comes to these expeditions, but that's still not to say that it's easy by any means. People still die there all the time. This year alone, there's already been quite a few deaths on the mountain. So it's not Weenie Hut Jr. mode by any means, but it is worth mentioning that a lot of people don't view climbing Mount Everest the same way because it's become so commercialized. But the reason I'm talking about it today is because yesterday, there was a story that came out about a man who was climbing Mount Everest and nearly died. But he was saved by a Sherpa. And after his life was saved by this fucking angel, a hero that literally carried this man on their back down the mountain to safety so they could be airlifted out. In response to that unbelievable action, the guy started thanking his sponsors. And only his sponsors. He never thanked the Sherpa that saved him, or really any of the Sherpas that helped save his life and perform this incredible rescue. He only had his sponsors to thank, at least until public backlash started mounting, and then he very quickly said thanks to the people that actually saved his life. It's just crazy. So let me go over this story with you because it's a wacky one. So this was posted on Instagram from the Sherpa that found and helped save this man's life. I hope I don't fuck up the name pronunciation. I think it's Gelje Sherpa. But basically, they were on an expedition, and they had a client, and noticed that this guy was about to go meet the big man upstairs. He was on death's door, about to get a game over screen, and decided to cancel the trip and focus instead on rescuing him and saving his life. So, they strapped the man to Gelje Sherpa's back and began the 6-hour journey downward in order for him to be airlifted out. He is literally carrying this guy on his back. This is some shit out of Death Stranding. Now, of course, this wasn't the only Sherpa that helped here. There was a lot of people that came to the aid and saved this man's life. And he had nothing to say about his saviors here. Instead, he immediately went to thanking his sponsors. His statement was, "I shit you not, I am alive today because I had the best and dedicated partners, the 14th Peaks Expedition Co. and Global Rescue Inns." On his own Instagram post, this is all he had to say. How important is rescue team and heli rescue on Everest expedition? Believe me, it's very important. I'm alive today because I had the best and dedicated partners, the 14th Peaks Expedition Co. and Global Rescue. Everest in previous years, especially in 2022, was good, but in 2023 it was tough and taking many lives. He literally doesn't even mention the people that actually saved him, and instead just takes this as like a sponsorship opportunity to try and like help make his brand partners happy. Like, oh guys, look, the most recent Everest expedition went tits up. I almost died. But thanks to the Ridge Wallet and fucking Blue Apron, I'm alive here today. So, all's good in the world, and I can't wait to get back out there again with my brand partners. As the light was leaving my eyes, my vision fading, I thought to myself, I can't afford to die here, because I've got Raid Shadow Legends to be playing at home. Damn it. And that's the only thing that got me through that expedition at the top of Everest. That's the only reason I made it back in one piece. That's just fucking crazy to me. There's no shot he just forgot to mention the people that saved him. There's no way you could forget who saved your fucking life. This was a conscious decision to not even mention them for some reason, and instead just mention your sponsors. It blows my mind. Now, like I mentioned, a lot of people started blowing up at this guy, saying, why aren't you mentioning, Gelje Sherpa and everyone that helped save you? And eventually he made a post where he thanked all the Sherpas that had a role in his rescue, which does include Gelje Sherpa. But the fact that they had to, pry that thank you out of him is so baffling. They had to squeeze this guy like a tube of Go-Gurt in order for him to just acknowledge the people that actually saved him on that mountain. And Gelje Sherpa seems like a saint because even after all of that, Gelje just said thank you, hope you're recovering well. So he really just cared that the guy was alive and, healthy after all of this. So he is a fucking saint. Because the man whose life was saved got an entire press tour out of this. He went on television, he had tons of posts. This was a big story. And he didn't acknowledge anyone that saved him, which seems like such a slap in the face of the people that risked their lives to save his. And even still, they just seem happy that they were able to help and that this guy is now alive. Now, I want to show another clip that kind of goes over it a bit more. This is from CNN when they covered this story earlier this week.
The guide was climbing with someone else up Mount Everest when he spotted the climber in distress, clinging to a rope and shivering. Temperatures in that area can drop to negative 86 degrees Fahrenheit. The Sherpa wrapped the climber up, put him on his back, and carried him down, descending nearly 2,000 feet.
In places where it was rockier, we could not drag him. We had to carry him on our backs with difficulty.
How do you not thank them? I can't get over that. This is not something that you just, slipped your mind. Happy to be alive, but I'm even happier my sponsors are still behind me. They got my back. Oh, and then, of course, yeah, also some people saved me. Like, I don't know how you don't thank them. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I thought it was kind of a wild story, and that's about it. So yeah. Much to the delight of my entire family, today we have received some groundbreaking news in regards to aliens. I feel like I'm giving some kind of press conference here about it because I feel so personally invested in it. For my entire life, my family has always firmly believed that extraterrestrials have not only visited this planet, but made contact with us, and we've, recovered some spacecrafts and all kinds of gadgets and gizmos that the government isn't telling us. And now they've received some vindication that that belief might be the truth. Today there was a hearing with a gentleman named David Grush who was claiming that not only have aliens come to this planet, but we have recovered some wreckage, some items, even some bodies, perhaps. And this is all sworn under oath, and he is a pretty credible source, all things considered. He was a military intelligence officer for about 14 years. He had, from what I understand, from what I've researched here, pretty high-level clearance. He was a pretty important person in his post, and he is now putting all of this public at this hearing. Now, he hasn't presented any concrete evidence or any evidence like that, any proof, but his claims, he says, do have not only eyewitness supports, but real concrete proof, irrefutable evidence that he is unable to share publicly, but is able to share in private with Congress. So it's a very interesting development. I'll go over it a little bit more in depth. I talked about it on stream today. Overall, though, I don't think you're going to find anyone happier about this news than my dad. After the hearing today, my dad called me just full of jubilation. It was like a kid on Christmas. He was giddy, like a high schooler that actually just got a date to prom. My dad called me, laid out all of the details of what happened in the hearing, and was just so happy to hear someone that has credibility say these things because it gets him excited to hear it. He really wants to see alien proof and get to experience that truth coming to light. So this was a really cool day overall for me and my family. I still don't fully believe it, if I'm being honest, because he hasn't provided any proof. It's very hard for me to just take everyone at their word. I understand lying under oath is a serious offense, but it's not like that's never happened before. You really think someone would do that? Go under oath and tell lies? Absolutely. For sure. It has happened before. It will happen again. I'm not saying it happened right now, but I just don't take anything at just the face value of the claims. I would like to see some of the evidence here. So I'm very excited to learn more about it. This has got me fucking salivating for more information and more details about all of the things that he's claiming. So let me just go ahead and play the stream clips now to bring you all up to speed on what went down. How many aliens could we take in a fight? Well, according to David Grush, we stand no chance at actually fighting them, apparently. Which, I have always said, if they are real and have visited us, well, I think aliens are real in the universe at some point. I personally haven't ever thought they visited us, but I've always said if they did, we would stand no chance. We would stand legitimately no chance. It'd be like putting a child up against, John Bones Jones. You're never gonna win, right? And that's kind of what he said too. One of the questions was, are our weapons sufficient to defend ourselves against them? Or something to that effect. And his answer was, absolutely not. According to my dad. So, like I said, I haven't watched the hearing yet, But once it was over, my dad called me, like, damn near celebrating. I could hear kazoos going off in the background. He's like, I told you, Charlie. I told you this day would come, that we'd have legitimate confirmation from reputable sources that aliens have come here. And he was filling me in. He was giving me the nitty-gritty behind everything here. But for those that don't know the situation, David Grush is a former military intelligence officer. We talked about him a little while ago. He is the real deal. He is who he says he is. And he does have actual pretty high-level clearance, as I understand it. And a little bit ago, he came to the public. Well, he made public statements that extraterrestrial visitors have not only been here, but have been observed, and in even certain situations, we have recovered some of their shit. And they had a hearing about this today. These are huge claims. Now, granted, he has not provided any evidence. He hasn't linked to, their social media accounts for us to double check or anything. We don't have any pictures or anything. Like, he doesn't have a picture of an alien doing a keg stand outside of Area 51 or anything. But he is a high-ranking intelligence officer who is making these claims. So it has more weight to it than most. So they had this hearing today, just kind of going over the scope of it, bringing everyone up to speed. And very interesting. He was asked point blank if there's any real biological indication that what they have is not of human origin. And he says, yes, it is not human. When asked how many people are aware of this, like in terms of like unidentified aerial phenomena, he said thousands of pilots have reported them but are either too embarrassed to come forward, thinking people will call them crazy, or are unable to come forward because of like crackdown, something like that. Evidence should be king here. Well, he's not on trial. There's no burden of proof here. This is a hearing just to get all the information. He did say he has all of the evidence, but is unable to bring it forward to the public, but is willing to share it with Congress in what's called a skiff, I think, is what my dad called it, or my dad's just making up terms to make me sound like a fucking idiot. I've never heard of that before, but apparently it's like a private hearing, and he said he's more than willing to give over all of the evidence he has on all of his claims in the private skiff. Yeah, that's a real thing? Okay, I've never heard of that. But one thing that I said was very fishy from the start about this story is David Grush actually had expressed written permission from the DOD to come forward with alien information. So to me, he's not really a whistleblower. He's more of like a spokesperson. I don't think that necessarily pokes holes in the credibility of the claims, I guess. But it is very interesting that they're labeling him a whistleblower when he literally has permission from the teacher. This isn't a guy that fucking crawled through the trenches and threw up a signal in the sky in order to get us the information. He had permission. He had their blessing. Why is he doing this? We'll have his answer and then I'll give you my answer. He believes that he's doing the public a great service by bringing this information forward, thinking that we need to be brought into the loop here, brought into the fold in an ever-growing situation here with advanced life forms. I think the reason is distraction. I think all of this is serving as a big kind of distraction for what? I don't know. But I just find it so odd that the DOD would be like super on board with it and let him do all of this. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what the distraction would be for. But I mean, here, let's spitball some tinfoil hat shit. Let's assume I'm right and it's all a distraction. I guess what they could do next is make claims like they need to build defense systems in order to combat potential extraterrestrials, like these big-titted goth babe aliens coming to Earth looking to harvest us. We've got to stop it. So we're going to need to increase our spending on defense programs in order to make sure that we're adequately prepared for it. But I would love to believe that this is all very legitimate. David Grush legitimately has real evidence. Aliens are real. We've recovered certain things, and he can prove all of it. That's what I want. But what I really believe is that this is all somehow a distraction. That's where I'm really torn. I don't know. This is, to date, probably the most credible person to come forward with apparently other witnesses of high-ranking military origin with evidence. And we now have more access to unidentified aerial phenomena than ever. That's very hard to explain. So this is probably as credible as it's ever been. But I just don't know. It just feels artificial. He said it all under oath. If he's lying, he just ruined his life. Yeah, of course. But there is a huge difference between a testimonial and evidence. We've heard the testimonial. It's all under oath, of course. But we haven't seen any evidence yet. The Israeli space chief said the Galactic Federation is in contact with America last year. The DoD doesn't support, they just released him to say what he believes is a classified program. That's the only other comment. But that's still giving their blessing, otherwise they would have shut him down like they do most other whistleblowers. For example, like Edward Snowden, right? Like, I feel like if they didn't want it out, it wouldn't have got out. And I don't know what the Galactic Federation is. I didn't realize we had Commander Shepard out there on the fucking Mass Effect relay at the Citadel or something talking to us. That's news to me. If this is all real, do you think they would ever tell the public the full story? No. If not, why do you think they need to hide it? Panic. Brother, we can't even handle the most basic concepts right now. Go on Twitter for any length of time, or excuse me, the platform formerly known as Twitter, for any length of time. People won't even accept the most obvious, conclusive, true statements anymore. We are not ready for it. Why do we have any reason to listen to them when they provide no evidence? Because of where the claim is coming from. This isn't just like a Joe Schmo. This guy was a high-ranking military intelligence officer for like 14 years. Not exactly like the number one person you'd think to just go out there and lie for no real benefit to himself. No, he didn't say if the aliens were hot or not yet. I'm going to assume no. I've always thought if there were aliens out there, they'd be like insectoid-esque. How would the government even capture the spacecraft? That's exactly what I said. I have no idea. The only thing that I could even somewhat spitball a guess, assuming it's all real, is they recovered wreckage from a spacecraft that blew up somewhere in space and drifted onto Earth and crashed somewhere. I don't think it came to Earth and then crashed. It certainly wasn't shot down. Apparently he even claimed we have no chance of even, like, defending ourselves against them. So it would have just had to be like a drifting piece of something. Just because you're smart doesn't mean you can't crash. Brother, you're not just smart. If you have something that can reach Earth, that means you have something that defies our very understanding, and this is even according to David, apparently. This is what my dad said, and he's right. That means you have something that is so far beyond our comprehension we can't even prove that what we're seeing would be real. You wouldn't just crash on Earth. The only thing that I could even think would be the case is, again, something happened, maybe it hits asteroids out in space and a piece of it breaks off and lands on Earth, crashes into Earth. It wouldn't crash when it gets to Earth. They can travel the galaxy without problem, but when they get to Earth, all of a sudden they're crashing everywhere. I don't think he was claiming that there's been a ton of crashes. Just a ton of sightings. And apparently they do have in their possession some UAP fragments and shit. And I guess bodies too. Aliens heard about your performance in the Hunger Games and needed to come see it firsthand. See, like, there's a theory I'd actually subscribe to. That one would make sense. But why are the aliens here? COVID? That's probably why. COVID hit their planet real hard and they were trying to escape. Or maybe they're here to collect COVID from us. They have like a virus museum or something and they need COVID to be part of it.
I'm asking Congress to hold our government to this standard and thoroughly investigate these claims.
God, imagine if he brought in an alien.
As I stand here under oath now,
actions speak louder than words. Come in here, Glorb.
Told them. In a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program.
Oh, that was one of the other questions they apparently asked pretty soon, is if anyone ever got injured reverse engineering any UAPs. And he said yes. But again, there's no evidence.
To which I was denied access.
I hope there will be at some point.
When
In what possible sense is he credible just because of position? Yeah, what? Yeah, obviously. A 14-year high-ranking military intelligence officer with, like, actually pretty impressive clearance? Yes. That is what would make him credible. Yeah. It's like what makes everyone credible is their position. Like, if it was me saying all of this, it would be completely uncredible. I am a worthless source. Right now, all it seems like is that they've made him a celebrity, with an official endorsement from the DoD. Which seems very weird for a whistleblower to get that kind of glamour from the people he's blowing the whistle on. I disagree. How? Look at all the other whistleblowers like Edward Snowden. Look what happened to him. Oh, here's another one, an easy one. Epstein got fucking murdered when he was about to blow the whole lid off of that crazy operation. If there's something they don't want released, it will not get released. You watch Cleopatra on Netflix? No, I know it's the lowest rated show, like, ever on Rotten Tomatoes, but it seems like really uninteresting. Like, not fun bad or anything, just like actually uninteresting. Assassin the First List. Oh man. I gotta sign in with my age here. Wait just a patty flippin' minute. We might have some potential. This looks interesting.
Where every step we take brings us closer to our destiny.
Text-to-speech has been such a blessing for shit asset flips on Steam.
Only an infinite loop of
Alright. For only $30. I mean, they're giving it away. I'll run it. Jesus Christ. These games, man. They're getting so bold with the price they charge for this. It's crazy. It's crazy. I already know it's going to be like 40 gigabytes too. Just pure shamelessness. Oh my god, 25. Finding shit no one's ever heard of or ever played before. I am going to say with a high level of confidence, I am the first person to have ever played and beaten Dark Days Devil Hunt. Which means I'm also the speedrun world record holder for that game. And now I plan to do the same for Assassin the First List. No, it's not a Bitcoin miner. Not this game. Also, I'm pretty sure the models they're using for this are the same one from the hentai shooter we played like 2 years ago. I'm pretty sure this exact guy is in there. Can't remember the name of that one though, the waifu shooter. This is the Hitman UI. Wait, they're going with multiplayer at some point in here? That's crazy. Let me check the leaderboards. Interesting. Time to top those. Let's ride. This is actually Hitman. Target name is Osama bin Laden. Oh, man. Okay, so we're on SEAL Team 6, I guess. Oh, okay. So we're playing historically accurate games. Well, someone's got to do it for the USA. It might as well be me. Let's ride. What a start. This is a very big first mission here. The stakes are high. Here I come. I don't know the controls, but I'll figure them out, I guess. It's a little dark. Oh shit. Stop it, stop it, stop it. I don't... oh my god. They're well trained. No, silly, the target name was Osama bin Laden. That's Osama's third cousin. Oh, wait, you're right, it is Ozma. It's Osama bin Laden. My mistake. His name must have been trademarked. Yeah, I didn't notice. Okay, one down. Two down. Alright. No! What? It's so dark I can't fucking see.
I am not going to leave you alive.
Alright, alright. I'm almost out of ammo, so I'll grab this.
You motherfucker.
Okay. That was pretty cool. Damn, that slide's crazy. Stop, don't crouch. Get up, get up. Oh god, oh god. This slide goes nuts. You motherfucker. Oh! Oh, he has no idea. Why? Oh god. Okay, okay, I wasn't close enough for the stealth kill, I guess. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Understood, understood. I'm gonna be honest, this difficulty felt like they did more damage than this difficulty. But we'll try it again. Okay, now I know I need to, like, actually rim him out in order to get the stealth kill. What the fuck? Okay. Oh my god. Okay. I give up on stealth. You have to get way too close. It immediately triggers them. Is that a guy? Oh, it is. What is happening? Oh my god. Oh my god, this guy's scary. Oh my, what is this? I could also do cutscene 1 or cutscene 2 at some point when I get far enough, I guess. Let's try Destination 2. How do I... I'm also very confident this is the only mission in the game. I just want to see Ozma. I don't see myself beating the mission, but I at least just want to look at Ozma. I've tried playing it stealthy, which doesn't work. I've tried going guns loud, but they kill me in like 4 shots. We're running out of options. That guy's just sliding around. Thought no one would notice.
You motherfucker.
Oh god, who saw me? Oh fuck, oh god. Oh no 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 no, oh no 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 no. There's so many. There is so many. Even if this... Let's assume for a brief moment the stealth functionality actually worked. How are you supposed to stealth this? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 dudes congested in one area here. Jesus Christ. Like, no, Sam Fisher couldn't stealth his way through that. Oh my god, I can't go around any further. I'm gonna try and cut through this building. Oh. Sneak. That's worthless. That's worth. I'm just fucked now. Oh my god. I crouched and he immediately heard me. I guess my knees popped or something. I have 10 shots in total. Entering PP. Alright, that's big. So I get to kill 10 people. I'm gonna try and get this guy. What? Oh god. Oh. Okay. No, misclick, misclick. Grenade, grenade. Nice.
What a crap.
What is he saying? What a crap? Ah, it's so dark. Ah, more, huh? No! Okay. The super soldier. That's probably enough. Somewhere in South America, aliens have made contact. Visitors have not come in peace to planet Earth. Open world third-person shooter game. Single-player video game. Compatible with Windows 8, 8.1, 10, and 11. The game locations are inspired by real places in South America. Alright, how can I say no to UFO the Ranch? Alright, let's see what these extraterrestrial visitors want from our humble planet. bad light county and a bad attitude. Yep. Oh. Is there no options? Huh. Well, I guess when it comes to UFOs, you really don't have any options anyway. That's probably the message. Goddamn aliens stealing our frames. Man, she is chugging. These cutscenes are pretty cool. It's just driving on a straight road and then turning left into this dirt road or turning right into a gas station so far. The aliens! No! Get off of our planet, scoundrels. They'll never see us here. Don't do it! If you get the tractor beam out, I swear to God! That's at least 3 stars, Bubba. Wow, one of those is so fucking far away. That is despicable. 950? On foot? Oh god. You dirty what the fuck? You dirty bastards. Reloading. That was the instant transmission sound effect from Dragon Ball. They're well trained in our culture. Damn, that poor guy actually did come in peace. He didn't shoot a single bullet at me. Or laser beam, rather, I guess. This is awesome. I like that they made the map as big as fucking possible. That way it takes extremely long to do even the most basic shit. So you can never refund it, because it'll take you 2 hours just to get to the first thing. But at least it's a non-stop thrill ride on the way there. I bet it's gonna make me run all the way back before going to get the next shit. Yep. Yep, it is. That's extraordinary. Well, I'm not doing that. That's probably enough of UFO Ranch. Wow. Well, now, hold on a second there, partner. Why don't you step into the saloon here for a little chit-chat? I've noticed we've got ourselves a little bit of a sour hootenanny on our hands here after my latest video on the iDubbbz situation. It's being hailed as a big L take from old Charles White here, and in the cyberspace, an L take is criminal, and the punishment for the crime is 1,000 different labels. So, there's a lot to talk about after the latest upload, so let's just go ahead and dive into it. I gave my opinion on the iDubbbz apology video, same thing every single person in the world with a keyboard has done over the last 24 hours, and this isn't shocking new content for me. I pretty much opine on everything everywhere that happens on the internet, even if it's like fucking 30-year-old drama from an extinct MMO that I found on a subreddit last week. If I find it either entertaining or if I have a lot to say about it, I'll usually make a video on it just because I kind of treat my channel like a diary, so I vomit out my thoughts. And not everyone's going to agree with them. And people shouldn't agree with everything that I say, because everyone should be their own individual. For a long time now, I've said how dangerous I feel echo chambers are, so I've never wanted my channel to become one of those. And I don't think it has. I know people will disagree, but there's been plenty of instances over the years where I've said things that people disagree with. I think disagreeing with someone is extremely healthy and important. I wouldn't want a community that doesn't think for themselves and just blindly agrees with everything I say without giving it any thought of their own. And in this case, people have disagreed with my perspective on the iDubbbz situation. For those that don't know, I'll quickly break it down. iDubbbz made an apology video yesterday where he talked about how deeply he regrets the content he used to make, and how he views it as being just horrible, and that he's very sorry for all of the things that he put out there in the world and the pain that he caused through the content. And that's become a very divisive topic, and I gave my perspective on it. And since then, people have done some very uncharitable interpretations of what I've been saying, and I guess I can't really blame them. If I'm not abundantly clear with where I stand on things, I've learned that everything gets lost with ambiguity, and people run with the absolute most negative narrative they can find and the wildest ways to misconstrue some statements. So I actually can't even be mad about that. I recognize that's my own shortcoming, and this is something that's happened in the past, where when I make a video, I know my intention. I know what I believe and where I stand. But you guys don't. You're not like a little ghost or a spirit over my shoulder that's watching me make a video or in my little noodle up here when I'm delivering my thoughts. Which means it's my responsibility to make my intentions known and clear. And I don't always fully convey it effectively. So I definitely think that's played some role here in how everything's been playing out with people talking about me on Twitch and on Reddit and Twitter, but not fully. There's definitely going to be some people that are going to look like Eustace from Courage the Cowardly Dog when he gets that gel that he puts in his hair that makes him really mad and his eyes pop out of his skull and his head explodes, because there are just going to be some things that I believe that other people aren't. And that's okay. But what I don't appreciate and what really gets my ass twisted is people labeling me horrible things on a complete misunderstanding of what I actually believe. Or them just making up things that I believe, or putting their whole ass in my mouth and filling it with words that I've never said or even came close to trying to express. So let's get into it. By far the biggest thing I'm seeing from the online discussion around my video is people saying that I was attacking iDubbbz for trying to grow, and that I wanted him to stay in that 2016 edgy era. And my take was that of a 30-year-old man with a 15-year-old's brain who still giggles and loves edgy humor from yesteryear. When nothing could be further from the truth. A, I'm not 30. I'm 28 years old, and fucking shame on you, you disgusting swine, for insinuating that I'm pushing 30. I'm 28 years young. And B, it makes me feel like you didn't even bother watching the video, because I don't know how that could even come across at all. I'll quickly just play a small snippet from the end here, which I imagine a lot of people talking about this didn't even get to. So I really feel like throughout the video I made it clear that the edgy shit is lame and cringy. And that's something to absolutely regret. Now, obviously, times have changed, and he has changed. He's gotten older. He's in his 30s now. In your 30s, it's not exactly entertaining to just be spamming slurs for shock humor. I don't find that entertaining, and he doesn't either. So it's totally fine to want to distance yourself from making content like that. And that I was also supportive of him wanting to change and grow his content in a different direction. I still do respect that he didn't like what he was doing, so now he's doing something that he likes more. Even though it is coming at the risk of losing his audience, he'll find happiness in the content that he makes going forward, and maybe he's happier with the new audience that he potentially cultivates through all of it. So I had a whole section in the video about how important I find it that content creators branch out, instead of just living in a niche and staying locked down by their audience and their expectations. How they shouldn't just keep doing a song and dance that doesn't make them happy. They should be trying to grow and change as a person and as a content creator, and changing their content. I had a whole fucking section about that, talking about it outside of even just the iDubbbz perspective here. So I don't really know how that one got so fucked up here with this whole discussion around my video. The point of my video was never to attack the idea that someone growing and regretting things they've done in their past is a bad thing. I really thought I made that clear, but I must have missed the mark, since so many people are saying that the whole core component of my video is to attack the fact that he's apologizing for personal growth and doing things that make him happy, which I never meant to convey, and if that's what came across, then I'm sorry that I missed the mark so drastically. I really feel like multiple times I called out that it's completely normal and fine to regret the shit you said in those videos and want to distance yourself from that content in general. Like, that makes a lot of sense, and I talked about him making different content that makes him happier and how that's great. Like, you should never feel like a prisoner to your audience to keep delivering something that doesn't make you happy. That was one of the broader talking points I used in that video, but people are acting like I never said that and that I wanted him to stay doing the same shit from 2016, which of course I was never arguing for. Now, the next biggest thing by far is me saying that I don't think the apology was warranted. Warrant maybe wasn't the right word, since that's the one a lot of people are really like underlining and highlighting and giving me an F on the book report for. So to explain what I meant, when I'm saying I don't think the apology was warranted, I'm saying I don't think him being a product of edgy internet culture is necessarily something that should have been weighing on his mind so heavily for the last fucking 7 years, that he's lived with this constant guilt, this burden on his shoulders, where he's feeling as though he created edgy internet culture. The way he talked about in this video really made me feel very bad for him, that he's had this kind of looming disgust at the man he used to be because he partook in edgy internet culture, which wasn't just him. His channel wasn't the genesis of edginess. He didn't create it, he was molded by it, like fucking Bane from Batman. And I feel as though the content he used to make did have a message. He wasn't coming from a place of genuine hatefulness. I don't think he was ever like a real racist or an actual bigot. So when I said I don't think the apology's warranted, what I mean is I don't think what he did was so damaging and scarring to the online space or individuals that for 7 years he's needed to carry this guilt where he felt obligated to finally apologize for it. If people really thought he held these racist, bigoted beliefs, I don't think many people would have been signing up for Creator Clash 1 and 2, right? Like, this is the first time he's publicly acknowledged it and fully apologized for it. He's, of course, talked about distancing himself from it on podcasts, but this is the first time he's really owned up to it publicly. But I think most people knew he wasn't, like, this evil, racist person. So what I was saying is I just don't think what he did gave a ton of people the impression that he really was a horrible, racist, bigoted person. Now, I used the word obligated to apologize just a moment ago. And that's what I went into the video thinking the motivation was. Like, you know, after all this time, people pointing out, like, the use of slurs in those videos have made them age fucking horribly. You know, this isn't acceptable. You know, it's time you own up to your past sins. That's what I thought it was. But after listening to what people have said since I posted my video and diving a bit more into, like, the actual discussion in general online, I failed to really understand that maybe iDubbbz also treated this video like a diary where he just wanted to get everything off his chest with how he feels about it. So I completely misunderstood what the motivation could have been for this video, and for that I'm sorry. The goal wasn't to attack the whole idea of an apology for content you regret. That was never my intention. So if this is truly like a very personal thing where he wants to just finally move on from this, and in order to do that he wanted to make this video publicly addressing how he feels about all of it, then that's totally understandable. That's absolutely understandable. And I may have had like the wrong lens of viewing the video in the first place, since I may have got the wrong idea about what was even driving the video to begin with. But now I do want to explain, I still do believe that iDubbbz was never a bad person for the content cops he made. That edgy shock humor was very much a 2016 trend. That whole era with slurs being used willy-nilly for cheap shock humor was not uncommon on the internet. And I don't know why people think that I'm trying to harken back to the glory days of being able to use a bunch of slurs all over the place. I've never fucking said that. I think in the last video, what gave people that idea is I said 2016 era shock humor in all its glory. So they thought that I was trying to celebrate the golden days or something. But I've never ever spoken support for that kind of edgy shit. I've always openly made fun of that whole idea. Even back in the era, I always found it pretty lame for the most part. So that might have just been a misunderstanding of my sarcasm when saying in all its glory in the last video, but I want to make that clear. But anyway, him using these slurs for cheap shock humor in the content cops is embarrassing and something to genuinely regret and look back on like, damn, I fucked that up. Absolutely. And I said that in the last video too. They were videos that were meant to criticize people that did deserve criticism. One thing iDubbbz said in his video that I still very much disagree with is that he made videos criticizing people based on lackluster reasons. I very much vehemently disagree with that. The people he did make content on were worthy of being criticized and called out for bad actions and being highlighted for horrible things they've done. And in doing so, iDubbbz attempted to entertain his audience, and one of the ways he tried to entertain them was through this shock humor with his slurs. Like I said, his catchphrase being 2 slurs strung together is nothing to be proud of. So looking back on that component of content cops negatively and regretting that is a completely understandable and normal thing to do. Now, he did mention something that I also disagreed with initially, but after reading more, maybe I'm just too naive to really have a full grasp on it. I said that I don't think that content is indoctrinating, meaning I don't think him making those videos with the shock humor would lead to people thinking that all of a sudden it's okay to start using a ton of slurs, you know, in the real world or around people or in general, right? I didn't think that, but I also failed to recognize that in 2016, I was still in my fucking 20s, which is sad to think that I'm basically a fossil now. I wasn't a child during this period, so I don't know what effect this might have had on younger viewers of his. Maybe I'm very wrong in that it did serve as like a fucking gateway drug into racism or something. That is possible. I don't know. And that's what a lot of people did point out that I think is a great point. I was already old enough to recognize that he was never advocating for legitimate racism or bigotry or anything like that. That was never his message. But younger people may not have picked up on that. So I do believe it is possible that he did have a very negative effect on how a lot of the youth perceived slurs and maybe the willingness to use them. That is possible, and I'm sorry that I didn't consider that angle. I failed to realize that I was still pretty fucking old when the content cops were, you know, hitting the cyberspace. So obviously, if you inadvertently became a lightning rod for real racists, that's fucking horrible. Now, I do still believe that his Content Cop series was not a cruel series. Like I said, the whole message behind it was pointing out some horrible things that people have done, and you delivered a message of here's why that shit's bad, and you coded your message with things meant to entertain, but in doing so, you delivered some bad shit along the way with the edgy shock slurs that were thrown in so loosey-goosey throughout the content. But I don't think that changes the actual message of what the video meant to convey. And it was never a message of cruelty. It was always a message of these people are doing bad, and these are people in very influential positions who probably shouldn't be. I don't think that is a bad message. I don't think there's anything cruel about what you were aiming to do. Another thing that always comes up in situations like this is them saying, you cut out important details on purpose, maliciously leaving out information that's crucial. And I always hate that. Like, I'm not just gonna play the entire video and go through each and everything. I just played the ones that I really wanted to focus on for the general point that I was trying to get across, which was A, growing and changing your content is always a good thing, and it makes complete sense why iDubbbz would regret the edginess from those videos and would regret some of the big components of those videos. Like, I don't understand how all of that got so mixed up. Like, yes, I do disagree that the content was cruel, as I just explained, but the core message is still changing is a good thing, always has been, and I've always preached for that. Instead of just living in a niche forever and making yourself miserable doing the same thing forever, changing, growing as a person, and adapting is always great. And he had legitimate things to be regretful of. The edginess, the shock humor, inexcusably cringe, lame, not good. The remaining parts of his apology video were topics that I totally understood his perspective of. I totally got it. But none of them were what I was focusing on for what I was saying about the whole subject. For example, he mentions fan interaction where he met a couple fans and it helped him understand that, damn, my content is really giving people a certain vibe or a certain impression of me that just isn't true. So it helped like show him that there were a lot of things in the content that were regrettable, that he regretted. Like, I get that. Like, I totally understand it. And I didn't exclude them from my video as a way of like manipulating a narrative or trying to hide it or anything. They were just things I totally understood, but they weren't part of like the overall talking point that I was trying to discuss. In the last video, I mentioned that I didn't feel his content created the weirdo losers that disregard the message of the content and instead focused on just the slurs, right? Like a bunch of like actual bad actors who are just there to celebrate the fact that iDubbbz would say the bad words, the real off-limits stuff, the slurs. That's all they cared about. I said I have no doubt that those community members exist, but I didn't think his content created them. You know, I felt like, you know, like bacteria, they just happened to already be there and then found his content and then found a home there to keep celebrating that shit. But just like I mentioned a little while ago, I'm most likely wrong about this. I saw the content when I was in my 20s. I could see the satire in it. I assume the majority of other people could, but I didn't even take into consideration that a lot of the viewers were younger, and there's a very good chance that this content was their first exposure to it, and it may have led to them becoming those weirdo losers. Not necessarily that the weirdo losers had always existed since the beginning of time and then just found his content. There is a very high likelihood that it also just created that atmosphere with those kind of audience members as well, which is something iDubbbz would obviously want to distance himself from. I think that was most of the things people were talking about in relation to my video on the subject, so hopefully I cleared up any misconceptions about where I stand or what I believe. And I'm sorry if things got real lost somehow. I want to make it clear once again, I was never attacking iDubbbz for apologizing for regretting his content or for wanting to change and grow and do different things. I really thought I voiced support for those things, but I must not have done it effectively. So that's on me, and hopefully this gave all of my perspectives on it much more clarity. That's about it. See ya. I'm sure a lot of you have seen all of the FaZe drama that's been going on Twitter over the last couple days, and FaZe is something I've talked about quite a bit over the last year because it's been an absolute circus. From their stock absolutely flatlining to the point now where it's basically just a sad joke. Just look at this graph, it puts a tear in your eyes. It's more tragic than the ending to Marley and Me. It's just been crazy to see them circle the drain like this and have this wild fall from grace, because they're one of the very few gaming-focused brands that branched out into the mainstream. Like, most people have probably heard of FaZe at some point in their life, even people that aren't associated with gaming. So they really did blow up in a big way, and now there's like a war going on between like the founders of FaZe versus the corporate suits that now control FaZe, and it's all just been bubbling over and becoming this massive shitstorm, and everyone's getting covered in the filth. It's getting stinky. Now, the first domino that fell in this FaZe soap opera is the OGs came forward like FaZe Rain and Banks and started criticizing the brand overall, talking about how it's become soulless and lame and just generally horrible. The main talking point is how the founders have lost control of the company to these zombies in suits that just don't understand the space. And they also show no respect to the founders that brought it there in the first place. They overrule them, they have no real decision-making power, thus the direction FaZe has been going over the last few years has been a negative one. And most people can probably agree with that. FaZe hasn't exactly been hitting home runs recently over the last couple years. So the founders have been talking about how disappointed they are with FaZe in its current state. And then FaZe Rain recently has just been leaking tons of information, like internal stuff, financials. He's been leaking more than the faucet at my college dorm room. He has been going hog wild with tons of information. And most recently, he was focusing on their numbers, like their actual numbers with their spend as well as what they're making. He made a video going over their financials, talking about how much they spend on certain games in the esports space, as well as the lack of return they see from it, even disclosing Nick Merck's salary for being on FaZe, which is like $1 million a year, and he just goes over how much they're spending and how they're not seeing any of that money. It's just fucking vanishing into thin air and just like literally bleeding them dry on finances. According to a lot of his numbers here, they're spending over $700,000 a month on like esports stuff. That's crazy, and they're not seeing any money come back into the company, which isn't exactly an eyebrow raiser. This is something everyone speculated for a long time because it's become very clear to actually every single person with eyes that the entire esports scene just doesn't make any money. What's wrong, Io? I don't know why the esports scene is so shit for generating profit. I have no idea. I don't have the answers. What's wrong? I've upset Io mentioning this. Because it is heartbreaking. Like, esports is a scene that you get in for passion, and you see a lot of orgs start to close their doors because they just can't stay afloat. It's very expensive, and you don't make anything. So Rain was going over their numbers, which I do believe because like the information he's been leaking has so far been confirmed accurate. And he's just talking about like how much money they're losing, and it's a lot. Over 700,000 clams, over 700,000 pristine doubloons is a ton of cash. That's nuts. To convert that to Robux, I wouldn't even know where to start. You'd need like fucking 50 zeros at the end of that number. It's a lot of money that they are pissing away and not getting anything back from. So he started revealing these numbers. More OGs came forward to talk about how upsetting it is to see the direction that the brand has gone and that it's completely lost its identity. The people at the top of the food chain don't understand the culture, so it's trash. All of these statements from the OGs then led to this like Marvel civil war within FaZe, where you had the OGs versus the people at the top and also new generation FaZe members. So a lot of the audience was on the OG side and a lot of the audience on the new side, and it's just been this constant clashing. And yesterday it really festered into something pretty foul. So just to give context here, it started with this tweet from FaZe Clan where they said, "We want more women in FaZe Clan." To which FaZe Rain replied saying, "Spoiler alert, it's Grace, and the only reason I heard was because she was on one episode of Stranger Things." He's referring to Grace Van Dien, who is a streamer named Bluefy and also was in Stranger Things. So it turns out he was 100% right, because yesterday FaZe announced that Grace Van Dien is joining the FaZe family. Now, this all led to a lot of hubbub, a lot of discussion, and a lot of controversy. And with a very public fallout between the OG FaZe founders and current FaZe, people were already on edge. It also really didn't help with the FaZe tweet about wanting more women in the organization, because that got the community excited, thinking that FaZe was about to make a big signing from someone who's been grinding in the scene for a long time, working hard for an opportunity like joining FaZe. And then turns out they had already made their decision when they had made that tweet. So that was kind of a bad look, and it didn't do anything good for Grace because it put her in an uncomfortable position where the community was upset that she got the opportunity being a relatively new streamer. They thought that they had signed her just because she's a celebrity. So some members of the community got upset at Grace directly, which I think is super misguided. There's plenty to critique about FaZe signings and business decisions, but Grace didn't do anything wrong here. She does stream often and then had this opportunity to join a huge org. Yes, being an actress did obviously help her get this opportunity for sure, but at the very least she seems excited about it and does actively stream, which is already more than you can say for half of their celebrity signings. Like Snoop Dogg, for example. They paid him a fat load of money, as well as stock, in FaZe in order for him to be on board the FaZe family. And all he ever did was take a single photo with them, and then the word FaZe never left his lips again. He must have been hit by a Men in Black neuralizer that erased his memory of FaZe Clan entirely, because he never did anything with them, in spite of getting all of this money and this stock. And it wasn't just him. They've done this for multiple other celebrities too. Like Kyler Murray, who I'm pretty sure all of you watching didn't even know was part of FaZe Clan at any point. I didn't until I watched Ludwig's Mogul Mail on it. I had no idea Kyler Murray signed with FaZe, but he did. Kyler Murray never even mentioned FaZe Clan a single time. Not once. After joining. But in this case, Grace is an active streamer, thus will be presenting the FaZe brand to her audience, and she seems extremely excited about doing things in collaboration with FaZe, which is infinitely more than any celebrity that FaZe has signed recently. So I really feel that the anger directed towards Grace is just a little weird. The focus should instead be placed on how out of touch FaZe has become with the decisions they make. For example, this was also mentioned in Ludwig's Mogul Mail, but it's something I've talked about as well, where FaZe had that whole super expensive reality show where, you know, who wants to be the next FaZe member? So you want to be a FaZe superstar, do ya? Well, hop on board the Polar Express here for this FaZe show. And they put so much money into it, and only like 6 people ever watched it. Like, they dumped money into this completely geriatric, dumb ideas like that reality show that no one cares about, no one gets excited for. And all of their YouTube content is beyond dead. And no matter how much mouth-to-mouth they give it, they can't revive it. They can't get that heartbeat back. No matter how much they try, because they just don't know what they're doing or what direction to take FaZe. It's become very corporate and most people don't vibe with it anymore. And it's also led to new FaZe members fighting with the old FaZe members. So they're like actually butting heads and, you know, throwing down in the Twitter replies against each other. So it's just been so much fighting and drama with FaZe because the founders lost control of the company and the direction it's gone has only further decayed the brand to the point where it's at 55-cent stock price and kind of just like a joke in the industry outside of some of their esports teams. Like, they are still doing really well in the games they're in for the most part. Not entirely all of them, but a large chunk of them, their esports teams are still top of the line. So it's just a shame to see how bad things are behind closed doors at FaZe. And now those doors aren't even fucking closed anymore. Those doors have been kicked open. The entire public is being exposed to all of the dirty laundry of FaZe, and all of it's happening publicly. I am still shocked FaZe Rain was even able to release all of the information he has without getting sued. I would have thought they would have had so many NDAs out the wazoo on FaZe Rain, but he's just been revealing everything. So I'm starting to believe they probably just forgot about him and all of the founders, so they never even bothered to NDA them. So he'll probably just continue to share shit without repercussion. So I'm pretty excited to see what else he starts bringing to the public eye with FaZe. But anyway, I kind of wanted to talk about all of this because I just find it so fascinating and generally sad to see the state of FaZe. Like I said, it was one of the few gaming brands that broke into the mainstream and had like a very wide appeal to people even outside of the space, which is nothing shy of impressive. So to see what it's become is just wild, and to see how it continues to unfold is shocking. And I wanted to talk about it a little bit. I don't know how it recovers, I really don't. Like, even if it does get back into the hands of the OGs, I still don't exactly know how they right the ship right now. I don't know how they fix all the damage that's been done to the brand. They probably have to start over, like at the very bare bones level, and build it all again. Because it's just been so tarnished, and they've lost so much money as well. I just don't know exactly how you fix it. But anyway, I just wanted to go over it all. That's about it. See ya. The story of Overwatch is like a Shakespearean comedy, where it's not so much ha-ha, like laughing kind of comedy, more so just tragic. Just a completely horrific series of blunders that you can't help but point and at least giggle at. But overall, everything that's happening with Overwatch right now is entirely its own fault. I already made a whole video talking about the pathetic fumble of Overwatch 2, how they just completely slapped down the campaign and basically just annihilated it like the asteroid to the dinosaurs. It's extinct. The Overwatch 2 campaign, the single player, the #1 selling point of Overwatch 2, the thing that made Overwatch 2 a sequel, they just completely are getting rid of. And now you're being drip-fed little bits and pieces of what that content once was in the seasonal storyline PvE shit. So it's pathetic. A shell of what it was supposed to be, and it just keeps getting worse. Overwatch League, the esports scene for Overwatch, is imploding. Now, it's not completely dead yet, but it looks like it's on its deathbed. It looks like it's getting out its final ooh-rah here, and it's going out sad. It's actually pretty wacky. I haven't read this article on it. I wonder if this gives the full overview. Let me see. 6 years after the Overwatch League was formed, dark clouds loom on the horizon, but is OWL coming to an end? As the esports industry continues to navigate a dark period, commonly referred to as the esports winter. Jesus, that's embarrassing. Please don't call it that. This is just very natural for a highly inflated industry. Everyone knew this day was coming. They just kept kicking the can down the road. Oh, here we go. The 12 initial teams paid $20 million to enter the league in 2017, with the price of 8 expansion slots rising to as much as $35 million a year later. Actual, full-blown scam. Big thanks to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance platform that allows you to save more and spend less. Rocket Money allows you to manage subscriptions, lower bills, build a custom budget, and grow your savings all in one place. I had actually just recently learned that I was still paying a subscription to a game that I haven't touched in probably about 6 years now. And thanks to Rocket Money, I was able to notice that and cancel it easily, with no headache and no hassle whatsoever. Rocket Money can also help lower your bills by uploading a photo, tapping a button, and it'll negotiate bills for you, from internet service bills to cable and phone bills. You can also set your own budgets to help keep everything in line, so that way you know if you're getting close to exceeding them, because you'll get a notification from Rocket Money, and it helps you visualize your spend-to-earn ratio by month, quarter, and year. Overall, Rocket Money is a fantastic all-in-one finance platform with tons of tools and features that can really help you out. So if you want to get started, you can get a free trial by going to the link in the description below or by going to rocketmoney.com/moist to start trying it for free, or you can unlock even more features with premium. Thanks again to Rocket Money for sponsoring this video. I brought this up multiple times after starting Moist Esports because not a lot of people, like very few people, but a couple of people asked if we'd have any interest in Overwatch, and I said even if like we did really like the competitive scene a lot, super passionate about it, there is no world where we could afford the buy-in. And I said it was like 20 million, and chat was like, "You're so wrong. No way. No, it's not. You're lying." Despite big ambitions and the extravagant sums of money involved, the Overwatch League has lost steam over the years, failing to ever eclipse the viewership it achieved at launch. Multiple factors have contributed to this, from the controversial YouTube exclusivity deal to the 2020 global health and travel crisis, to the allegations of abuse and harassment at Activision Blizzard. I don't know how much the YouTube exclusivity deal mattered. Even if it wasn't and they were still broadcasting on Twitch and YouTube, well, actually they wouldn't be able to under Twitch's new rules. That'd be illegal. That's forbidden. Okay, let's just assume they never had the exclusivity though. I don't think it would change. The interest in the game overall has been declining. And the esports sector of any game is always just a pocket. It's not the whole community. So it's kind of a niche within the community itself already. I don't think it would have mattered that much. Viewership in the Overwatch League has been in free fall. The recent 2020 spring stage qualifier had a peak of 118k and an average of 55k, a huge drop off from 437k and 140k from season 1. Do they do drops? Because this is actually a lot higher than I would have expected it to be. That's actually higher than the LCS. I imagine they do drops in order to gamify it a little bit to cheese some viewers. They do? Okay, that makes sense. With no clear path to profitability and Activision Blizzard in the middle of acquisition by Microsoft, the Overwatch League could be on its last legs. It is. I hope they cover it. Yep, it's right here. As of July 20th, there's no confirmation that the Overwatch League is coming to an abrupt end. However, this possibility has become increasingly likely since Activision Blizzard released its second quarter earnings report, and the document revealed that OWL teams will vote on a new operating agreement at the end of the current season. A team that opts out of the league will be entitled to receive $6 million in termination fees. This means that if all 19 franchise teams decide to withdraw from the league, Activision Blizzard will pay a total of $114 million in termination fees. They're literally paying you to leave. They're like, please leave, we will even pay you to get the fuck out. Everyone will take it. I really think every single franchise team will. But imagine one that has so much money that they want to be petty. They could not take it and basically just hold the Overwatch League hostage, I think. Which would be fucking amazing. Just one team. The Bumblefuck Scoremasters, the last Overwatch League team holding out, refusing to take the buyout. It's like when a city's trying to buy like a dilapidated house in order to build around the area and the owner just won't sell. It's like that scene in Better Call Saul, actually. But with an esports squad. In the city case, I believe the government can forcibly take it. I don't think so. I'm not an expert, but this is very personal, actually. My university, the University of Tampa, they were doing some rapid expansion, and they were buying up a ton of houses and a ton of property around the area in order to keep building the university out over the last 10 years. There is still, to this day, last I checked, although it's been about a year now, so maybe it's different, one house in the middle of all of it. It's right before their lacrosse field, right next to their gym, and right in between their dance studio. There is one fucking house that they cannot buy because the owner will not sell. He refuses to sell. He's had it since like the fucking 30s. That shit's been there since the Stone Ages. He will not sell it. Apparently they keep offering and he just says no thank you. And he keeps his house planted in the middle of everything. In a sea of university students, there is one 2-story rough shape house that they cannot take from him, I guess, because he is not selling it. Unless he did over the last year. Like I said, it's been about a year. I hope he didn't, though. I really hope he didn't sell it. After spending between $20 to $35 million in franchise fees, plus millions more in operating costs over the years, many teams may simply opt out of the league and take the termination fee to stop the bleeding and recoup some of their losses. Independent reporter Jacob Wolf reported in May 2022, Activision was still owed approximately $400 million in unpaid franchise fees from Owl and CDL as payments were deferred during lockdowns. This is another one you guys didn't believe me on. CDL was also a $20 million buy-in roughly for the esports side. You guys didn't believe me there either. It is. It is legitimately just a full-blown Activision Blizzard scam. The fucking franchising costs. In May 2023, the Sports Business Journal reported that Overwatch League had agreed to waive the outstanding franchise fees for all teams. At the time, the Owl teams still owed anywhere between $6 and $7.5 million to the league. According to Activision Blizzard's most recent financial report, the Overwatch League revenue represents less than 1% of the company's consolidated net revenue. This came only 2 months after the company stated that the Overwatch League and Call of Duty League continue to face headwinds which are negatively impacting the operations and potentially the longevity of the league under the current business model. There is no business model. The business model was hose these organizations for a massive franchise spot buy-in and nothing else. There is no business model. Esports is not a business. It's just net loss forever. Literally forever. No one's figured it out yet. No specific date has been announced as of yet. All we know is that the team owners will vote to either continue in the Overwatch League under a new operating agreement or walk away and receive a $6 million fee at the end of the current season. The 2023 Overwatch League season will come to an end with the LAN finals scheduled for September 28th through October 1st, and the event will take place in Toronto, co-hosted by the city's franchise Toronto Defiant, and feature the top 5 teams from the West, top 3 from the East. The winner will take home $1 million. I'm sure this one might actually get viewership because it'll be the last one. And then they're paying people to get the fuck out. Closing down the house party, turning off the music, and then giving them a little goodie bag of $6 million on the way out and a pat on the ass. Even if Overwatch League does disappear at the end of the 2023 season, this doesn't necessarily mean that Overwatch esports will cease to exist. In a May 5th interview with Deserto, Sean Miller, the head of the Overwatch League, highlighted that the company remained committed to supporting the game's esports ecosystem. Overwatch esports are not going away anytime soon. Oh, is that right? Just like Overwatch 2's campaign's coming out any day now, the PvE is going to be amazing. We're going to have seasonal storylines when you couldn't deliver on that. All of those other amazing promises that have come true for Overwatch. Your word means a lot, Sean. The Overwatch track record has been stellar. Blemish-free. There's rumors about teams suing over false statements to investing, which is why they're offering the $6 million. They should still sue. They should still sue. This article hasn't mentioned it yet, but they apparently also laid off most of their staff, like their esports staff, for Overwatch. I read that earlier today, but maybe it comes in towards the end of the article. On July 19th, Miller underlined the same point, telling Verge that Activision Blizzard is building towards a revitalized global scene that prioritizes players and fans. As opposed to what? Prioritizes what? Like, this is esports. Players and fans. There's nothing else. Like, I mean, I guess you could prioritize money, but you've done a terrible job with that, too. Like, this is a nothing statement. This is legitimately a nothing statement. This means nothing. He added that the company could be taking elements from other esports leagues when designing the future of Overwatch esports. One such league is Overwatch Apex, a tournament series in South Korea organized by cable TV channel On Game. Between 2016 and 2017, Apex came to an end in late 2017 when Blizzard announced that Overwatch Contenders would operate in 7 regions, and it was rebranded as Contenders. What does it mean for the Call of Duty League? It's unclear at this point how the cancellation of the Overwatch League will impact its sister, but what is clear is that the recent round of layoffs at Activision Blizzard has affected workers who were involved in the CDL operations. CDL senior producer Nicholas Henshoden was among the almost 50 people who were let go earlier this week. On Twitter, he said that he and his entire content team had been laid off, and he'd been with Blizzard since 2017, working with Heroes of the Storm and Overwatch before transitioning to Call of Duty. Yeah, they don't really have an esports staff. They're slapping them. On the July 14th episode of Nadeshot Knows, 100 Thieves president and COO John Robinson presented that all CDL teams will be in a relatively healthy position by 2025. That's a good thing for the league overall, for all businesses to go through that transition of getting to break even. If you say so. How are they getting to break even by firing all of their staff and paying people to leave the league? I understand this is for Call of Duty, but this is not showing me signs of any kind of health around the corner for the company in the esports sector. Which is not a good spectator game. I'd be inclined to agree with you. It's not the best spectator game, mainly because even though I do think Overwatch 2 changed it a bit, for the longest time it was literally just shoot at meat pile, wait for ults, coordinate ults, and not a whole lot else for a while. I think 2's definitely improved on that a bit, but for a long time that was basically the esports scene. Oh yeah, in other Overwatch news, it's coming to Steam. Yeah, I saw. Oh, actually, it's coming to Steam much sooner than I thought. August 10th. Overwatch 2's coming to Steam. To me, that sounds desperate. Very desperate. Those player count numbers must not be looking good. Why can't I get this timing even a little bit? Like, this one feels good, but it's too late. But then I go too early half the time. Where is the porridge that's just right? Let's try here. Yeah, there we go. You still doing Cork off Perfect Waifu? No, I'm retiring Cork entirely. Perfect Waifu, we still go Pirate Hat.
Education breeds confidence. Confidence breeds hope. Hope.
Whoa, that's never happened. That was sad. That's probably never happened in the history of running this game. Let's see how the first waifu launch of the night goes. Man, I'm not even gonna reach it. Holy. Can I bail out anywhere? Not really. Oh. Oh. What is happening? Did this game get like a hotfix tonight? Why is he not grabbing that anymore? That's 2 times tonight, and that's never happened before until tonight. What is going on? He is straight up refusing to grab that. When I've never had that issue. What? What is going on? Wow. Actually perfect. Do I need to wait for Dragon from here, though? I don't know. I will, just to be safe. I don't know if I need to or not. I've actually never hit that. Because he goes around, and I'm not doing the speedrun route, so I think he hits me if I go for it. Yeah, he definitely would have. Because I'm just going to do normal route since I haven't practiced this, and I think I actually might still be able to sub hour. This was with like 3 catastrophic failures too. And it's actually still in the cards potentially. I full fell 3 times. Oh shit, I don't make that. Yes I do. Cause I'm fucking clutch. This might be a little tough though. Nope.
We are in this world to get
No. Fuck. I got the last little dinky hitbox on that. Fuck.
Wow, that's cool.
God damn, this is gonna be like a 1 hour, 1 minute run. Fuck, what a shame. Even with all of these catastrophic failures, still very easily could have been sub-hour. Yeah, this was such a sloppy run, like an absolutely ridiculously sloppy run, so I think sub 45's in the cards, to be honest. Like I said, I had so many full falls in this one and still got just over an hour. We take that. First run was 2 hours, 54 minutes. Second run is an hour. That's substantial improvement.
We've come a long way.
This is on track for sub 40. Not really. Thanks to the resub cup. Well, if I hit everything perfectly, maybe, but that's just unlikely. He's got about, like, this angle. He goes back and forth a few times. And then hits it. That's... I'm not even gonna make it. I don't understand, man. Ugh. That's the second time that I don't even make it off that. I'm hitting the right spot on the bed, too. 10:57. Just remember that. We'll add it to whatever this is. When I put my fingers back on the keyboard after stretching, I accidentally hit the timer pause key. Just add 11 minutes to whatever I finish this with. So legitimately this was a sub 13 Earth, which is actually, I think, my best time. I got every single trick first try. Yeah. Yeah. Don't just climb it. You little asshole. Alright. God, this pace is actually so fucking good too. It is a shame that it's sullied a bit by me accidentally restarting timer. Just add 11 minutes to what are you doing? Climb it! Just add 11 minutes. This is by far my cleanest run here, though. That is a 15:30 Jesus hand. Perfect waifu. This run is so nasty. This is a sub 20. I prefer my setup for waifu, it just feels better. What just happened? What hitbox did I land on there? Huh? I jumped and then hit something on the way down. What? Oh. What a throw. What a fucking throw. What? That's new. Well, I get to practice waifu, I guess. Perfect waifu. Man, my waifu setup is so good. Like, actually so good. I've first tried everything here except for the easiest fucking trick in the run. And I hit 2 perfect back-to-back waifus to keep this pace, which is crazy.
Many things were terrifying at night and became a
God, we're on
laughing
such
matter
good
when
fucking
daylight
pace.
came.
I'm not going cheese. There is no reason to even risk it. I can do cheese, I've done cheese, but I'm not gonna fucking risk it here, not for this. Oh, tragic. Clipped by the wing. Right when he gets to the corner and makes the sound. Right now. Yep, I think that's gonna be the strat. Then I get over his wing hitbox. Sub 40. Whoa! What? Wait, that's never happened! Wait, what? Huh? I've never even seen that happen. Wait, how? How did he wiggle me off? I didn't even do anything. That hitbox has never once kicked me off. My hands were off the keyboard. All I had was a hand on a mouse. What the fuck, man? Well, I get to practice my new dragon setup, I guess. That was crazy. Whoa! What is going on? Something had to have just happened to the game during all that. I've never been kicked off Dragon once I'm on top of his hitbox. And then I just fall through solid floor walking. The game had some kind of crazy fucking hiccup there. Was this one of those moments where like a solar flare just changed the value in the hex code? Voice crack. Like with the tick-tock clock from Mario 64. Veritasium has a whole video on it, and I think I was just a victim of another one. I wonder if it's gonna kick me off again. Oh, it's really fucking trying. Okay. What is going on? Holy shit. There's nothing I can do to save this. If I try and move, I fall off. If I do anything, I fall off here, so... all I can do is just put it in the Lord's hands now. There's nothing I can do here. If I fall off, I fall off. I'm completely powerless here. A single movement throws me off, so... we'll see. Oh my god, that was clean. Holy shit, that was so clean. I still think I have to wait for Dragon to go around or I'm gonna get clipped. I still think I have to. Or I can try the speedrun route. Which is this, which I know I won't get hit in. Oh my god, I'm not doing that ever again. I almost fell. If I still sub-hour after all of, like, this cacophony of disaster and sadness, I will be elated. And a little disappointed that this is my sub-hour, if it is. Horse tried to kick me off. Not on my watch. Not today. No, sir. No, sir. The jockey is in.
We are in this world to gain experience, and in order to gain experience, we need to move forward. So the meaning of life is in life itself. Well...
Yeah, I'm smelling something real stinky. Yeah. Woo! Alright. No, timer's wrong, Right now we're at 51:52. Well, a little less than that, like... because it was 10:57 when I accidentally slapped my pause button. So, add 10:57 to whatever I've got right here. Timer's off. It's still sub-hour and it's still better than Lud. Let's fucking go. That was with... actually... 52 minutes. Wow. That was actually with 3 different fucking dragon failures. No, 4. Because I missed the first rotation, I think, right? 4 dragon failures, plus the fall through solid floor, still sub-hour. So icy. This actually could have been a sub-35 run. If I had hit dragon on the first one, it would have been a sub-35 fucking run. This was so crazy. Everything was perfect except Dragon. Shit, man, that was a crazy run. Things are just insane. Oof. Wasn't paying enough attention, I guess. Nope, can't make it. Wires. I didn't get far enough up. That's alright. It's still faster than my PB. I have been lights out with this. I haven't missed that once tonight. Whew. Alright, nice. Actually ahead of PB time. I was at 10:57 at elevator here. Or leaving elevator here. So we're making up ground on what was an incredible run. Yep. This is my magnum opus Earth run. Actually, everything perfect except windmill. Windmill went wires instead of to, roof. 12-minute Earth. Now, we just gotta perform admirably on everything else. I am very good at everything up till Dragon, though. I'm very consistent on everything up till Dragon. Dragon is just the hardest trick in the run. For
Ask,
everybody.
and it will be given to you. Seek,
But I
and you
like
will
my new
find.
Dragon setup.
Knock, and it will be open to you.
Okay. My waifu setup was absolutely lights out on my PB. I had to hit it perfectly twice and still got it. So let's see if I'm still locked into the mainframe. Nope. Damn! Shit. I wasn't sharp enough on the angle. Okay. We're still, saving time on PB. I was 23 ship last time, I think. And that was with 2 perfect waifus, so we're still saving time. Stop climbing! You're wasting my time. No! No, 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 no! Can I still make it? Can I still make it? Can I still make it? Okay. Oh, I didn't get the jump off, but we still made it. Okay. That would have been like an actual big time loss that I'd be upset about. Oh my god, just let me up. Oh my god, please. This isn't where I wanted to be. But it's where I have to settle for right now. Oh my god, this pace, this pace, this pace! This fucking pace, I'm not going cheese. I just don't want to risk it. I am very confident in my cheese, but I'm not risking it. It's not worth risking. Not with this pace. I really like my cheese, but it's not worth it. Sub 25. Leaving Bifrost Bridge. Out of Asgard. Holy shit, this pace. What the fuck? I'm on a different playing field. I'm in a new dimension. I've tapped into the Speed Force. We're going for it. We're going one rotation dragon. Let's get it. Let's fucking get it. Time to get stinky.
Stop drifting. Run to the finish line. Give up your hopes, and if your well-being is important to you, be your
Nope,
own
I'm already too
savior
slow.
while you can.
Why did he start so early? Going for it anyway, we're full sending. Not even close. Fuck, man! Was I slow or did he start early? Come on now. Don't kick me off. Don't kick me off. This is a really good position. Don't kick me off. Don't kick me off. Okay, I think we're set. I think that's the only spot it can kick you off if you have a bad spot. Alright. Now we just have to execute at a high level. Does he full send after Dragon? Or does he wait for Dragon to go by? Tell me now. I need to know now. He full sends. Okay, then I'll do the same. No! Oh, what a... You can't teach that clutch factor. I'm born with it. Go, 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 go. Full send. No, no, no. Time loss. Stop climbing everything! What are you doing with the pig? Get off his ass! Perfect yoga balls. Oh no, I can't make it. I can't beat Moon Moon. But that's alright, that's alright. We can still have a great run here. No, I shouldn't have done that. I should have played it safe. Okay, I got greedy. I got greedy. I got greedy. I had stars in my eyes. I am so fucking clutch, it's unreal. What? Oh my god, what am I made out of? Is there even human DNA left in me, or is it all just gamer?
We are in this world to gain experience.
Woo, baby! What a run!
Life is in life itself. Well, that's cool.
Just barely missed Moon Moon here. But what a fucking run regardless. Holy shit. I am a weapon. I am an actual speedrunning weapon. MK Ultra was designed to try and find a specimen as powerful as me, and they failed. You had to wait for millions of years of fine-tuned evolution to reach something like this. Wow! Wow! Thanks to the Prime Skizzy and the resub Gauge. Yes! Fucking huge run! And there is still so much room for improvement. I fucked up Waifu. I fucked up Waifu Skip and I didn't get Dragon in first rotation. I can absolutely sub 30 this shit. God damn it. Why I oughta. So nasty. The sauce is too tasty with me. Just slow roll a victory lap here. Oh. 37, well, 36 minutes according to the game. Holy shit. And to think, just yesterday I was celebrating a 2-hour 54-minute completion. How cringe. What a little homunculus I was yesterday. To think that that was worthy of a celebration. Everything about that run was perfect except my waifu and missing first dragon. And my waifu setup is usually deadly consistent. I always go to her elbow, I always give that shit a little tickle. It's just that time I got very dreadfully unlucky. Oh, yoga balls too. I don't really count the yoga balls though. Fucking up there is not a huge time loss, I don't care that much. But yeah, I did miss yoga balls first as well. I'm number 141 on the leaderboard. You love to hear that. Top 150 already? Destined for greatness. Woo! And you just knocked Lud off the leaderboard. Hey, skill issue. Gotta work on it. Gotta clean it up. Squeaky wheel gets the grease. I got my first completion yesterday, and I'm already chipping it down to 37-minute runs. Lord forgive me because I'm about to sin again. I have sworn time and time again that I would do my best to resist making fun of the platform formerly known as Twitter, but I can't help myself. They keep giving me little layups that I can't help but just finish at the rim on. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. I just made a video making fun of the Twitter rebrand. It's now just called X, the letter X and nothing else, which, as I said, is very embarrassing because it sounds like something on Xbox Live in a Call of Duty lobby from 2009 where every 12-year-old thought having X's in their name was cool, and I thought I had finally got it all out of my system. There's no more jokes left to make about this low-hanging fruit. Until just now, with breaking news, they released their new official tagline, and I couldn't believe it. My jaw was literally on the floor. I was more stunned by this tagline than I was with the ending to Inception when I first watched it. I shit you not. The report said that their tagline was "Blaze Your Glory." And I didn't believe them at first. I thought this was propaganda because surely no one is that uncool. What does this even mean? Blaze Your Glory. That sounds like a meaningless nothing burger that an anime protagonist would have shouted in a 2004 throwaway anime. I just can't believe someone could be this lame. I don't think evolution would allow for someone to be this uncool. We didn't evolve over the course of millions of years to reach a point where someone has made it to the apotheosis of cringe. I just don't believe we're there yet. Yet, all of the evidence points to the contrary. Elon Musk might legitimately be the lamest person to ever exist to think that this is cool. Blaze your glory. What does that even mean? It sounds like a sexual euphemism, like, oh, fuck. I'm up late, lotion on my hands, and I'm blazing my glory right now. I actually went to the App Store to check this for myself because I thought I was being lied to. I couldn't believe we existed in such a cursed dimension that would allow someone to think that this was cool. But it's true, it's real. That is the tagline for the platform formerly known as Twitter. It is Blaze Your Glory. That is worse than those old Discord cringe messages that would pop up when you try and launch the program where it was like, calculating RAR meme threshold, need to construct additional pylons for optimal memeing, quick get to cover, Wumpus is a fire in his laser. Watch out, Springle just deleted all your base no longer belong to us. That old garbage, this is worse. Blaze Your Glory is like 50 times worse. I have legitimately been giggling about this for at least 10 minutes, which is why I'm making a whole video once again making fun of this platform, even though I have sworn that I would stop, like, control myself, the urge, but I can't fight it. It's like that scene in Knock Knock with Keanu Reeves, where he gets tied up by the two girls, and he's like, I didn't fuck you, you fucked me. You came into my house and you sucked my cock. You sucked my dick. It was free pizza. That's how I feel right now. This is free pizza. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, how could I not make fun of this? My glory is blazing just thinking about this shit. It's so wild to me. And I really just can't get over his obsession with the letter X. He named one of their fucking children X. And then a couple of other letters here that he must have seen during like a Steam Guard check to make sure that you're not a robot. Like, I understand that it has some kind of connotation with some kind of fighter jet or something, but once again, it's probably chosen by Elon Musk just because the letter X is in it. And for fucking 20 years now, over 2 decades, he's wanted X.com. Like, he wanted that to be PayPal originally. They shot that down for obvious reason because very clearly it seems like a porn site. But now he's got fucking full reign, unthrottled, uncircumcised, and unhinged. So he's got X and he's letting it all rip. There is no one but yes men surrounding Elon Musk just saying, go wild, brother. And he is. The glory will not stop being set ablaze right now at the X headquarters. Just a few nights ago, they set up some kind of X sign, like a light beaming off of a sign to the building, like it was the goddamn bat signal, but for fucking cringe. It was just like the letter X on a building. It looked horrible. It was disruptive. It was awful. It is just a non-stop roller coaster of embarrassment. I really don't know how it's possible to be that uncool. Like, it's incomprehensible to me. I grew up as a fucking loser, a weirdo, for sure. But even I would know that this is so embarrassing. My cheeks would never stop being red. I would never show my face out of shame. I would legitimately be in a paper bag for the rest of my life. I wouldn't let people see my face if I was the guy that kept doing this shit with X and Blaze Your Glory. The shame would just be far too much to even put into words. I just... I can't help but make fun of it. I really can't. It's begging for it. I think there is a chance Elon Musk has some kind of humiliation fetish. Like, the more people say that it's lame, the more he wants to be insulted for it, it feels like. This seems deliberate. This can't be accidental. No one is this accidentally uncool. It's a plague because it's infecting other people into being just as lame. There's a lot of people that will just defend anything Elon Musk does with the platform, and then get mad when people make fun of it. So it's not just him, he is infecting and spreading the lame virus. He's like the Axe body spray for online losers, where a lot of people will flock to him as like this group feeling of being like successful and cool, and like they're always going to battle for their leader Elon Musk, which makes no sense. Again, I don't really care about Twitter's success or its failure. I'm just laughing at the goofy decisions made along the way. So I'm just going to bring up one tweet here. It's not even this person in particular I have a problem with or anything. This is just the general attitude about how when I make fun of it, I'm just coping with the success of Twitter under the leadership of Elon Musk. I don't give a fuck. If Twitter burns to the ground tomorrow, I don't care. If it's 20 times more successful tomorrow, I don't care. I think the platform sucks. I'd prefer if it was in the dirt, buried 6 feet under. I think it's been a net negative for the entire world, but overall, its presence isn't something that disturbs me or makes me upset. I'm not coping with its success. I'm making fun of it. So even if it's 20 times more successful tomorrow, I will still make fun of it. You know what else is extremely successful? Selling soiled, used panties online to degenerates. I'll make fun of that too, but it is successful. It's very successful. A lot of women make a ton of money doing that. But just like X, Blaze Your Glory, it's something to laugh at because it's so fucking silly. It's so goofy. So no, this has nothing to do with jealousy over a platform's success or its failure or anything. It is just legitimately comical nonsense along the way that is something to point and laugh at as a spectacle and shoot some spitballs at. It's a circus, and the clowns are dancing, honking their nose and making me giggle. It's just not that deep. There's really nothing to psychoanalyze here. You don't need to be holding up Rorschachs to me in order to get down to the bottom of it. It's just super simple. So just stop being so upset when people make fun of some goofy shit like this. Keep your glory blazing, take a step back, and share in the laughs. It's just that simple. You're not on the board of directors or anything. You don't have any like actual investment into the company. So whether it's successful or it's not, it shouldn't matter to you. Just have fun. Like, just enjoy the silly ride that we're all on here with watching all of these goofy things unfold in front of us. Maybe it'll end up making the platform 1,000 times more successful and becomes extremely profitable. And maybe, 10 years from now, Blaze Your Glory's on t-shirts. He's even got its own little mascot, like fucking Ultra Lord out of Jimmy Neutron, the Glory Blazer or something. Like, maybe it's the biggest thing in the world, but it will still always be a fucking goofy, uncool thing. always worthy of being joked about. But anyway, I won't go on too much longer about it. That's really about it. May your glory be forever ablaze, my ex-friends. That's about it. See ya. Yesterday I read an extremely sad story, which was accompanied by an extremely disturbing video, that's unlocked a brand new fear within me that I didn't know I had so strongly. It's like an Xbox achievement I never wanted to unlock. Now that's nothing new, that's not some unique, quirky thing that only I experienced. It's very common for people to read something or see something that, you know, gives them the heebie-jeebies and it becomes some kind of fear or phobia that they'll carry from that point forward. Sometimes it's really goofy things like a silly horror movie. Like maybe you saw the Winnie the Pooh horror film and that scene where the disgusting Winnie the Pooh costume starts drooling after seeing a pair of titties. And now maybe you're fearful of pervert Winnie the Pooh being your sleep paralysis demon or something, right? Like there's just plenty of things where you'll learn something, read something, and it becomes like this new fear. That's what happened to me yesterday. And it's about a story that I'm sure a lot of you have read about or seen the video of by now, with the 18-year-old who was on a cruise ship with his friends, and someone dared him to jump off the cruise ship, and he did. This happened a few days ago, and he still hasn't been found, and obviously most likely will not be found alive. Since reading about and watching the story, I've just thought about it a lot, so I kind of just wanted to talk about this situation because it's fucking heartbreaking. Like, my heart goes out to the family here for this loss because it's so fucking sad. The video is just beyond scary. It is fucking terrifying. He's swimming around. They've threw one of the life rings out there, but it's quite a ways away from him. And you can actually see something like breach the surface of the water, and it looks like a shark. Like it actually looks like a shark in front of him, and he's looking at something and swimming away from it. He's swimming away from the life ring. And that's, I think, and what a lot of people speculate is because it looked like a shark. Now, from what I've read, it's not uncommon for sharks to circle cruise ships just kind of collecting scraps, which I, of course, had no idea of. They sound like fucking seagulls out there, I guess. So it very well could have been a shark, but it's too blurry and it's too dark in the night to actually see for sure if it's a shark. But there was something there. And he started swimming away from the life ring, and within like 2 seconds, just vanishes into the open water in the middle of the night. The video is just haunting as well. There's some callous asshole who, as the 18-year-old kid is vanishing into the open water, he just says, bye-bye. Like, that is downright evil. Keep in mind, this was off of a dare, which is crazy to think about. It's unironically what your parents used to say growing up, you know, don't follow the crowd. If your friends jump off a cliff, would you jump off a cliff? You know, that kind of garbage. But then it actually happened here. Of course, I imagine whoever dared him to jump off the ship didn't expect him to actually do it, but he did, which means that person is now partly responsible for Cameron's death. The kid's name was Cameron, and they haven't found his body yet, and they probably never will. They called off the search because they hadn't been making any progress on it, so they'll probably never find the body, and I don't think there's any chance that he'll be found alive at any point or anything like that. So this is very much a situation where that dare killed him. Such a diabolical dare, too. Even if it was meant as a joke. I dare you to jump off the cruise ship, basically saying, I dare you to commit suicide. Like, that's fucking crazy. That's so weird. You know, double dog dare you to throw your life away. Haha. It's so gross. It's a tragic situation, and the video is so fucking disturbing to see. I, of course, have always had a bit of a fear of open water, like swimming out in open water. I think every human being in the world has that kind of fear, like built in. That's like default factory settings for human beings. But I've never really considered the possibility of a cruise ship leading to a situation like this. I've never been on a cruise before. It's not because I'm afraid of like boats or anything like that. It's mainly just because I don't think I would enjoy being on a cruise. But I never really stopped to process the potential danger of falling in. Like, I guess in my stupid little caveman brain, I always thought to myself, like, ooh, Charlie fall in, Charlie swim back to boat, or life ring go to Charlie and Charlie get back on boat. And honestly, I blame Yu-Gi-Oh! When Weevil throws in Yugi's Exodia pieces and Joey dives in off the boat and has no problem getting back. That must have planted the stupidity deep in my brain. But I just never really processed the potential danger of an overboard. And according to what I've read, overboards on cruise ships are very, very often fatal. especially in the middle of the night. It's extremely difficult to find someone who's gone overboard because of the current that the cruise ship creates. Usually yanks people under, pushing them very far away very quickly, and it just makes it very difficult to locate, even during the day, let alone at night. It is so fucking rare. There's been a reported 212 overboards from 2009 to 2019, so they're not super common. I guess there's a lot of protocol in place to prevent something like that happening, but it does happen occasionally. And of the 212 overboards, 48 of those were rescued alive, so 28%. That's not a very high survival rate at all. So I just never realized just how dangerous it would be to fall off of a cruise ship. And I feel like another thing that contributes to it is people just have this perception that cruise ships move excruciatingly slow, but that's just not the reality of it. They're simply massive. Like, they are huge, so it looks like they're going slower than they are. But in the water out there, it'd be very hard to keep up with the cruise ship unless you're an Olympic caliber swimmer. It's kind of like a kaiju fight, right? Like Godzilla fighting King Ghidorah, it looks like they're kind of moving slow with a tail whip and shit, but they're just so big, that tail's probably moving at goddamn the speed of sound. It's just because it's so big, it looks slow. So, like, falling in or jumping in off of a cruise ship has to be one of the worst things that can happen, like, in general. And I haven't even mentioned the hypothermia because of how cold the water would be in the middle of the night and in the middle of the open water like that. It is probably just the worst possible situation to find yourself in. It's heartbreaking. It's a super tragic story, and unironically, it has unlocked a massive new fear within me, like just picturing that whole series of events out there and then seeing that video. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to talk about this story a little bit, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Halt! You've just reached a smile checkpoint. And it's time to pay the fee, so put a big smile on that face. I'm here to help. I've got some amazing news that's going to tug on your heartstrings and make you go, aww. A YouTube scammer was just sentenced to over 5 years in jail for a massive fraudulent operation they've been running for the last half a decade. And boy, howdy I tell ya, it's always a great feeling watching a scammer get their comeuppance. A nice knuckle sandwich from the law. And honestly, he's getting off easy here. His name is Jose Terran, and he is like the Cobra Commander of scammers. This guy is going to go down in history as one of the largest fraudsters in not only YouTube history, but music history as well. Over the course of the last 5 years, Jose has claimed 50,000 songs, meaning that he then took the rights from these songs and all of the money that those songs would generate online went into his bank account. And over the course of the 5 years he's been doing this, he's made roughly $23 million in royalty proceeds from the music he's fraudulently claimed. Bro straight up found a money tree and couldn't help but take a bite from the forbidden fruit, just like in the Garden of Eden. And now he is paying the price. He may have raked in 23 million bones, but now it's coming at the cost of over 5 years worth of his life spent in the slammer. And I really do think he's getting off easy here because this is an absolutely abhorrent case of fraud. But the wildest part is this is actually a very prevalent and out of control epidemic on YouTube itself. This scam is not something Jose came up with. This is very common right now and used by a lot of other shady scumbags. In fact, I'm not here to start pointing fingers here and, calling out sailors on the ship. I'm not trying to lead a mutiny. But there's even some beloved YouTubers that do pretty much exactly what Jose did on a smaller scale. We'll talk about all of that in a minute. I just want to quickly thank today's video sponsor, Opera GX. Opera GX just has so many tools that really allow you to customize it to your liking, as well as even allowing you to limit how much CPU and RAM the browser uses with GX Control. GX Control allows you to enhance your performance on PC when gaming by changing the amount of CPU and RAM you're willing to allocate to the browser, which makes it a lot less of a load on your system, unlike something like Chrome, for example, which is a resource hog. Another great feature is, of course, GX mods, and there's even a mod pack for me on there as well, if that sounds interesting, where you can change browser sounds. Yeah, baby! So yeah, all kinds of customizable wallpapers, and a lot of other interesting things that you can toy around with and adjust thanks to things like GX mods. And when you download using my link, you can see my latest 12 uploads in the Opera GX corner. So if you're interested in starting with Opera GX, you can download it for free in the description. Thanks again to Opera for sponsoring. Before diving into the bigger picture of this whole situation, let's focus on the particulars of Jose's case here. Now, he's considered a person of high risk to reoffend. They even cited that he obtained more than $6 million in personal profits and continued pocketing another $190K of stolen royalties, which he hid. And the hefty sentence was really necessary to deter him from launching future scams because he's planning to remain in the music business. I want to stop it right there. How the fuck is this even considered a hefty sentence? He stole $23 million. 23 million clams that he had no right to, he stole. Now let me walk you through how the scam works. Someone like Jose and other awful people like Jose will set up these fraudulent businesses and they'll go on a copyright claiming bender. Like, we're talking full-blown, like 10 lines of coke, stay up 24 hours programming bots in order to flag content on YouTube that they will copyright claim to take the money from. On YouTube, when you copyright claim a piece of content, you then get the ad revenue from it, even though it wasn't you who posted the video. This happens to everyone's channel at some point. At some point, someone created a piece of like music or something that plays in the background of a game you're playing or something, and it'll get flagged in the system, and when that's there, you lose all of the ad revenue from the content, and it goes to the person who made that piece, or is claiming they made that piece. That's how it works. In theory, it's supposed to be there to protect copyright holders from people that are just re-uploading their shit. Instead of just like taking it down, you have the option to instead just take the money from it and it can stay up. But there's a lot of people that exploit this process, like Jose, where you don't have the rights to 50,000 songs here, but you're still claiming it because YouTube's system is fucking archaic. And there's not a whole lot of safeguards in place. A great example to highlight how unacceptably dog shit the current system is on YouTube, a community member of Destiny 2, just a person, just a, you know, red-blooded, God-fearing human being, a normal person, noticed that this is a complete oversight from the system. And in the Destiny 2 community, he got really fed up with the way Bungie was doing something. They got very upset. I don't want to go into all the details here, so I'm not going to get like too deep into the weeds. But basically, they were disgruntled, and in order to get back at not only the community, but Bungie themselves, they started copyright claiming a ton of content in the Destiny community. And they were claiming it as if it was Bungie doing it. So Bungie got a lot of flack, a lot of shit for it, and then eventually they got so bold and brazen that they copyright claimed Bungie themselves. Bungie's own content that they were posting on YouTube, their Destiny 2 content, this guy started taking the rights of. So it's very exploitable and has been exploited many times. And it's illegal, highly illegal. That guy's facing some serious life-changing repercussions from all of that. And now Jose is as well. But the point is, it is exploited often. It happened a lot and blew up in a big way a couple months back on TikTok, where people started to notice that there's these Spotify accounts set up that just play like random common sound effects like Roblox oof, or like that gong sound effect when something happens, like when you, I don't know, drink milk too fast on TikTok and it's like gong, I'm gonna shit my pants, like those sound effects. Someone had made Spotify accounts and were actually claiming those sound effects so that way they could take the ad revenue from YouTube videos that use them. It's someone that obviously didn't work on any of the sound effects or anything, but they noticed that they could claim the individual sound effects and then take the ad revenue. So the point is, this is a very common scam and it's a fucking problem. And Jose did this for half a decade, claimed over 50,000 songs that were not his, stealing money directly from those artists in order to profit himself, and he's only getting a little over 5 years in jail? I think that is a far cry from a hefty sentence. And the only reason that it's even that high is because they think he's at a high risk for reoffending, which he is, made over $20 million. You think this guy's not going to come right back into, hop onto the saddle again for another 20 million doubloons? Of course he will. So 5 years is comical. This should have been like an absolute statement. They should have made an example out of Jose here with a super serious sentence, because they got to put the kibosh on this shit. It's already out of control, and it's only going to get worse as people realize just how profitable it is to make these fraudulent copyright claims. So I totally disagree that this is hefty. This is light sentencing for this guy. And it's not just him. In fact, there is another one of his associates that is facing sentencing soon, but I imagine it's going to be roughly the same charges and the same time in jail. So it looks like there's going to be a restitution hearing soon, and right now the amount is set at $1.4 million to the victims of this scam, but they're trying to connect with more victims, but it's a little difficult because a lot of them are outside the US. A little insight into how this scam works was highlighted here in the Ars Technica article. It said that Batista, which was Jose's, teammate here, they duo queued to start this scam. They began in 2017, and they started the label known as Media Move. And the goal was to seize unearned royalties by claiming ownership of songs on YouTube that they noticed weren't actively monetized, meaning they didn't have any ads running on it, which is something you can see even as just a viewer. If you go on like a video or a song and there's no pre-roll ad, there's no banner ad or display ad somewhere, you can comfortably say that no one's making money from it. So what they would do is they would target content like that and claim it, which they didn't have the rights to. It's not theirs to do that. But that was their whole business model, hunting this content down and putting it under their umbrella. Eventually, they even partnered with a management group called AdRev in order to give it like more credibility. So it wasn't just immediately red flagged as a huge fucking scam. Like 50,000 songs, that's a lot to be claiming ownership of. But no, it looks like they're partnering with AdRev. This must be legit. So it was kind of deeper than a lot of the other scammers that go this route on YouTube, which is probably why they were so successful and made so much money. This is a great section here, just laying out the timeline. This wasn't exactly like a jump scare to the community. A lot of people had been tipped off about this and fighting against Media Move for quite a while, because obviously the people who made the content that was getting claimed knows that it's a bunch of baloney. Like it's straight up fish paste. They made it, and it's getting claimed by a company they've never fucking heard of before. So they did fight against Media Move for years, but it kept getting pushed aside, it seemed. But in 2019, the IRS launched an investigation after they became a little suspicious with the amount of bank accounts Media Move had that were sometimes registered under fake names. And I really like this section here, so I'm just going to read it. Everyone knows how the scam works, and it's unclear if much has been done to stop future YouTube scammers from using the same playbook and targeting more artists. Artists attempted to bring a class action lawsuit against YouTube to gain access to systems to monitor their royalties and stop royalty theft, but that case was dismissed earlier this month before going to trial. I'll answer that question. Nothing has been done to prevent this from happening again in the future, and it is still continuing to happen right now. I briefly mentioned at the beginning of the video that some YouTubers actually use this same fucking method. Unfortunately, it's become a bit of a nuclear weapon that sometimes these creators will use to either silence criticism or just out of pure greed. An amazing example that we just covered a month ago is Alex Edson of Business Casual when he tried to take down a channel he felt was competition to his. He issued fraudulent copyright strikes. So he went above a copyright claim. He wasn't just taking the ad revenue. He was straight up taking the entire channel down because he believed that that channel used an image that was somewhat similar to an image he used in his video. This just highlights just how broken the system is. So if he wanted to, he could continue to do that and copyright claim other channels and keep making that same argument about like, oh no, that's my image and you stole it from me. And he'd get away with it because the system doesn't have anything in place to stop that. Now, Alex Edson at Business Casual was unsuccessful in his nefarious evil plot. Thank God. But he's still an absolute unforgivable piece of shit for what he's done, and there's a lot of other content creators that engage in similar behavior, maybe not always motivated out of like, getting rid of competition. I need to make sure there's no one left in the world except my channel, so I'm gonna take them all down. But a lot of them are just motivated by greed, where they'll start copyright claiming people's content who like maybe make a meme out of something they did, or even criticize something they did. That's happened a lot over the history of YouTube, so it is unfortunately a system that needs a drastic overhaul, and it's not getting that tender love and care that it needs to be in a good state. So squeaky wheel needs the grease. The squeaky wheel really needs the grease. Otherwise, Jose and Batista here that got 23 million from fraudulently claiming just completely innocent artist music will continue to pop up over the course of the next few years and will only continue to snowball. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this. I think it's great that they did get caught and are being punished. I just wish the punishment was more severe because I just don't think the punishment fits the crime here. They likely won't even serve their full time in jail, and they got away with so much money for quite a long period of time. So I think the sentencing needed to be harsher, and hopefully as more people are caught doing this, the sentencing will continue to increase. So that way it can finally deter people from trying it more in the future. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. Over the years, I've made fun of a lot of YouTube pranksters, but the truth is, they're risking a lot to make cringe. They really are putting their life on the line for the worst content on the site. There's already been like 5 or 6 major cases where YouTube pranksters have gotten themselves shot and killed. So it's like they're soldiers, but the only thing they fight for is clout. So I'm being genuine when I say that the bravery and commitment to put a smile on the face of absolutely nobody is admirable. And let me tell you, one thing I've learned about the YouTube prankster douchebags is no price is too high for them in the pursuit of attention, because they use mommy and daddy's credit card to buy everything for them for their content, all the gear they need. But one thing that's always sanded my ass is the fact that the pranksters themselves always seem extremely sensitive. So when they're doing their dog shit pranks and someone responds aggressively to it, they immediately fall back onto, it's just a prank, bro. You know, we're just goofing. Why are you getting all mad? You're overreacting, that kind of shit. They literally become a Pokemon and the only thing they can say is, it's just a prank, bro. And then they start to, like, try and shame the person for being upset, even though some of the pranks are just downright crimes, like the fake stabbing prank where they go up to someone with a knife and pretend they're about to kill them, literally murder them, and then when the person gets like panicked or fights back, they're like, what are you doing? We're just kidding, it's just a joke, what are you, oh my, this is so, you fucking goofball, we were just making a good TikTok video. It's just so embarrassing. Then watching the prankster try and play the victim here, they get offended that someone got upset at their prank. So today there's a video that's going viral from a prankster where he was doing some stupid shit on the beach. It's ultimately harmless, it's just not entertaining, like it's just a lame prank. But someone did respond negatively to it and ended up snatching the mic out of his hand and throwing it into the ocean. And the prankster got so butthurt about it that he called the police, and then the police took the guy's side who threw the mic, so then the prankster and his friend got trespassed, and he still won't stop fucking whining about it.
Sorry, I just seen you over here, and I just like thought I had to stop and just ask you if I could get your phone number. Sorry.
This is my husband.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I didn't realize you were your husband. I thought you were like your gay best friend or something. I'm sorry.
You're good, buddy.
Yeah. You guys have a good day. I'm sorry.
That's really the gist of this Galaxy Brain prank here. It's just wearing stupid shirts like your man is a pussy, or the other one they wear is threesome, and then they just go up to random people and say dumb shit. So in this one it was just hitting on this girl in front of her boyfriend slash husband.
I just seen you over here and I thought you were beautiful, and I was just wondering if I could have your phone number.
You want to get smacked right now?
Wait, are you with her?
You want to get smacked up right now?
Bro, no.
Back the fuck up, I'm gonna smack the fuck out of you.
Why?
You think I'm around? Come here. Smack.
I didn't know, I'm sorry.
You think this is funny for TikTok or something?
Yeah. Can we just shake on it? I'm sorry.
So they just do a whole tour of the beach saying lame shit to a bunch of different people, trick-or-treating with cringe. A couple people fake a giggle and then just shoo them away like some kind of stray animal. And then a couple people respond negatively, like this guy and the previous guy, who are pretty tired of them just bothering everyone and being a general nuisance on the beach.
Camera and get the fuck out of
here. It was just a joke, sir.
You're bothering people.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
You want us to call the cops?
For what?
You're harassing people.
Was it because of my shirt?
No, dude, get out of here.
Hey, you can't.
His initial reaction here is a very sad self-defense coping mechanism. I know that's some armchair psychologist analysis of this situation, but god damn it, it's super clear. He is upset that his mic just got thrown in the ocean. That shit is expensive. And his first response is to try and sarcastically throw a temper tantrum so that way the guy knows it's not bothering him. That's why he's super over the top with that, like, sophomore year of high school drama club thespian kind of shit, you know, screaming. Which is even more embarrassing because, again, it's in public. There's a lot of people looking at him now. It's just so shameless. But anyway, a lot of brain rot takes came from this where people are saying, well, actually, the prankster's in the right. What just happened there was assault and battery. You can't just snatch something out of someone's hands and throw it away. That guy should have been arrested. Getting so upset over words that you'll assault somebody, it's sickening. And I've just got to tell you, that is some pussy shit. I'm going to hit you with the cold water. That is some bubble-blowing double baby Weenie Hut Jr. nonsense there. He was provoking people on the beach. The whole point of the content is to do these lame-ass incendiary pranks to try and get a rise out of strangers for the sake of your content to capitalize off the ad revenue. That's the entire gross little machine of clout that they try and peddle. So this guy just swooping in and throwing the mic in the ocean, I think is a totally fine response. Again, they started this shit and he just finished it. Now they're out $600. He didn't push anything too far. He didn't start throwing hands or like trying to poke their eyeballs out Captain Insano style. He just threw their mic in the ocean. You started some shit and this man came through and he cleaned it all up. Fed them their vegetables. And I understand the prankster's doing his best to mask his hurt feelings, but he quickly drops that facade.
I'm bleeding. This guy assaulted me. He took my mic. $600. Hey, you know, okay.
You're the one that's wearing the You're the Get the away from me right now.
We're either going to press charges or he has to pay me $600.
Damn, his whole tone and attitude really changed here. I think this is footage that you probably should have scrubbed from the video. This shouldn't have made the final cut because you're looking like a real whiny bitch right now with this part. You're threatening to press charges on this guy, the guy that you started bothering, and then you're asking for $600 to pay for the mic that he just ruined. You are the prankster. You have to accept some level of responsibility, right? The whole point of your gag is to make people upset at you. So you really can't be acting this way when something like this inevitably does happen. So I think that's some real goober shit. But I also want to point out something very important. This man's hairline. Now, he himself points this out in the beginning of the beach section, so he tries to wear his insecurity on his sleeve, but I'd like to really call attention to it real quick.
The thing that I hate about the beach, I don't have the best hairline, so me and the beach don't always get along, but ignore that, okay, guys?
How am I supposed to ignore this when I can hear the agonizing cries from your permed hair screaming out in pain from all the heavy lifting it's doing trying to hide your 40-year-old receding hairline? Especially with this facial hair combo going on here. You've got that chin strap beard, that fucking toilet seat fuzz going around. It does not work well when the wind blows in. That's gotta be your worst enemy here. I can now fully understand why you're not a huge fan of the beach, but honestly, anywhere the wind blows is pretty much going to be a battle between your hair and nature trying its best to show the public where your hairline actually starts. So I don't know if he treats the outside like a vampire refusing to go out in the sunlight because there might be a gust of wind that blows by, but goddamn. Now I know many of you might think I'm being awfully harsh here, but I truly think it's an invaluable service to insult people that do this kind of content because it's just lame and unacceptable. I hate that public nuisance content is becoming so trendy on TikTok in particular that a lot of these clout-obsessed losers feel that the best way to get fame and money online is by being as disruptive and as douchey as possible to just complete random strangers just trying to go about their day and enjoy their life. I hate that kind of content, so I really do think that insulting it is legitimately doing a good deed. Especially because it's so saturated when it comes to shit pranks that it's become a bit of an arms race where a lot of people just keep amplifying the danger of the prank, which is why people are getting shot doing them. In order to stand out, they have to be getting more and more extreme, which is leading to more and more dangerous pranks. So I really think this shit deserves to be insulted.
I was just out here filming a video, and a man assaulted me, and he ripped the microphone off my camera and threw it into the ocean.
Or more or less provoking somebody to make a move, and then you can report it, correct?
Actual fucking Giga Chad beach officer here. Fucking Paul Blart rolls up, and he's just like immediately calling him out on his shit. He's like, I know what this is. You're provoking people to get a rise so you can record it for your TikTok, right? And he's just like immediately hits the nail on the head, so much so that the prankster even puts in the, it was at this moment he knew he fucked up thing because the guy is privy to this kind of content. I imagine this isn't his first rodeo with douchebags like this, so he's just immediately going in on him.
I think I need repercussions for my damaged property. I mean, the wrong way.
Repercussions is what actually happened.
Hey, I wouldn't be a YouTuber if I was a great grammar, okay? So it was just supposed to be a joke, and it got taken too far. I guess he got offended.
You guess he got offended?
God, that's so pathetic. Yeah, I guess he just got offended. Which is why I called the cops, like a little hall monitor. Yeah, you lost a $600 mic, and it's your own fault, so take it on a chin like a man and move on. And this isn't your first rodeo with the law enforcement either. I've looked at a lot of the content. This is actually all him and his friends do. They go to places, they get trespassed, or they just straight up get arrested. In one of the videos, they got wrestled down by mall security and like roughed up. So his whole thing is just being a public nuisance and having situations like this, but still has the chutzpah to pretend to be a victim and is actually the one who called the cops. That is beyond embarrassing.
What happens if he's having a bad day? It doesn't mean you go out and just assault people. You're both being trespassed from this park. Have you ever been trespassed before? Yes. Shocking. Banned from every Walmart in the world. Is everyone getting trespassed or just us? Just the two of you.
You can hear the pride in his voice when he mentions they've been banned from every Walmart. They have been banned from multiple places, and they're so proud of that. I think that's so sad, the state of the world, where that's something to be happy about, that you're banned from a lot of places because you're such an insufferable little asshole who's driven by internet brownie points, that you're just going to be a disruptive piece of shit to complete random strangers. What the fuck is there to be happy about with that? The whole purpose is just sad. You exist just to make people around you a little less happy, just total strangers going about their day. You want to make their day just a little worse because you post it online because you're a little internet clown. That's just pathetic. Now, I think he's young. He looks young, but it's really hard to know for sure with a hairline like that. But hopefully there'll be a moment of self-awareness, like some self-reflection, and he comes to this come to Jesus moment where he's like, damn, all of this shit was so cringe. Like, that'd be the happy ending. That'd be the good ending there. It completely changes, like, damn, this was fucking stupid. What a waste. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. See ya. If you've got a full belly, prepare yourself because you might just puke upon seeing and listening to this unbelievable, embarrassing cringe. This is the worst flirting, the worst attempt at wooing a potential romantic interest I have ever seen. This is like playing a visual novel and then scaring away all of your potential love interests at once and getting the worst ending. Now, I'd like to give a bit of context here to the situation before we really dive into the meatballs from our spaghetti entree of cringe. A user on Twitter posted screenshots as well as videos from a random guy who had reached out to her on Facebook because he had seen her on a dating app. The two didn't even match, and I guess he must have assumed that it was some kind of glitch because they were destined to be lovers. It was fate that was pulling them together, but unfortunately technology had a malfunction, so he took matters into his own hands, tracked her down on Facebook, of which she had no connection to the dating app. She didn't connect any of her socials to the dating app, so he did some super sleuthing to find her on Facebook and reach out to her there to try and win her heart. And let's see how that went. Kelsey! I love that intro right there. It's straight out of Scary Movie, like that old commercial. What's up? He's coming at her like they're best friends from way back in the day. He then executes Order 66 and kills all potential for romance. He goes, I mean, okay, shit. Mayhaps that was a tad overly enthusiastic for a stranger danger message on a sunny Friday morning. There is so much quirk to the way that he texts that I'm getting uncomfortable. I can say with a high level of confidence that he is definitely in some kind of theater troupe because he is typing like he's acting out some kind of skit for a play. It's a little much here. My bad. Let's go with, I can explain. Fuck yeah, that works. Then drops a couple of emojis and then one of these bad boys. How she didn't immediately fall in love with this man is beyond me. This is aggressive. And it's already creepy because it's a complete stranger who saw her on a dating app and then tracked her down in order to, really directly communicate with her. So, let's go over where things went wrong here. I'll go ahead and get the playbook out like John Madden and say where everything fell apart for the offense. From the start, basically. There is nothing that's even remotely salvageable from what he tried to do here. There is nothing more annoying than texting like you're talking to yourself during the text. Like when you say something like, Kelsey, mayhaps that was a tad too far on a stranger danger sunny Friday afternoon. Goodness gracious, how do I save this? Like that is so fucking lame. That is shameful. That is just downright shameful. I am shocked he didn't drop like an asterisk nuzzles you, and then an asterisk, you there? Yeah, and then one of those emojis. So she said, sorry, do I know you? And then it reactivates this cringe protocol. He says, oh hey, no, we don't know each other. Sincere apologies for the subterfuge. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Dropping subterfuge here in your creepy approach to a stranger. If you give me the tiniest bit of room, I'd be happy to explain. I reckon that said explanation will bring laughs and smiles. P.S. Not trying to rope you into a pyramid scheme to sell fancy Tupperware. Yet. He's trying very hard to be self-aware, and when he starts sending his voice memos to her, he reiterates 1,000 times like, this is weird, you're probably gonna think I'm weird, and then just keeps doing it. He sends so many voice messages that go for a long time. It's making my voice crack because of how fucking embarrassing it is. And you want to know the wildest part? I'm getting ahead of myself, and it's a spoiler. He has done this to multiple women, apparently. Other women have come forward after this tweet and all of this, the receipts here and all that went viral, with other women showing their interactions with him, and he even uses, like, the exact same lines on other women, which is really odd considering that has to be a 0% success rate. These can't be working well at all. It's so weird. So she decides to play ball here and open Pandora's box to see what comes out. She says, explain away. And he gives a brief, cool guy thing. Oh god, I just spent 60 minutes singing to seniors and man am I drained. But fuck it, I can do this. He's hyping himself up in the text messages he is sending to this girl. It is so embarrassing, and he keeps doing it. But it gets worse because right after that, he sends a voice message.
Hey, Kelsey, how's it going? Don't mind me, I fucking hate texting. I think we're all better without it, so I usually use one of these when I can. Also, I don't know if you've ever seen that Key and Peele skit, but that's how I feel about texting. I could go on. Anyway, I just want you to know right off the bat, I fully accept how fucking weird this is. I'm sorry, but like I said, I think if you give me a second, you'll probably end up laughing, and not that you need my permission, but feel free to just laugh directly at me for being a fucking idiot, for I am surely about to embarrass myself right now.
I do appreciate your stamp of approval. I and everyone else will be laughing directly at you for this, and I appreciate that you recognize what an unbelievably weird thing it is to do. I don't know why you keep doing it. This is the first of many voice messages he sends, even after recognizing this immutable fact that it is weird and embarrassing.
And sorry for the delay. I was going to get back to you, but someone called about a gig tomorrow and I'm trying to help them find a musician. Also, I'm not sure if I'm fucking funny anymore. I just spent 60 minutes, like I said, playing guitar and singing to a room full of senior citizens, but the room was stuffy and hot. I had to do it with a surgical mask on, and I'm not sure if I have any funny or social energy left, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try and fake it right now. So thank you for your understanding and patience, and here goes nothing. I'm a fucking idiot. Enjoy.
He's actually treating this like it's some kind of movie audition. What are you talking about? I also just, I love that he immediately makes himself seem like super busy, like, hey, sorry for the delay. I know you were waiting on bated breath for my explanation, but I had to help very big musicians find a gig. You may have heard of them before. Bring Me the Horizon. Yeah, I'm the lead singer. So I had a lot going on. I was double booked, so I had to give them a different band. You may have heard of them, Metallica. But anyway, let me go ahead and explain what's going on. I just finished one of my own gigs, in fact, so I'm a little drained, but don't be perturbed because I'm gonna do my best to fake it. So stay tuned for part 2. It's coming right up. Like he's about to go through his stand-up comedy routine, which you don't want to miss.
In the trenches of online dating for a couple of years, so I definitely know how to identify the kind of person I'm like, if nothing else, the world would be better if we were friends. So hear me out. First of all, I never fucking see that shrug emoji. No one else uses it. It's typed into my phone. If I type shrug with 2 G's, it just shows up. Same thing on my laptop. Like I'll use it in work emails. Fuck it. So right away I'm like, interesting. I don't get it though. She's cute. For how pretty she is, she should be boring. Why does she seem kind of strange in a good way?
That's a spectacular start right there. I was like, she's kind of pretty, so why isn't she like a fucking lobotomite boring dumbass? Like, she used an emoji that I really like, and she's pretty. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Pretty women can't have a personality, but you're like defying all of science right now. He just keeps going on about this fucking shrug emoji. He's talking about her bio on the dating site, and he just really fixates on that. That shrug emoji is like Cupid's arrow to this guy. He fell in love instantly when he saw it in her bio. I don't know why he thought it was a compliment to say that she's like strange and different in a good way because pretty women are like boring or whatever, insinuates that a pretty girl can't have a personality. I don't know what the thought process was with that approach, but it's definitely a bold play.
I think you said something about live music. My job is actually live music. I play guitar and sing. I do about 25 shows a month. I know it sounds made up. I feel like I invented the job. It's redonkulous, but I live very comfortably. Life is good. I do play at a lot of retirement homes, and it's great for my self-esteem, Kels, as I am a big hit with women over 80.
Time out. Technical foul here. He just dropped a redonkulous. He just said redonkulous. And then not only that, in his only second voice message here, he's already just calling her Kels. They're not even on like a first name basis. They're not acquaintances. These are two complete strangers, and he's already giving her like a nickname. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, and just the night before, I'd been talking to one of my best friends in the world, Roxy. Just people that like match you and they just write hey. So if someone writes hey, I just write hi. And if someone writes sup, I go nothing much, you. And like people that match me and clearly haven't read my fucking bio, folks will match and be like, so what do you do for a living? I'm like, come on, Chelsea. Like, yeah, you're kind of cute, but I'm pretty damn sweet. Try harder.
Why are you even talking about this? You're like trauma dumping on this complete stranger right now that you've tracked down from a dating app to try and communicate directly with because you didn't match with her. What the fuck is this? Now you're just going on about like, dating apps are so weird. People just say like, hey. So then I'm like, hi. You don't know how to have a conversation. You didn't read the bio that I painstakingly typed up. I spent a long time on that bio and now I'm offended. Ridiculous. Redonkulous.
I don't know. It's just to see someone mention that in a bio, I'm like, thank you. I can see that you feel the same as me. Yeah, if people, I always think that effort should match interest in dating. So if you're curious if someone's interested or not, remember that scene with Justin Long and What's-Her-Face in that movie about dating? Is it he's just not that into you? And he's like, if the guy's interested, he will call. And it's true. So I found a line a couple of years ago and it's like, effort will always match interest. It will show you how interested someone is. And like, I'm pretty goddamn sweet. And I am not that lonely, bored, or horny. I'm not going to take breadcrumbs from someone if I want a sandwich. So if someone hits me with a hey or hi, you can go fuck yourself.
He's just sounding like a complete unhinged asshole here. It's not that deep. What do you mean they can just go fuck themselves? No one's even, like, what does this have to do with anything in this situation? This isn't even flirting. This is just blurting. He's just blurting out all of the most nonsensical shit in his head right now to a complete stranger. And not only that, this is probably not even his first take. I bet he recorded this like 10 times until he had one that was like, this is the one. This was smooth. And that's what we got here. We got the final product. This isn't even like the first draft, I doubt. That's mind-blowing.
I'm worth more. Damn it. This is where the Kelly Clarkson song comes in. Yeah, no, your bio is just, there was so much intentional effort put in. And honestly, the more I scroll down in the pics, I'm like, this does not match up. I don't want to sound like an asshole. Like, attractive people can also be interesting and funny, but it's just incredibly rare. I speak for myself because I'd like to consider myself one of those.
That's the end of chapter 2 from the voice memos, but don't worry, there's still a finale, and it's the extended director's cut. The next one's over 5 minutes long. Also, he doubles down on this whole like, yeah, you're like pretty, but you have a personality, which that just does not happen. I don't know why he thinks that that's some kind of like grand compliment. It's very odd. Now, before playing the 5-minute, 30-second monologue here, he must have seen that she listened to it. He's like, gotcha! Yeah, I gotcha! Red-handed, you listen to it. Curiosity got the better of you. And then she says, dude, so you saw me on Bumble and found me on Facebook? How? Clearly very creeped out by it, understandably. And then he goes, oh, I honestly just typed in Kelsey and I guess I got lucky. I figured because you put live music we might have some friends in common or something. I blame Zuckerberg, and then laughing emoji. Which contradicts everything that he's said here because he's constantly talking and referencing her bio, which I think is referring to her dating profile bio. Especially because he does mention like online dating with hays and highs and shit. So I don't even know why he thought that would somehow save the situation. Like, she'd be fooled by it.
For the love of fuck, I was like 2 minutes into one and it was awesome and funny and I was so proud of it. And then someone called me again about a gig this evening and it's like, you know that thing where your friends know you're busy or you're on a date or something and then that's when they decide to call? Jesus Christ.
Excellent. Chef's kiss. This is how you start a romantic message. Ah, for the love of fuck. I was in the middle of something spectacular. You were gonna love it, Kels. You were gonna love it. Trust me. But then one of my fucking asshole friends called me about a gig. Because I'm so busy being a successful live musician. Can you believe that, Kels? Can you believe that? It's like those things, you know, where like, we both go on dates, right? I go on dates. Clearly, you go on dates, and sometimes when you're just busy, people call. It's Jesus Christ.
But yeah, no, your bio was just the fucking bee's knees. I mean, listen, top 3 in like the hundreds or thousands I've seen. It was just, I don't know. I'm a very good judge of character, and you just seem like my kind of person. And I'm not saying we're star-crossed lovers. I don't know you, and you don't know me.
That's 100% correct. You don't know each other. So why are you doing this? This is not how you get to know someone. This is concerning. Also, you should never admit to seeing hundreds or thousands of dating profile bios. That makes you sound very desperate, that you spend all of your time on these dating apps, perusing it, cruising around, and if you don't match with someone you found attractive or interesting based on their bio, you go out of your way to find them elsewhere to try and talk to them, which is very scary behavior.
I fully accept how strange and unconventional this is. I got a vibe and I figured I gotta go with it. I was like in a really good mood that day. I don't know. I'm totally winging it. But yeah, a lot of my close friends are women, and everyone unfortunately has a couple stories of having to block someone's number, or an ex just won't leave them alone, or going to the cops. Fuck, dude, I've had to block a few numbers of crazy people that didn't know they were crazy. So I really, really apologize sincerely if this in any way like triggered that, or it was weird or whatever. Kelsey, that's the furthest thing from my intention. I just wanted to say howdy, and I figured if I talk like an idiot, you'd probably feel like I did after I looked at your bio.
It's so close. He's teetering on the edge of self-awareness. Him saying all of this out loud should have led to this eureka moment where he was overcome with immense shame, and he just presses the eject button and deletes the voice memo and doesn't continue this conversation. Like, he's clearly pointing out just how weird all of this is. He's even going into all of his friends are women who, you know, have stories about having to block crazy people who didn't know they were crazy. Like, case in point, what you're doing here, but you keep trying to, like, make it seem like it's not weird, even though you do keep acknowledging how weird it is. So, like, you're fighting, like, a battle against yourself in your own messages. You are calling yourself out in front of the person that you're talking to as well. It's really weird.
Oh, okay. It's not fair. You've seen mine, or sorry, I've seen yours and you have not seen mine. If you want, I will screenshot my Bumble bio. I'm quite proud of it. I think it's pretty fucking good. It represents me well. And what else would I want to know if I was you? Gee, I'm like 6 feet tall, pretty damn handsome. I'd give me like a 7. No, like a 7.5 out of 10 looks wise. I mean, to my knowledge, no one has dated me for my abs or my hair. I'm guessing it's because I'm funny and honest and clearly very humble and go to therapy and emotionally intelligent.
It's not a job interview, bro. You don't need to be giving your resume here. Brother, just stop. Please, goodness gracious.
7.5, maybe even an 8. I'm feeling really fucking good lately. I got a tan. I'm up to like 80-second side planks. I hate them, but they're totally worth it for the core. And big feet, so you know what that means, baby doll. Big socks.
You're scaring me. You are scaring me. Why would you do that? What? From way downtown here, he's throwing up a crazy jump shot. He immediately goes into, I've got big feet. You know what that means, baby girl. Oh my lord, please. Have mercy. Have mercy. Why? Why?
What else? I feel like I didn't tell you enough about the bio too. That shrug emoji was just, if nothing else, the fact that like you look like a Disney princess and you use that, I'm like, fuck it, I gotta talk to her. So, oh, I was definitely getting strong Kirsten Bell vibes too, and she's awesome. I don't know if you listen to her husband's podcast, Armchair Expert with Dax Shepard. I know it's quite the reference, but I have a feeling you might know what that is. One of my favorite episodes, actually, is it Lauren Graham that plays Lorelai? She was on there. Anyway, I am all over the fucking place, as is my job.
You're also all over the place in this one-sided conversation. Now you're shouting out podcasts, talking about fucking shrug emoji again. It's hurting me listening to this. It is Let this be a lesson to everyone out there watching this. Just don't do anything even remotely like this. Never engage in a one-sided conversation where you have to be the one filling in blanks in a conversation that doesn't really exist.
But I'm sitting here, a middle-aged guy in his car with the AC on and a SpongeBob shirt, and I would call this like the technological version of, you know, when like Noah stops Allie in The Notebook and he's like, I had to talk to you when I see something I want. Yes, I just made a Notebook reference. I don't know. I'm being a total idiot right now. So if nothing else, I figured you'd have a laugh and a smile and you can fucking make fun of me to your friends. I don't know. Now you have a solo podcast for a guy that makes like $6,000 a month on a microphone being an idiot.
He was right. This is something that everyone can laugh about and have a big smile on their face, making fun of this whole situation. And then out of nowhere, he drops like his salary from his job, like to flex. He just like slides that in there, which, I mean, it's an interesting strategy yet again. This guy's got a wild book of tricks.
I'm sorry, I don't normally bring up money, but I feel like I created my job out of thin air, and like I just submitted my 2022 taxes, and shit's been getting so much better the last few years, so I'm quite proud of it. That wasn't me trying to impress you, though, with money. I've got way more impressive shit than that. It just slipped out. I hope we can still be friends. Anyway,
Why leave it in there, then? You saying that clearly made you uncomfortable. You could have just deleted this and just tried again. Though I don't think you should have tried again regardless. This shouldn't have happened to begin with. But you yourself just made yourself puke in your mouth when you said your $6,000 a month out loud like that as like a flex, and you still let it ride. You still let this Beyblade rip. Why?
You look like a goddamn Disney princess. The bio completely floored me. I felt like it was written by a friend or something. I just got like strong, like fellow nerd, divergent, super cool, gregarious, happy person vibes. And yeah, so listen, I'm an open book. You probably figured that out like 6 overshares ago. If you have any questions for me, please hit me. Don't be shy. If you want, I'll share my bio. I feel like it's unfair that, I've seen yours and you haven't seen mine. I'm quite proud of my bio.
This entire situation has been nothing but overshares from you. She's not going to ask you any questions. No sane person would. It's not going to happen. This whole thing was a complete catastrophe. And once again, hung up on this fucking bio thing. They're just bios. Most people write them in 10 seconds. I don't know how long he spent, like, finally crafting his, but that is not the norm. I'm sure she didn't spend days coming up with her bio on here. I don't know how it resonated so strongly with this guy, but I bet after this whole song and dance, the woman here immediately just deleted her whole account, or at the very least removed the bio entirely.
Yeah, for the 80th time, I apologize if this was weird or like gave you any bad vibes. That's not my intention. Yeah, I gotta drive home now because I gotta go sing at a bar in Mississauga, and I have 4 more gigs this weekend, and it hurts to talk. So I'm sitting here in my car like a jackass, and yeah, I hope that all made some kind of sense. And if nothing else, please take the sincere compliment. I've seen hundreds of shitty bios, probably thousands, and yours was easily top 3. The only reason I'm not giving you number 1 is because then it would seem like I'm lying. But I'm a very genuine, honest person, and yeah. Actually, on my way home, I'm going to go to the park and feed the ducks. My favorite swan couple, Mr. Plump and Mrs. Plumfett, they just had babies a couple weeks ago. So, like, I'll run up and they recognize me and the babies are squeaking. The hierarchy of, like, waterfowl cute babies, it goes swan babies, then ducklings, and then goslings. But, yes, I may or may not do that 4 to 7 times a week. I'm a huge animal lover. Dogs are better than cats. Cats suck. Sorry if you have cats, but I'm sure your cat is cool.
That was one of the most peculiar lies I've ever heard. You're going to stop at the park on the way home so you can visit your favorite swan couple, Mr. Plumph and Mrs. Plumfett, because they just had babies a couple weeks ago, and they recognize you and get excited and start squeaking when you come by, like you're part of the family, part of the crew, part of the ship. What universe? What the fuck? That's not even something Dr. Seuss would write as like a little goofy side plot in a story. That is the biggest lie I've ever heard, for no reason, for no reason. The quirkiness is overloading. Like the cup runneth over on quirk. Wow.
And yeah, take the compliment. Anyway, apologies if this totally like intruded on your day, opposite of my intention. And yeah, your bio was fucking awesome. I mean, there's a couple other assets I noticed too, but I cannot mention them without sounding like a fuckboy, so I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm sure you've worked very hard to be in the shape you're in, but goddamn, lady. God damn, I would not kick you out of bed for eating crackers. So I figured if you are half as funny as you seem to be and half as cool as I got from that bio, I would say howdy. Yeah, all right. Hope this made you laugh and smile, and you have a fantastical day, Kelsey. Cheers.
And that's the grand finale of this whole situation, and what a journey it was. I find this to be probably the best example of the worst approach to romance imaginable. And like I said, this was not an isolated incident. He's done this before. And he's even used the same lines before. Which is it's so wild. It's so wild. I had to talk about it. I had to. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Today the world gets a little bit brighter because the idol is finally over. And boy howdy, I tell ya, the season finale is something special. An unbelievable disaster. This series is only 5 episodes long, but it delivers cringe that will last a lifetime. 5 episodes, and it feels like you get about as much story as reading 5 seconds of a Tumblr erotic fanfic. There is nothing of substance here, no message to be delivered, and the final episode is downright insulting. I think this season is up there with Game of Thrones Season 8 in terms of how much of a fucking catastrophe it is. The final episode here is an actual speedrun to just end the show as quickly as possible, because I guess the director, Sam Levinson, had already busted his nut and was just kind of done with the property. I'll dive into the meatballs of this spaghetti in just a moment with the finale here, but I just want to say, I am convinced now that my theory is correct. I believed that this whole show only existed because Sam Levinson is a sexual degenerate who made this show for his own pleasure, and the finale kind of confirms my hypothesis. The finale basically just ends abruptly, without bothering to finish any plot lines or have a sensical conclusion whatsoever. Again, I'll get into it in a moment, but I honestly can't think of any other reason for this show's existence other than Sam Levinson having something to play the skin flute to. Like, there is nothing of value here, and legitimately everything in this show is sexual. There is not a single scene that goes by where Lily Rose Depp's character, Jocelyn, doesn't have her titties out. Even something as simple as going to the store looking for clothes has her with her ass cheeks clapping in the wind and nipple boobies just fucking flopping around, and then eventually getting raw dogged in the dressing room moaning for the entire store to hear. There is not a moment that goes by in this show that isn't just softcore pornography. It's baffling. It doesn't have a message. And it's not just Jocelyn, but she's the main character, and Sam uses her like just a portal to the honkers dimension. Even though she is actually an interesting character that could have had a really interesting story told about her, instead Sam just decided to focus on making the whole show just a countdown till her melons pop out. That's it. It is very much a show that seems to be only about the sex and nothing else, and also making The Weeknd a clown. I have a conspiracy theory that I think Sam Levinson secretly hates The Weeknd and convinced him to take this role just so people would make fun of him for it. So they wrote the goofiest, most over-the-top, embarrassing character ever, and Sam convinced The Weeknd that it was a good idea. Because I don't understand how he even signed up for this role. It is genuinely embarrassing. The Idol is one of those rare circumstances where it doesn't have a single fan. Pretty much everything ever will at least have a couple of people pumping their fists defending it from people that didn't like it, but not The Idol. The only group of people I've seen defending The Idol are actual porn-addicted coomers and not much else. And them ejaculating over the show, I wouldn't exactly call a great defense for the show being good. And that's really it. And I understand why, like, that's the only people stepping forward to go to bat for the show, because that's really all the show is. It really does kind of boil down to, well, looked like it was just softcore pornography after all, and there was no real story here. This is one of just the very exceptionally rare circumstances where pretty much everyone comes together to dislike the same thing equally. So I guess The Idol works in that regard. It's like a unifying moment for everyone on the planet to laugh at this fucking abomination. But now, let's get into the finale. So I've made a video going over pretty much everything up till this point, so I'm not just going to recap everything, but let's just look at the finale and all of the sins that it commits. It pretty much just changes everything, and abandons every plot point that it's built up over the season. Not that there's very many of those to begin with. But they do like a 6 weeks into the future thing, and every single character is completely different now. Everything has changed, and they just kind of fill you in a little bit on what's happened, which I think is always such a lazy cop-out, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Between episodes 4 and 5, we saw that Jocelyn fucked her ex to get back at Tedros for manipulating her. That was her ultimate revenge, and Tedros was outside of her room drinking and crying, listening to her cheeks get clapped. So that's kind of where episode 4 wrapped up, and episode 5 picks up with him in like a coke-induced trance. He's basically just a fucking lobotomite wandering around, like short-circuiting because he's on so much coke and so goddamn loaded. But eventually he hatched a plan where Xander took a picture of Rob with one of Tedros's girls in the cult, and then posted a story that Rob had raped her. So episode 5 starts off with Jocelyn's best friend learning that Rob is being accused of rape because Xander framed Rob for Tedros. And Jocelyn figures this out and tries kicking Tedros out of the house. She's very mad. She keeps trying to get him out of the house because she's been manipulated and she's had a complete 180 on everything here. She's finally seeing the truth. So she wants him out. But she doesn't get mad at Xander, who legitimately did this. Like, while he was just a marionette on the strings for the puppet master Tedros to control, Xander still knew full well what the plan was. To get Rob, out of the picture here for Tedros, and accused him of rape, which cost him his entire career. And for some reason, Jocelyn doesn't care about Xander doing that. In fact, Jocelyn still makes Xander one of the headline opening acts for her, which is an interesting play from the chess master Jocelyn here. But episode 5 basically is a completely different person than the entire series has ever shown us, and it happens like that. Like, all of a sudden, they just wrote a totally different character and just put Jocelyn's name on it. Because now, all of a sudden, she's taken control, and she's kicking Tedros out, which is good. Like, it's about time. She's opened up to the scam and hates Tedros, getting Tedros out of there, but she's taking all of Tedros's extremely talented singers and putting them in her show. But then there's like this, half the episode is spent with all of those singers performing, and it goes on for way too fucking long. They're performing in front of all the music industry executives, and they're like, "Oh, this is mind-blowing. I've never heard someone sing notes like that. Oh my god, the Lord has come down and blessed us for this performance. You're all hired. We're doing it big, baby." And that's like half the episode, so it drags on for so long. But during these performances, there's a scene where the older lady is talking to Tedros, and she's like, "I know Jocelyn didn't do this. This is you, Tedros, didn't you?" And she's like fucking slapping him awake because he's fading into the shadow realm from being so high. And he's like, "Yeah, no, this was me." And she's like, "Okay, well, you and I need to work together because this is real talent. You found them." And then actually 3 minutes later, she just fucking hates Tedros. She's like, "Yeah, he's such a fucking weird loser. Tedros sucks." And then helps to ruin his entire life because he is a bad guy. Eventually, once Jocelyn gives them the okay, they run a big piece exposing Tedros as like a former pimp who went to jail for a lot of heinous shit. And that lady who actually 3 minutes ago wanted to help Tedros and work with Tedros and not Jocelyn apparently was integral to helping that come to play. Why and how? This is what I'm saying. They set up these things in the episode too, and then just forget that it ever happened and pretend that it never did. Like, it doesn't follow any plot lines to its conclusion. It just leaves them and forgets. Another one. Jocelyn's best friend has been hyped up across the entire series as the only person seeing through Tedros' scam, seeing him for the evil person that he is. And in this episode, she's happy to see Jocelyn finally learning that too, but she still kind of gets left in the dust by Jocelyn, who doesn't really like communicate super well with her. And she just leaves, and she's never heard from again. Like, they don't even like address what happened. She just vanishes, and like out of nowhere. She leaves a note on Jocelyn's bed, and unless I've been like neuralized by the Men in Black, they never even show what the note was or even hint at what it could be. She just is gone. Like, actually just left this corporeal dimension out of nowhere without doing anything. So her entire existence in the show was meaningless. She did nothing by the end. Nothing that she did contributed to anything. It's actually just shocking. Like, me explaining this episode sounds like the ravings of a mad lunatic. But this is actually how the episode plays out. It is nonsensical, convoluted, messy, stinky, repulsive. Like, it's awful. Everything that could go wrong with a single finale went wrong with this one. It's an absolute disaster by all definitions. It just really feels like Sam was in his refractory period. Post-nut clarity, he's like, damn, I really didn't make a good show here. Let's just end it. Because originally, this show was pitched as 6 episodes. But then they, like, cut it down to 5, I guess, and then are trying to pretend like, no, that never happened. That's the Mandela effect. It's always been 5 episodes. And it's like, no shot. I just watched the finale, and there's no way you meant for it to be 5 episodes. Because it feels like an entire episode is missing. There is so much development that must have happened off screen in between these, like, fucking fever dream cuts of an episode. Like, there had to be something that explained it. Something that developed the characters there at some point, and it's not here. So they, like, loosely cut together something that resembled a plot, but not really. It's fucking terrible. You remember how I mentioned in, like, episode 2, or, like, where the backup dancer for Jocelyn was stabbing her in the back? The music industry executives are like, Jocelyn's backup dancer can sing and dance really well. Let's give her Jocelyn songs since Jocelyn's going through such a weird period in her life. And they were hyping that up like it was going to be the biggest plot point. Like, oh my god, she's now getting betrayed by people that she thought she could trust. And it turns out that that lady's working with Tedros. What's going to come from this? Spoiler alert, fucking nothing. In this finale, they sit that girl down again and they say, hey, we changed our mind. You can't have Jocelyn's song anymore. And then they send her on her way. They just say, scram, get out of here. It's like actually a 1-minute scene, maybe 5 sentences, and that's it. They just wrote that entire thing out, and you never see that character again for the rest of the episode. It even had the gall to try and be deep for a moment, where Tedros gets pulled aside by Jocelyn's manager, and he's telling the story of Little Red Riding Hood, and they're doing like cuts to Jocelyn like, she's Little Red Riding Hood. And he's like, do you know what happened to the big bad wolf? He got fucking gutted by the hunter, and I'm the hunter. And then he like tries to pay him off to get out of Jocelyn's life, which Tedros doesn't accept. So then they print the piece about how he's a pimp and a horrible person, which ruins his entire life, basically. And then Jocelyn goes to her tour 6 weeks later because they do a time jump, and she's wearing a red hood, thus going forward with the Little Red Riding Hood story that her manager told earlier. But it's so goofy and pretentious because that story had no bearing on anything. Like, it didn't actually make any sense in the context of the show. It tried so hard to be deep, and I can already just picture the think tank at the Idol HQ, the writing room, filled with cigar smoke and fucking soiled trousers from constantly ejaculating about the amount of sex that they're writing in the show. And they're like, we need something real profound, real deep. They hit another line. What about Little Red Riding Hood? Genius! Oh my god, Sam, genius! Print it, write it down, quick, quick! But it doesn't work. It doesn't make sense in the show at all. It falls so flat. It's like they really thought that this would be like a statement piece, like the Idol would be remembered for this Little Red Riding Hood moment. But all it was so laughably pathetic. So pathetic. But by far the biggest crime the finale commits is its last 10 minutes. The last 10 minutes have to be some of the worst in all of televised history. So basically, Tedros' career gets ruined, right? So everything gets shut down. They expose him for being a pimp and holding a woman hostage, going to prison for 6 years for awful crimes. And then Jocelyn's on tour. She's about to perform, and Tedros shows up at the ticket booth asking if he has any tickets, not really expecting much because Jocelyn, said, fuck you, get out of my life, I hate you, we're done. But he still decided just to try. And it turns out Jocelyn did leave him tickets. So Tedros takes the tickets, goes to see Jocelyn in the dressing room, and then she's, taken back control. Now she's the authority figure. And this is supposed to show the development how she's no longer like, a puppet or putty in the hands of Tedros. But it actually still feels like that's the same thing because she can't live without him, which she makes pretty clear. He is the love of her life. And she makes that very clear to him. So it seems like the power was still on Tedros' side, so they didn't even tell the story of Jocelyn getting out from a manipulative, abusive situation and getting out of a fucking cult. It had her going right back in the very end. And it even had a deplorable scene where Tedros picks up the hairbrush that Jocelyn talked about her mom abusing her with. There was a very, uncomfortable scene from like episode 3 where she opens up about how her mom used to abuse her in order to push her to make the best possible music, and Tedros is like, give me that hairbrush. And then he starts beating the shit out of her with the hairbrush to try and help her realize her potential. So Tedros is in the dressing room here in the finale. He sees that brush and he's like, this is the hairbrush your mom abused you with, right? And she says, yeah. And then he turns it over and he's like, but it's new. And then she just looks at him back in the mirror. I'm not even making that up. That's a real scene here. And then she goes on stage and all of the music execs are celebrating like Tedros is finally out of the picture. This awful person is finally gone. And Jocelyn goes on stage and says, Tedros, come out here. And then she just makes out with him in front of the entire stadium, who now knows that this guy is a pimp, like all kinds of horrible things about him, and calls him the love of her life and that he's hers forever, and then instructs him just to go watch backstage. I couldn't have envisioned a worse ending for this show. I mean that. It accomplishes nothing. It doesn't deliver any message at all. And in fact, the only semblance of a message that it does deliver is a very disgusting one. Jocelyn never breaks free from the mind control spell of Tedros. She is still under the complete control of the sexual shaman here, where she can't live without him. And he is still legitimately a horrible person who, from the very beginning, was manipulating her. And she still invites him openly back into her life to share the spotlight with her. It's just baffling. If they wanted to write it where it's like a complete flip, where Jocelyn's the one in control now, then they really missed the mark. Like, dreadfully. She did have a moment where, like, she is the authority figure and kicks Tedros out, but then they don't commit to it and just bring Tedros back. Like, and he hasn't changed. There is no development for Tedros. From the very beginning, he hasn't fucking changed at all as a character. It's so weird. And I haven't even covered all of it. This is probably only half of, like, the plot points that don't make any sense, or the plot lines that they just forgot about or abandoned. It's just truly awful. The Idol is, without a doubt, one of the worst shows they've ever really made. And I know that's like a big claim to make, but I'm talking on a big budget scale. Of course, there's like, really low budget shit that just gets, vomited out on like a direct to DVD, season, or on some TV channel like CW pumps out awful seasons of shit all the time. But as far as big budget and like big name shows go, I think this is the worst. 5 episodes of nothing worthwhile at all. Nothing even remotely coming close to even resembling something of value. It's horrible. The only audience that could ever really appreciate it is just people that are there to watch porn, basically. That's it. That's the whole show. It's so bad. But yeah, I mean, I finished it. The season's over, which is nice. Now we don't have any more of the Idol, which is a good thing. I don't think they're getting a season 2. That's for damn sure. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to kind of just, for my own sanity, just rant and vent about what I just watched here. That's really about it. So yeah. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the new Spider-Man movie, Across the Spider-Verse. Now, the first movie, Into the Spider-Verse, is one of my favorite animated films of all time. That movie is a real special butterfly. That's one of the very, very unique instances where a film comes out that legitimately innovates in its genre, like pushes it to new limits that were previously thought impossible. Kind of like what The Matrix did 20-some years ago, where it had this new element that hadn't really been seen before, and has now been emulated a ton since. That's what Into the Spider-Verse did. It dragged us fucking kicking and screaming into the future of what animation can look like, and it was beautiful. It's kind of like what the Fosbury flop did for the high jump, right? Like, it legitimately kind of changed the perception of what was possible in the genre for animation here. So, Across the Spider-Verse had some very big shoes to fill, and I'm happy to say it filled those shoes like a cavity. This is an extraordinary follow-up, and somehow manages to once again elevate in animation. It is so beautiful. There is not a single second that goes by in this movie that isn't jaw-droppingly gorgeous. Every frame is a beautiful masterpiece of art. It's unreal just how good this movie looks. But it's not just style with no substance. This movie really doesn't bring you a ton of action off rip. Like, there is a lot of course, action, but it actually puts a big focus on its narrative and its characters. And even when characters are just talking to each other, not only is the writing super tight, somehow just conversations feel like anime montage moments. They'll have like these damn near hand-painted moments where a character like Gwen is talking to her father, and the background's just constantly changing. Just these like dynamic backgrounds that have evolving art that really like makes the conversations feel like action moments sometimes. It's so cool. So now let's talk about the story, because I think they did a great job with the narrative here. It didn't feel like super familiar from the first film, where it just felt like they phoned it in and just did what worked in the first film again. You know, like an encore performance, you know, a King Neptune moment from SpongeBob where it's like, oh, that Krabby Patty tastes so good, I'd want to eat it a second time, and then just fucking regurgitate it. This movie doesn't fall into that trap. It delivers a story that feels really at home with where the first movie leaves off. And now they have a new tool they can get even more creative with, which is the multiverse. It's now no longer this big mysterious thing in the world. They can get very silly with how they use it and make some absolutely dreamlike sequences as well. So they have a lot more Spider-Men come into the fold here, a whole goddamn society of them. So you're going to get a lot of Easter eggs and cameos, but it doesn't feel like too campy or too cheap, where they're banking off just like nostalgia for some of the cameos they throw in here or references. It's used in a clever way. I'm trying not to get into spoilers here, but I love how they've used the multiverse in this movie and made it a very strong narrative tool, as well as, of course, a tool to give you a bunch of other different animation mediums, because a lot of Spider-Man are animated differently in the multiverse. So you'll have some that are like damn near claymation at some points, right? Like you have wacky ways that they portray some of the Spider-Men, but they use it in a way that's not just like point and be like, I get that reference. Don't get me wrong, that shit is absolutely there, but it's not like egregious, and it does serve a purpose in the story itself. I also love the villain in this movie. He starts as just like a goofball throwaway stinker of a character who's like trying to rob an ATM, and Miles isn't taking him super seriously, so he's kind of like beating his ass while he's texting on the phone because he's late for a meeting at school. And then that character just keeps snowballing into an extremely powerful villain. The guy is the definition of a late game champ. Like, as the movie continues, he himself continues to get stronger. He can throw these little holes that allow him to basically just ascend into a different plane of existence. He has like full mastery of the multiverse. He can send things and send people, send himself, send different body parts of himself through these holes that just keep reaching into different parts at will. It's super cool. And since the movie's so visually beautiful, it's a lot of fun to watch this villain fight. And even when he's not fighting, just watching him traverse the universe is really cool as well. I also like his personality, because he's very much a goofball for the most part. He's making quirky little quips as well. Not to like an annoying degree, like where it's grating, but to a degree where it's like, oh, this guy's, you know, it's hard to even like be mad at him, right? Like he's got a sympathetic story, and it's hard to hate him, because he's just kind of like a likable nerd. But he's just so powerful too. It's cool. So I really like what they did with the villain. And I really like what they did with Gwen and Miles. So Gwen gets a lot more screen time this time around. You see a lot from her dimension, which is stylistically very different from all the other dimensions you see. Every dimension has its own unique identity, which I really appreciate. So as you visit different dimensions, the visual thumbprint of that world changes, which is cool. Now, Gwen's story is, you know, sad like all other Spider-Man stories. Gwen has a lot of problems that she's dealing with her dad thinking that she may have been responsible for something very horrible. She ends up, you know, turning into a multiverse super soldier, leaving all of her problems behind, which abandons her dad, and she wrestles with a lot of tough shit that goes on. And I really think they did a great job with Gwen's character in fleshing out her, as well as the relationship between her and Miles. Miles is just an outstanding character. I love everything they do with this character. The writing is amazing. A lot of times when there's like a teenage character going through that like rebellious stage, it's kind of annoying to watch for me personally. But with Miles, he doesn't really have that stage. Like, yeah, there's that, you know, like, fuck you, mom and dad, why can't you just let me grow up kind of shit. But it's handled very differently than the normal tropey way of doing it, which is such a breath of fresh air. I can't stand that shit where it's like that cliche of a teenager. My mom and dad don't understand me. Those goobers just don't get it. It's not a phase. And then that becomes like the whole character's personality. Miles doesn't fall into that at all. It's like the decisions he makes and the way he goes about his journey is very well crafted. He understands where his parents are coming from for the most part. It's just he has to wrestle with the perpetual lying to them about his identity and hiding that huge part of his life from them. So I just really like all the characters. I love the story, and of course I love the visuals. Another thing that I really enjoy is something that the first movie did as well, but they do in this movie even better, which is weaving music into the actual living, breathing nature of the visuals. So the music is integrated so well. Like, you'll have visuals sync up to the songs where you'll just have like all kinds of different moving pieces to an action scene sync up to the music at moments, or as things build up in a crescendo in a song, the visuals start building up with like the animation style starting to blend together and get real fucking wacky. It's so cool. It's so fucking cool. The movie is just beautiful. I absolutely love the film, but I do have a major complaint, and I'm unfortunately not going to be able to dive into it super deep because it's big spoilers. But I do want to scratch the itch and get to it on a base level, so I'm going to talk about it, and it is minor spoilers even going over it, so this is your spoiler warning. It has to do with the end of the film. I think everything in this movie is great, top tier, but it falls into something that I feel a lot of movies are starting to do, where the entire last act of the film builds up beautifully. It's introducing secondary bad guys that are really interesting, really cool, a lot of amazing moments going on, bringing back some familiar characters. It's going, it's got all this momentum, and then it starts spending a lot of that time focusing on just leading you to the sequel. The movie is not going to be the last in the Spider-Verse series. There's going to be another one, I imagine, assuming this movie does well, which I think it will. And the movie knows that. So it just ends. In the middle of all of this buildup, in the middle of all of these ingredients being put into the stew, it just ends. Because it's setting up for the next film. It does have like a cool sign-off at the end, but not a satisfying one. And this is something I feel a lot of movies are starting to do, where it's setting up for the next movie, so it ends up taking some wind out of its own sails by giving you a conclusion that's not really a conclusion and isn't super satisfactory after the whole journey you've just gone through. You don't get that big payoff at the end. Now, this worked for Infinity War because at the end you still had a climactic showdown. You had a big battle and the good guys lost, and it led into the next film. In this movie, there's no big climax moment. There's no big climactic final showdown where something just goes awry and now we're gonna leave you on the edge of your seat fucking salivating waiting for the next movie. This movie was still in the building process. So it really feels like this movie didn't have that climax, at least not when it comes to like a spectacle finale or anything. The characters by the end of it are in a very different place than they were at the beginning, you know, in terms of like what they're... I'm really trying not to get too deep into spoilers. The characters are very different by the end of the film than they are in the beginning, but there was never that big climax. So when the credits rolled, I felt like it was a little underwhelming because we hadn't had any like big moment to lead into the next one. It was still putting all these pieces of the puzzle together and bringing new things into the fold for the climax coming up. So, at least in my opinion, that's how I feel, that it was just a bit, like, abrupt, where I was ready to keep watching. Like, I thought there was going to be, you know, a big moment about to pop off, and then they pulled that punch to save it for the next film. So, it felt like it was, I don't know, it felt like it really just wanted to be there to lead to the next film, and that takes some of the wind out of its own sails, if you ask me. By no means does it ruin the film or anything like that. By no stretch of the imagination is this a deal breaker for Across the Spider-Verse. I just felt a bit disappointed that it kind of just existed towards the end to push to the sequel. That just was a little upsetting, but it's not the biggest deal in the world because the movie is still absolutely outstanding. So plugging Across the Spider-Verse and the Moist Meter, I'm giving it a nice 90%. I think this is a must-watch animated film. Even if you're not a huge animated film fan, the movie has still just got so much to offer. I can't recommend it enough. It is such a unique experience, and I think they've done an incredible job with it. It's super fucking good. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick, Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. Did you see they removed the waifu? Wait, what? Like from the game? Oh yeah, waifu's gone. Why was it taken out? It was a stolen asset and they got copyright claimed, I guess. I know it's hard to believe that the high quality assets in this game weren't homemade, but it's the truth. Rest in peace, she got vaporized. DMCA strikes again. Unbelievable. So where does this send? Oh, I see. They kept everything else. Man, that's such a... Whoa. That's such a shame. Right when I finally master perfect waifu, they take her out. That's the Illuminati for you. Bastards. I've never seen them do that. It's so beautiful. Even with like 20,000 hours in this game, I still see new things. The gift that keeps on giving. That's the beauty of Only Up. Steal as many assets as you can, haphazardly throw them into a pot, and you've got brilliance. World record doesn't use the elevator. Yeah, I know. But... what the fuck? But it doesn't matter to me, because it only saves like 3 seconds and I'm not going for a world record. What? How did this already happen? Already a crash. Can't catch a break. Well, at least it happened at the beginning of the run. She's being real stubborn. Oh, wow. The name of this game in the task manager is Third Person BP Game Template. Goes to show you how much effort was put into this fucking thing. Cool. You ever go for the world record if it was the right game and had the passion? Sure. I've had world records in other games before. Not for long. They usually get beaten, but I have had world records before. It's cool. But I don't care that much about it. I just care about the speedrun itself being fun. I don't really care about trading world records back and forth all that much. They didn't take out waifu because they wanted to. It was a stolen asset, and whoever owned the asset made a big stink about it.
You first have to make a jump,
Which
and
is
get off
totally
the
within their
ground,
right to
not
do.
knowing what the future holds.
This is gonna be a shock. This game isn't exactly the most well-made thing there is. Alright, let's see how my windmill's feeling today. This usually either goes great or a complete fucking disaster. There's never any in between. I never just have like a mediocre windmill. There we go, actually good windmill. Whoa! Whoa! Great windmill. Why did that launch me backwards? What is happening? Wait, what is happening? Why did that launch me backwards? What is going on? What a crazy night. I haven't seen that happen in actual eons. I really don't feel like resetting the whole thing. I'd like to finish a run just to get some more reps in with the new shit, but I feel like it's not worth. Since this is already a pretty fucked run, I want to try world record billboard real quick. Though I've never once hit it, I'm just curious if I can get it here. It won't matter regardless, this is an absolute dog shit run, but I want to try it. There we go. Whoa, whoa, wait, what was that? Man just hit like a fucking... What are you doing? He hit a crazy little like moonwalk. What is he doing? What are you doing? Brother! Brother! Stop! Oh my god! Whoa! Whoa! Uh-oh, too far. He didn't slow down nearly enough. That time he slowed down so fucking much! Jesus! Christ! Alright, let's see how she goes. Still got it, but I'm not gonna get very far here. Oh my god, I might not make that. That was close. I'm gonna keep it on 30. I'm curious what effect that'll have on the dragon. Oh, actually, I just did a dragon at 30, didn't I? On the last one. Alright, we'll run it. We'll keep dragon at 30, I'm curious. Maybe it makes it even easier. I don't think it'll matter, but that's still very frustrating that that did that.
Stop drifting. Run to the finish line. Give up your hopes, and if your well-being is important to you, be your own savior while you can.
Wait, what? How did I just fall? Wait, what? Man, I can feel another shit coming on too. Wow. I ate like 2 burritos right before hopping on stream, and those puppies are not going down without a fight. No, me having to take a shit has nothing to do with the run being sloppy. I'm able to block out all human emotion and requirements when speedrunning. What in the world is happening? Oh my god. What was that? I didn't make it up the whole train cart?
My father worked
My
here as
God.
a driller, and he always smelled the fuel oil.
This is
I
so
was afraid of
sloppy.
him and hoped that one day
Oh
he
my...
would come back from
and the
work.
pipe? And the pipe?
He drank a lot and often beat
Heavens
my mother
to
and me,
Betsy.
but that's in the past.
What in the world? No, I'll never get like a 19-minute run. I'll never get a sub 20. For a sub 20, I'd have to hit all of like the expert level shit. Which isn't happening. I still fucking struggle on windmill sometimes. Like right now, this is a terrible windmill. Oh my god, I can't catch a break. Whatever. I actually should have just believed in myself. I would have at least still made it up there. That self-doubt will get you every time. I'm just going to do safe billboard. Even though in the last run I did hit, like, optimal billboard, I'm still just going to do safe one. No reason to take any chances here. I'm just going for a sub 25. I don't need any of the crazy stuff. Just need the good old American good shit. I took a US citizens test today, and I fucking crushed it. Like, I'm a patriot. And I just need to prove it out here. The pace is alright, not great, but whatever. So be it. Again, we don't need anything great. We don't need anything crazy. Just standard, good fundamentals. The fundies. We live in a post-waifu world now. That's right. It's a post-waifu world with double champagne. There is so much time to be saved. Sub 25 still very much on the table. Just gotta remember to... You know what I gotta remember to do? And I wouldn't have remembered to do it unless I just thought of it. That was actually a huge save, otherwise Dragon would have been out of rotation. That would have been so upsetting. Did you know Paul Pierce shit himself in an NBA game? Did he really? Like, noticeably shit himself, or just like post-game interviews like, yeah, I fucking pooped my britches?
Seek, and you will find.
Oh, fuck! Oh, God! Oh, whoops. Put the cart before the horse. I didn't turn all the way around. I let muscle memory take over and I didn't swipe my mouse far enough. Oof, scary. Wow, what a save though. Close call. But the dirty deed still got done. This is fine. I'm not even doing fingers. I think that's a bad omen. What are you doing? Stop goofing around. Stop goofing around. Time to get serious. Nope. Okay. Okay. So be it. He broke his bones getting into it, but we're fine. Oh my god, I almost didn't make the jump to the ship. Okay, we're fine. 1750 ship is whatever. Alright, sub 25. Calibrating. 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 Alright, locked in. If I hit everything here, we'll just barely sub 25, I think. By the very tippy tap top of the hair on the chinny chin chin. What the fuck is it? Oh no, it's just not by the hair on my chinny chin chin. That's what it is. Got mixed up in my old fairy tales. Alright, baby. Give me the good news. Give me the gospel. There it is. Now let's just slow it down because we're in a good spot here. Okay, now change back to 60. Okay. I just need Dragon not to be a bitch. And I think we will 24 something. I just need Dragon to not be a big ol' asshole. That old battle axe, I need him to simmer down. He got too much dip on his chip, he needs to cool the jets. Gotta hold your horses. Please be nice to me, please, please. I've come so far.
Stop drifting. Run to the finish line. Give up your hopes, and if your well-being is important to you, be your own savior while you can.
And that's the sub 25. Tell your friends. You were here. My special little campers. There she blows. You love to see that. Feels great. Not my cleanest run by a country mile, but damn it, I'm happy with it. We worked hard for her. You know, she's not the prettiest in the bunch, but she's got great personality. A sub 25's always a good feeling. Damn it. That is great. It's a gold star. That is a gold star right there, sports fans. It's about time I broke that 25-minute barrier. It's like when that guy broke the 4-minute mile. Except I am like the 1,000th person to break the 25-minute barrier, so it's not that impressive. But it feels good to me, damn it. Let's go. Sub 24 even. I skipped right through 24. I've never seen a 24 in my life, and I never will. Let's get it. Let's get it. Good shit. That's a big boy right there. A lot of meat on those bones. Well fed. Eating a nutritious meal of good speedrun times. W top 100? No way I'm top 100 off of that. No shot. Am I really? That was not a very good run, is it? Well, also, waifu just got removed today, so that saved me a lot of time. So I probably won't stay top 100 for long. I'm ranked 73? Well, when do I get a call from the president? Joe Biden gonna offer me some ice cream or something? Oh my god, when am I going out to the White House? 73? I did not think that would put me in the top 100 at all. Again, that was not a good run. Like, by all definitions, that was not a great run. Yeah, I'm gonna learn hot air balloon as well. Thanks to tier 1 Sav. I think that's what I'll focus on, is just getting the actual optimal strats. And I'll go for sub 20, fuck it. I got a taste of greatness, and I don't want just a taste. I don't want the appetizer, I want the whole enchilada, I want the main course. I'm a growing boy. I still haven't taken a shit that I had to take at the very start of that last run. I fucking sub 25'd and my body ate my feces. And that was my way of celebrating internally, I guess. A couple days ago, there was a big news story that came out about an 8-year-old kid who was turbo pranked by the prank god. It was in a Target. He was told that they were filming a Mr. Beast style video, and it was a blindfolded shopping cart challenge where they'd be given 30 seconds with him and his dad to get as much of the toys that they could into the cart, and he'd buy it for them. And the prank was, he didn't buy it for them. Instead, him and his friend just ran away giggling, and then both probably had to start hyperventilating into a paper bag in order to come down from the adrenaline rush of lying to an 8-year-old for their YouTube video. And this became a bit of a big story because you've got to be a pretty psychotic douchebag to prank an 8-year-old, but an even bigger, ghoulish asshole to prank a hearing-impaired 8-year-old whose dream it was to be part of a Mr. Beast video. So let's go over this whole situation as well as his response, because this shameless lobotomite actually came forward and put his face on it, whereas previously, no one really knew who this was. But now, the mayor of Doofus Town has come forward with a press conference here in order to address it personally. So I can't wait to show you what this guy looks like and how he tries to rationalize it.
Saturday for 8-year-old Gabe Lyles and his dad TJ, until 3 men walked up and said they were working with the YouTuber Mr. Beast.
Said that they wanted to do a fill the cart challenge where we would be blindfolded. Within 30 seconds, whatever we could put within the cart, they'll pay for.
That was the whole premise of the prank, and this is pretty much what modern pranks are. Just being as cruel as possible and making strangers' days just worse for the sake of your own content to try and fill your completely worthless, dead-on-arrival, doomed-to-failure TikTok career. Now, I'm going to skip around a little bit and show you a clip from his response because he's refuting the claim that he labeled it a Mr. Beast video to the kid and his dad. Not that it really matters that much, that doesn't really change how fucking degenerate this garbage is in the first place, but I will just show you that because he's trying to make it seem like in his response he's in the right, and that the dad is a liar, and insinuates that he's lying for the sake of clout, which is absolutely hilarious, the lack of self-awareness to make a claim like that from his position.
We're working with the YouTuber Mr. Beast.
We're kind of like Mr. Beast, not really though.
So this is coming from his unedited video that was filmed, but it's extremely possible that he's leaving out the shit that makes him look much worse and corroborates what the dad was saying. But regardless, let's say he's being 100% truthful here. Even just watching that clip, I think it's extremely easy to recognize why it'd be confusing and people would think that he was coming up like he was associated with Mr. Beast. He fucking ambushed these people in public and then said, it's time for a blindfolded shopping spree challenge, and then mentioned Mr. Beast. Like, I'm imagining he's coming from a privileged background where this maybe isn't that big of a deal, but to a family that doesn't come from that kind of background, this is a, like, dream come true moment. So just getting that opportunity, immediately your heart's going to be racing and you're going to, you know, maybe mishear a couple of things in excitement, not maliciously. So I don't think the dad was lying on purpose here, and he does name drop Mr. Beast, so that's something that would absolutely stick with you after the fact. So I think it's very easy to get confused that this guy is associated with Mr. Beast. I don't think he was making that claim in order to lie on purpose here.
Mr. Beast is one of Gabe's favorite YouTubers. He often makes videos about challenges where he gives away free stuff. So TJ and Gabe believed that the men were working with Mr. Beast. They both put on a blindfold and started filling their cart. And then TJ heard the men running away.
I legitimately think being a prankster is one of the most pathetic things you can ever do with your life. I actually have more respect for people that'll just lick the toilet seats clean at a gas station. At least they're providing some kind of public service, whereas pranksters do nothing but bring the rest of the world down. It's like the last-ditch effort for talentless losers to try and make some kind of name for themselves or get some kind of attention or monetization out of, like, viral videos that are designed to make people hate you. So you're basically just turning your whole life into a punching bag and a spittoon for everyone to spit on you for, and hope that you get a couple of doubloons out of it along the way. There is nothing more embarrassing. I'd even go as far as to wager that if you ran a long-term scientific study on pranksters, you would find a high correlation behind being a prankster and being a cuck. I think one of the core things that drives someone to being a prankster is having a humiliation fetish, which is no different than cuckoldry. But at least with most cuckolds, it's a private fetish between consenting adults, whereas pranksters, their humiliation fetish has no one consenting to it and is just subjecting the public around them to it. It's making them victims of their humiliation fetish. All in all though, I just can't fucking stand public nuisance pranksters. Absolute dog shit content and absolutely horrible fucking losers. I just don't understand how someone has so little shame to prank an 8-year-old and think that they're somehow like a badass or a good prankster.
My heart sank, 100%. The very last thing in this world I want to do is hurt him.
It broke my heart because I thought my dreams were coming true.
The shopping cart challenge was just a mean prank, and it was one comment in particular that upset TJ.
My son leaned in and said that he couldn't hear them because he had to wear hearing aids, and they said that's why we are choosing you for this challenge.
It is actually heartbreaking listening to the kid talk about this. It's very clear this meant a lot to him. This is like a life-changing moment for a child. Like, to actually have your dreams come true, your favorite YouTuber is doing your favorite challenge with you, like, that's something so special that he'd remember for the rest of his life. And now it will still be something he remembers for the rest of his life, but in a very negative way. He'll remember this as the day he realized he can't just fucking trust people in the world anymore. It's like the first time he gets scammed in RuneScape. Now, the father mentioned that the child is hearing impaired and that the pranksters said that, you know, that's why we want to do this challenge with you. And this is something that The prankster in question is once again refuting.
And they said that's why we are choosing you for this challenge, because of the hearing loss.
Huh? Do you guys want to be in a quick video?
The Southington town.
And that's his proof that he didn't know about the hearing impairment. That one literally split-second clip. Not exactly the most robust evidence. Didn't build the best defense case here. Once again, he very easily could have just cut out the part where the hearing impairment was mentioned. I don't know what was or was not said there. I don't have access to the security camera feed there at the store or anything. But I'm much more inclined to believe the father and the child here, the victims of the prank, as opposed to this fucking asshole, who very easily could just not show those parts.
The Southington Town Commission for Persons with Disabilities gave TJ a $200 gift card, and Target matched it. On Sunday, Gabe's dreams of a shopping spree came true.
I pick out Nerf guns, water balloons, and water guns.
At least there's a happy ending to the story. He did get to have his shopping spree and get the toys that he wanted to get. And he seems to have like a really great positive attitude in general. So I'm super happy to hear that there was some kindness shown his way to let him actually be able to do the shopping spree. And now I want to add on to that happy ending by insulting the prankster, who proudly showcases himself as the one behind it. So let's make fun of this asshole.
Before we continue the video, I just want to clear the air for anyone that hates me right now, that wants to rip off my beard or shave my eyebrows or rip my ears off or something.
It's almost sadder than the prank itself that he called that little pube patch on his chin a beard. That's not a beard, man. It's a group of taint hairs on your chin. That hair on your chin is what most people have on their gooch. I really hope you don't go around saying that you have a beard, because that's even more embarrassing and delusional than you thinking that pranking an 8-year-old for your TikTok or YouTube channel was a good idea. The fact that you call that a beard is sickening. Also, I love that he immediately tries to showcase his quirky personality. Oh, you guys must hate me and want to, pull my ears off. How wacky and random. So this is like the personality of a prankster. Fucking lame as shit. I already know this is the kind of guy who, when hanging out with his friends, makes stupid faces and goofy noises in order to be the clown, in order to make people laugh, like he's performing at a child's birthday party.
I did not know that kid was deaf. I did not know that, alright?
It wouldn't have mattered whether you knew or not. You would have still done and posted the prank all the same. In fact, you can't even help but smile about it right here. Can't even pretend to care for a single iota of a second. I also couldn't help but notice that he's got the no parking sign behind him and another sign behind that. So this fucking goofball is one of those dumb idiots that steals public signs and proudly puts them in their room. We made fun of people that did that back in college, fucking 8 years ago. For those that don't know, it was a little bit of a trend for a while where people would get rowdy or they'd be drunk and they'd like steal a public sign, like a no parking sign, and they put it in their dorm room. And those people got relentlessly bullied for it because it's so goofy and embarrassing to think that it's cool. And yet this guy's still living in a fantasy land where he thinks it's like hard or cool that he stole these signs, and he's proudly displaying them in the background of his videos. This guy's whole life is designed around being a professional loser.
And the dad is exaggerating it and lying to the news because of what happened. I thought it was funny, but I also was kind of mad because he lied about me and my friends, and that kind of got me upset because, it didn't get me upset because he deserved the money. He got the money out of it. But, he tried to make us look like we were super bad guys. We were just being bad guys. All right?
Well, that clears it up then. All's right in the world. They weren't being super bad guys. They were just being bad guys. Just the classic prank an 8-year-old, get their hopes up, make them believe their dreams are coming true before you bring that all crashing down, and then use them for your content to try and get some kind of money or career out of it. Not super bad guys by any means, just like moderately bad guys. So, makes sense now that he's really helped clear the air here and clear everything up. So yeah, this guy sucks, his friends suck, pranksters in general like this suck, fucking public nuisance, pranksters are horrible. That's about it. So yeah.
Hey, yep,
Welcome back to the tier list. We're doing MREs today, and Matt's going loopy.
Yeah, we're going to war. What kind of?
In our own way.
Yeah. Let's just fucking run it. Start with the crackers. We've got a bunch of packs and cheeses and jalapenos.
All right. Is there any like special preparations for it, or do I just eat it?
I think we just eat it.
Well, no. Like I know MREs sometimes have some like wild tech to them, where you like make a fire out of it and then you eat.
He's never been in the military.
I've never had astronaut food.
Have you really not?
No, I haven't.
Wow. All right.
Cheers.
Is this what they call hardtack?
No. Wow.
That's like if you took one of those, what is it, the Toll House crackers that come in the big green tin, and you sucked the flavor out.
That's like what I eat in a dream, where I don't taste anything.
Yeah.
Like it's like the idea of a cracker.
Yeah. Wow.
It's like it's impersonating it, but not very well.
It's not bad.
It's
just
fine.
It's just there. You want to bump it up with a little cheese spread?
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is a fascinating thing of nothing.
Yeah, it's quite literally nothing.
It's like a tangible ghost cracker.
They're fascinating.
Yeah, give me a little cheese.
In fact, my brain wants to learn more. Oh.
You have an inquisitive mind.
Yes.
Excellent spread.
This just must be the same as Easy Cheese, right?
Cheese Whiz, you mean?
Cheese Whiz.
Yeah. I would think. Yeah, that's Lunchables cheese right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's government cheese.
Literally. We're off to a strong
That's
start.
pretty fucking good.
Yeah. Damn! MRE's going hard.
Oh, fuck.
You guys are aliens, like, actually.
Got me ready to enlist, I swear to God.
No, if this gets better, I'm right there with you, brother.
Yeah, I'll sign up
Cheese spread with
today.
jalapeno.
Where's my local ROTC program? Jesus
Yeah, I don't know
Christ.
why they go to the local high schools. Just come give me this bad boy.
This is how you recruit. You don't need to do any of those like Twitch stream shits where it's like join the army, be a
We
hero.
play Rocket League. Just give me the cheese spread.
Be like, we got crackers and cheese.
They got salt on them?
Mm-mm. Nope.
You can eat as much as you want.
Whoa!
These things, I think this is what they put in the vests because these things are like fucking bullet.
They're pretty hard.
All right, you ready for this?
Is this a different spread?
Yeah. It's cheese spread with jalapenos.
All right, give me a little dabarooski.
Yeah. Oh, it's just coming out in a different formation.
Oh yeah, that's a very odd formation.
Yeah. Oh, that one had a little chunk in there.
Woo!
Oh, that's the jalapeno chunk.
She's got some kick to her. Pretty good though.
Wow.
That's pretty fucking good.
That's like the spicier Cheez-Its. It's like they captured that flavor.
Yeah.
This is the perfect vehicle for anything that you just want to taste the thing. It's just a great foundation.
It's like when you spray perfume on your wrist and you take a sniff, that way you get the actual essence.
Yeah.
That's good. That's an S tier.
Both of them are S tier, honestly.
Yeah. And the cracker, the entire meal was
That
an S
whole
tier.
meal was S, I agree. Great job, Uncle Sam.
Wow. Yeah, Uncle Sam really
I
put
guess
his
the
best foot
government
forward.
doesn't actually make the MREs. This is a pack made in the U.S. God bless.
Do they have ice cream?
I don't think they do. That's
No?
the astronauts. NASA gets that big budget.
Yeah, okay.
Inspected and passed by Department of Agriculture. So this does pass through the hands of the government.
The what?
The government. You ready for a beef patty with jalapeno?
That sounds awful.
It sure does. Why don't you open this one?
No, I'd love
Wait, do
to.
we have more plates?
Yeah, dude.
You're gonna need one.
This is wow, that actually looks like dog food. Take a peek in there. That is actually what I serve Kata from Farmer's Dog, a little beef pate. I'll jiggle her out. Show me.
I'm getting a phone call.
That looks like actual baby shit.
I'm gonna let you handle this one today, bud. The perforations don't go deep enough. Don't go.
There you go. I got
I'm
you.
speaking gibberish today. This MRE's got me acting up.
No, I can probably just cut it with the fork. No, I can't.
That didn't move at all. Look, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. They did a great job on the cracker.
I counted them out on the cracker, and they proved
Yep.
me wrong.
Is it cooked?
I don't know. Have you had this before as well, Chelsea?
You said, mm-hmm.
No.
Your dad didn't come home with like a big bucket of beef pate.
He
from
didn't
the
say,
MREs?
put down your cracker and eat the real food.
No.
Okay.
He did not.
That's dog food. That's dog food. Are we allowed to spit? Cracker.
Oh. You wouldn't be talking like this if you were on the front line.
That's true. That's so true. No, like
noodles.
if I had a bite of that when I was hungry, I'd be like, oh, you know what? I'm just going to the bullets. I've had enough. It's safer out there than in here with this. That is
I'm
revolting.
going to go see what they've got on the other side.
That is so bad. That is actually awful.
Oh God! You're telling me he's shooting at me from his kitchen? You can cook.
True. This is how the chef fights.
Holy shit!
The beef patés.
That was dog food.
That's an F.
One of the lowest Fs we've ever done.
That's actually shockingly bad. I would recommend everyone try this.
Yeah.
Here, come take a bite. Oh, true.
All right, so I'm starting to think these are a different company, and I think they're going to be worse than the Apex.
I think you're probably onto something.
Oh my fucking god! It's a brisket entree. I think based on the feel, you can pour the brisket entree out. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh Matt, you love brisket.
Ah.
That smells pretty nasty.
You're gonna look at it, Chelsea.
Chelsea, everybody has to try this today. I'm sorry.
All of you are going to look at it.
I bet you it looks better coming out my body.
That doesn't smell as bad as the last one.
Let me give her a little whiff.
That one actually smells a little better.
Sure does, Chuck.
I mean,
You're not wrong.
It does smell better than the last one.
Are you going for a chunk?
I'm gonna go for like a tiny.
All right. It's better.
That is a little better. I still don't want to swallow it.
I don't.
Mainly because
either.
I don't trust it.
I don't either.
Okay, cool. We're on the same page.
Why don't you trust it?
I just don't.
I
trust these.
Those I
don't trust these mystery. Like, she went to the dentist and they were like, you can pick one thing. Let's get another plate going for our spag with beef.
Can you guys throw this somewhere else or does it sit under my nose the whole time?
This is spag with beef and science? I don't know what
In science.
It's spag with beef and SCE. Spag with beef and SCE. Oh, sauce.
Sauce. Yeah. Way to crack the code.
I like science better.
You said spaghetti again.
Spaghetti and spaghetti. I think the spaghetti will be good. Just a hunch.
I have the same hunch. I don't feel spaghetti noodles.
That's like a literal term.
Solid.
That looks yummy. Here, let me just come right from the source.
I've got an idea. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You got that? Oh, here, I got you again. It's like a little dispenser. What if they stop putting meat in them?
I would agree.
Oh, I thought you meant like MRE creators, like YouTubers.
No. Like,
Protein. How would you get your protein?
just throw some fucking protein powder in that bad boy. I don't care.
Yeah, does protein powder
Ready?
expire?
It's just whey, so it'd be like the cheese left.
Oh.
They're cooking.
That's good.
Wow, that's good stuff.
That is actually good stuff.
Chef Boyardee, step aside. Really tasty.
Is there meat in here? Or?
There is, yeah. So he doesn't take a second bite.
It's not gonna be bad. It's not gonna be bad meat.
Well, this is from menu 4. I wish we could have gotten the full menus because menu 4 comes with a sweet potato grape smoothie.
Wow. Also, this is a B tier.
I agree. B.
And the whatever brisket thing was a D tier.
The dog food was F. It was. All right, moving on.
Yep.
It's probably the good one.
Wait,
hash brown potatoes with
that is
bacon.
the good one.
Woo! Give me another plate. Why is it liquid?
I hope this is like the McDonald's hash browns. Why does it look like that?
Get there. Yeah.
All right, now we found it. Well, I mean, I'm ravenous now.
Yeah, who wouldn't be? You really just dug into that.
It's not the worst thing I've ever had. It's not good though.
Huh. It's very, if you have those like barbecue like pinto beans, It tastes like everything around the
Your
pinto
stomach
beans.
is crying out.
Yeah, it's. I think it wants more.
Yeah, get another.
It's saying, please give me more potato squares.
Yeah, it's
that
not,
one's fine.
Yeah, it's not good, but it's
No.
not bad. I'd give it like a C.
I was gonna go under the spaghetti. That's a C.
Yeah, the spaghetti was like good. That's just like I can tolerate it.
All right.
All right.
We're done with the small fries. We're moving into the big boys, the A-Pack ready meals. Let's get it. Yep.
That's a lot of ingredients.
Wait, is the whole menu in here?
It might be like a full meal, yeah. Let's say what it is.
This is the spaghetti with Italian-style sauce and meat. So it comes with the spaghetti, comes with the cracker, the spork that we need. Oh, sunflower butter for our cracker.
That actually sounds fire.
And, oh boy, I spoke too soon. We did get the sweet potato and grape smoothie. Who put that together? Typically, this is how you would heat your meal, but it takes a while. This spaghetti looks better.
It does.
It looks more spaghetti-like.
Does it need to be heated or no?
Can I have a paper towel? No. You can eat it without.
Okay. Oh, that tastes just like Chef Boyardee. That is going hard.
Let me scoop on in here.
I actually would like some more. That's good.
It's a little sweet for my liking.
Really?
Yeah.
I actually think that adds a lot to it.
I like the other spaghetti better.
This is fantastic. That spaghetti is...
That one's all yours.
This is... Well, I might just have this one if you insist. Ooh. Oh, is there meat here?
Yeah, finish it. Like, eat the meat.
No, I think I'm full now. But that's really good. I would give that a comfortable S tier. Outside of the crackers...
I was going to go D. That
Wow.
might be our biggest discrepancy ever. That one I really didn't like. It's super sweet.
Yeah, but that's kind of fun.
Yeah, it's playful.
It's goof noodles.
So are you ranking the individual pieces of the full meal, or are you ranking the meat?
We can average it together for meal 4.
Yeah, so we're gonna rank all of meal 4.
Okay.
You can have that one.
Thanks. Man, there's a nice texture to it. It's almost like the shortbread cookie of the cracker world.
Mm.
I don't know why I said that specifically to you, but I hope you know that, Chelsea.
What is that? What are you using right now?
This is sunflower butter, but I didn't mix it super well, so here, I'll give you good sunflower butter. There you go.
What is this supposed to go on? Because I doubt it's a cracker.
I would
Probably
think
is
a
the
cracker.
cracker.
Really?
It's like a
Yeah, it's
peanut
just
butter
It's
replacement.
like just a butter and cracker.
That is some extraordinary butter.
Good stuff.
Right now, this is a meal that I would actually choose to eat for fun.
First part, not so much, but this one's it for me.
Thank you.
I know this isn't hardtack, but I just wanted to share a story that I once made hardtack in 5th grade.
I did too.
They made us spend the night in the school, and then in the morning, we made hardtack and little tinfoil stoves with a candle to cook an egg in.
It's literally
Imagine
just like
this.
a brick
It's
that you
it's
gnaw
like
on.
a brick cracker, basically. And you're
Yeah.
like, it's bad.
What else we have? 'Cause that's another S tier.
So this, I agree. That's a strong S. This is a sweet potato grape smoothie. Do we have cups up here?
All right, grape smoothie. Sweet potato grape smoothie.
I want to know what mastermind cooked this one up.
That's not a great smoothie color, if I'm being honest.
Well, would you want sweet potato for a smoothie in general?
Nope.
Nah, not really.
I love taro.
I don't know what
It
that
is. It's a give it a good
I
ol'
legitimately
sip.
hate the smell a lot.
I'm gonna get my drinky drink ready. You went in like a champ on that.
It's pretty good. That's actually pretty good.
I don't know if you're fucking with me or not.
I'm not
Whoa!
fucking with you.
That's like Thanksgiving came alive with grapes.
That's pretty good. Yeah, it's just it's very viscous.
It's like baby food.
Yeah, it's actually like baby mush.
Oh,
yeah.
The grape
That's pleasant.
comes in with a little punch of sweetness.
Yeah, I don't know how it's not bad, but it's
It
pretty
smells
good.
bad, but that reminds me of when the rat in Ratatouille.
Did you see everyone correcting you on that? It's
No.
not a grape, it's a strawberry.
They're watching the new version.
They've got the common.
Yeah.
I watched the original. So that whole meal is an S tier. I actually would eat everything in there again.
I was going to put it at A just because I wasn't a big fan of that. But I would have to say menu 4 came out swinging.
Yeah.
And I'm not so sure that other menus are going to be able to compete.
That's kind of what I'm feeling too.
We've got our little vegetable stew cooking over there. What?
Theoretically.
Theoretically. Yeah, don't burn yourself.
It's not getting warm.
All right, so right now, menu 4, delicioso. Let's go to menu 6. The smoothie in this one, banana and, oh wait. Oh, they're different options. Some have banana and apples, some have sweet potato and grape. I don't know which one this has. That's the fun of MREs. It's like a Cracker Jack box. You never know what you're gonna get.
That's so exciting. What was the actual meal of this one, not just the smoothie?
Oh, sorry. Pasta with garden vegetables and tomato sauce.
No meat?
No meat.
No meat!
Meatless!
Let's go!
Yeah!
I feel
what's
safe.
this? Chocolate crisp protein and energy bar. We'll be able to get a real date off of this bad boy.
Oh, actually, that's going to be very helpful.
It's probably on the box it came from.
Yeah.
It was just inspected in July, so this was just recently
Oh.
Okay, cool.
Oh, you made a little.
I made a little
squirty miss. Oh, there's corn in that puppy.
There is, and
That's not good. I think on the front line you
macaronis.
probably don't have great sewage systems, and your body doesn't digest corn. There's just corn. You learned it here.
Well, you don't need sewage if you're not digesting it. It's just corn again.
The fields of war are littered with corn.
You're on to something. You're getting dangerously close to something the government doesn't want you to know.
Chelsea's family is going to watch this and make her quit her job.
This looks good.
We got sweet potato and grape again. I just want a banana and apple.
Okay, that may have been a bit ambitious from me.
Let me get did you get a piece of corn?
I got a piece of everything.
There's a lot of chew to that noodle.
There is. There is. They need to do a little something to the noodles. It's not bad. It's no menu 4.
Yep. It's a menu 6.
It's a menu 6.
You know what they say out in war. It's, I guess I'll eat menu 6 if I have to.
Fuck, they gave me a menu 6.
Yeah, what did you get?
A menu 4. I'll trade you. It's okay.
Middle of the road. That alone right now? C.
Yeah. It is okay.
Yeah. All right. We already know.
Well, and to be fair, it's supposed to be hot. That would be a lot better hot.
I completely
that would
agree.
Be much
that
better
one
hot.
would do a lot with some heat added.
Yes.
The chocolate crisp replaces my cracker and almond or sunflower butter.
Well, they were cutting costs.
Yeah, that's big shoes to fill. I just want you to hear that noise one last time.
That's thunderous.
Yeah.
That's a lot of nutrients.
Well, it's in case you
densely
run
packed.
out of weaponry.
Oh, that's true.
You can use the
Yeah.
bar as well, yeah.
You want to take a bite and I'll hold it?
Wow, that looks awful. Yeah.
There's a snap to it.
Oh.
Get right into the middle. Whoa. You ever seen Jawser size?
Yeah.
This bad boy could put him out of business. Holy shit. It's only 11 grams.
Fuck, that's bad. Wow. Yucko. How was it inspected? Like, they didn't open it.
Everything to make sure it's not open.
Yeah.
So
True.
that way if it was bad, once it's functioning, obviously.
I would say this really would bring it up.
Yeah.
I'd give this, we gave menu 4 an S. Well, you did, I did an A. I'd say this whole menu's I don't know, this bad. It's a C or D. I'd say, I'll give it a C because it's got a sweet potato grape smoothie bringing up.
Yeah, I think it averages out for me like a B.
Alright.
That's horrible, though. It's actually just that and the sweet potato grape smoothie that carry.
I think this, with heat, would have been
Would've
really
hard,
good.
yeah.
Alright, so menu 6 did not live up to menu 4.
Are you sure this is working?
Look, dude.
It's the same temperature as when I pressed it, like...
I'll get to cooking it, alright?
He's just gonna go put it in the microwave.
Puts it in his pants. Alright, you want to dive into menu 1?
Oh, this is, yeah.
Yeah, I heard about menu 1.
Menu 1 is what started it all.
Yep. This was the OG.
What is menu 1?
Menu 1 is Southwestern style beans with rice and chicken.
Oh, this is our first chicken.
Chicken! Alright, give me a plate.
Alright.
The crackers are back!
Welcome home!
Now, what smoothie did we get? It's like, here, I'll let you open this. I'm figuring out our prize. God damn it!
The tier list. That looks bad.
Oh no,
That
I
looks
saw a
bad.
little glimpse of that square.
That just looks bad.
That one I think would do well with heat. Oh.
If you just chop it up, it looks like the other ones.
Yeah.
Yep. The gang's all here. Alright, I'm just gonna...
Man, them beans aren't playing games, I'll tell you right now.
That bean's punching. The texture leaves a little to be desired.
This would be good with heat.
Yeah. Well, heat...
With
Not
heat,
bad.
and the way it's supposed to be consumed, the way the Lord intended, that would be pretty good.
I think that one, if heated, would be my favorite.
I agree. I actually like these beans a lot.
The southwest part of that is there. That's good. I'm gonna go A because I really think that bad boy wasn't playing if he heated it up.
Yeah, I'm going to go A as well because even not heated up, these beans are saying
Those
something.
beans
to
are
me.
good. That's Southwest seasoning.
Yeah.
And then what did we get with our cracker? Sunflower butter.
Well, we already know it's good. Is that the next course of the meal?
Yeah, that's all of it.
That means it's got to be an A.
That's an A.
You guys are both like, wow, this is fucking weird and doesn't taste great, but it's
No,
okay.
we said the flavor.
Like if it was
this is
heated.
definitely better than this.
Yeah,
Okay.
if this was heated, this would be.
I
very
think
good.
that would-
reactions were very different.
No, the texture is off-putting.
It is.
But if you're not a connoisseur, is a much
No,
better
that's
word.
true.
A sommelier.
Yes, a sommelier of MREs.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
See, the thing is, like, it's good, but bad.
Yeah.
Like it.
So that means A.
It flirts. Sometimes when making a masterpiece, you gotta play with a little fire.
If you give me this and you give me some Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets, it's gonna get bumped down. But I'm not rating it compared to Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, it's all
I'm rating
relative
it
ratings.
in the MRE scale. And we went from shit dog food to Southwest chicken.
To Southwest beans.
So it's an A.
I'm still just kind of eating these little beans.
You're liking those beans, you're picking them out.
They're little treats.
I'm gonna move to menu 3.
Okay.
Home style vegetables in sauce with noodles and chicken.
Perfect.
And we got another shot at the elusive banana apple smoothie.
This is our last chance.
Go ahead with the vegetable with noodle chicken.
Noodle chicken vegetable coming right up.
What's happening? And here, I'll ruin our surprise. We got a cracker with sunflower butter. I would be done by day 3. I would need something else. Oh no.
I actually don't
That
mind
looked a little cat foodish from what I saw.
I don't mind that color.
Wait.
That's like it's not dog food color.
Good golly, Miss Molly, I'm excited to jump into this one.
At first it looked like a scab, but then as it came out, I was like, you know what? Actually, that's not discolored. It's just, it's
the color.
It's got some weird characteristics as well.
All right, let's get in here. That sweetness is back.
Yeah.
Hey, is there sugar in it? 62 grams of sugar. Oh, that's the whole menu. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't really like that. It's not dog food level.
No, it's definitely a little better than that.
But we put this in C, right?
Yes.
Because that means that's got to be a D in my head. Does that make this a B and that a C?
You're getting into weird quantum calculations.
Yeah.
Mine's more simple. I don't like a whole lot about it, but I don't hate it either.
That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I could eat that one.
Yeah.
Which is why I feel bad giving it a D, so I think it's a C.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to give this one a C as
we'll
well.
just run C. You're not going to believe it.
We didn't get it.
We got a sweet potato grape smoothie. We are chasing our Charizard, and we're not finding it.
Well, how did it get so hot so quick?
Bro, literally, I have no idea. It's fucking heat.
All right, come plop her down then. This is our last menu item. This is menu number.
Wait, what were we ranking this overall menu? We had the
C.
sweet potato and
Didn't we
grape.
give it a C?
Well, that's C, but then you got the cracker with
Oh.
sunflower butter and the sweet potato, which I think has to bump it
To a B. Yeah, natural.
Yeah.
You
It's
use slope intercept form.
Yeah.
Good call. Good call.
Yep. Found the hypotenuse.
Yeah, I was about to say, did you go home and look at math stuff last night?
Well, no, and then we found the hypotenuse, and there it was.
You wouldn't understand. These are very advanced calculations, Chelsea. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Come
we're
bring it
so
over
this,
here.
This is menu 5, the coveted menu 5, vegetable stew with meat.
Do you feel heat coming out of it?
Man, it's government heat right there.
She cooking. Do not overfill. Oh, you overfilled it. You actually did.
No.
The fire out the second window.
So how is it supposed to work?
Here, you wanna plate her up?
Is it? Oh, it's okay.
Can we throw this away later tonight and it just explodes?
I'm just gonna put it on top of this, so we stop wasting so many plates.
That is just.
What?
Okay. Whatever.
Well, if you think about it, there's enough there that we can pull off the top, and then we won't be touching the bottom.
I'm done questioning.
You pick off the top of the mountain because the top of the mountain hasn't muddled with the rest of it.
It's actually an architectural approach where you build up instead of out.
Yep. It's like ants.
Yep.
Stew? Oh, garbanzo beans?
Oh. Well, hello there.
Do you hear my stomach?
I hear this.
It's
I
not
hear this
great.
right now. It's saying some stuff. Saying some pretty nice things to me, actually.
What is this again?
I don't know. Your stomach is really.
It's not feeling good.
It's very vocal today.
I think it's the
Vegetable stew with meat.
Wait,
That.
oh, God damn it.
What? You thought there was no meat?
Yeah.
You asked for it to be heated because it had meat.
You're right.
That was your choice.
You are right.
Yeah, get back to where you were though. Ignore your fear. That's pretty good stuff.
It is pretty good stuff. Now you eat another meat bite.
Look, with everything we do, if you die, I die. We know that by this point. Okay. All right. Jesus.
The only meat you shouldn't have been worried about is chicken, and both of you went into that with no question.
Yeah, it's chicken.
Yeah, I never met a chicken I didn't like.
A. All right, let's dig into menu 5 some more. Oh, I'm seeing she's giving us something playful.
Oh, yikes.
We're back to these.
I don't know if we need another plate, but just in case.
This one's grand.
I literally waited for Danny's face.
This is the highest level of irrationality I've ever seen in my life, from just on all facets.
You just don't understand the process.
That tastes like a Laffy Taffy, or not, or Now and Later.
Kind of tastes like an Airhead.
Yeah, it's like candy.
Yeah.
That really is like candy with protein.
No, it's pretty good.
I don't know why they're not selling more of these. Okay.
Come on, baby.
That's good.
Give us apple and banana. PSA 10.
Sweet potato grape smoothie.
God damn it. God damn it. Maybe they discontinued it.
They must have. It was too good. So you got stew, sweet potato grape smoothie, candy bar.
Probably an A.
Yeah, I think that all rounds out to an A.
Yeah.
We've got one more, the one I'm really not looking forward to. It's pork.
Pork?
Pork.
Pork with sauce and rice.
I mean, technically, you don't have to eat that.
We got another cracker with sunflower butter.
Mm-hmm.
Should I ruin the surprise now? Or...
Just do it now.
All right. Please, please.
Oh boy. Well, wash it down with some good old-fashioned pork.
You ever just cut your sauce and rice like that?
That's Uncle Ben's rice in there.
You always say that anytime there's rice.
You're right. I just really like Uncle Ben's rice.
Oh,
So when there's good rice, I'm
you
just
saw
like,
me eating when you came in? That was a big bowl of Uncle Ben's.
fuck yeah. That's good.
Oh, it's good.
That
It's
is
got a
a-
little kick to it. It's
Yeah,
nice.
That's actually really nice.
That's well seasoned.
It is well seasoned.
I don't think I got any of the pork.
I don't know if there is any pork. I didn't get any either.
Maybe it's like super fine. I mean,
Like super shredded, you mean?
yeah. Pork's a delicacy.
Yeah, that's what I've always heard too.
I don't eat pork.
I also don't eat pork.
Yeah, that was good.
It was good. That would be A.
I was gonna go A, and then we've got these, and we've got the smoothie. It's another A.
Same old routine.
Yep.
It's all an A.
A. Just we hide all the good food in the MRE bags. It's a shame, really.
I was pleasantly surprised by the quality of the food today,
I thought
actually.
I was gonna be puking. We started off slow. We started off bad, and we went up.
Whoever's making these, like the meals, is
Yeah.
doing a much better job than whoever's selling the under the table.
Yeah, just the
beef
individual
brisket.
bags. Those sucked. These were good.
Yeah,
So,
agreed. Yeah, so if you're ever in a pinch and need an MRE, now you know what the best ones are, and you're
Yeah.
welcome.
Hey, good job.
Hey, good work. Welcome to the Splash Zone. I'm just going to cannonball into the pool right away here because this story's got me heated. I am boiling right now. On YouTube, there is one unforgivable sin, an unwritten rule that every creator and user is aware of. It's kind of like a treaty, a truce that we've all shaken hands on and accept because it is inexcusable slimy, and anytime someone tries to take a bite of the forbidden fruit, they rightfully get their cheeks disciplined. A very firm spanking from the whole community, and most of the time they end up pretty much losing their career from it, from their own self-destructive narcissism and greed. That is false copyright strikes. And unfortunately, that's what we're talking about today. A big YouTube channel named Magnates Media is facing termination because he received 3 fraudulent copyright strikes from another YouTube channel named Business Casual, aka Alex Edson. Now, Alex Edson is a special fucking malicious goofball. You see, this guy didn't even build the Business Casual channel from scratch or anything. He bought it when it was already extremely popular. So he didn't even put the fucking work in, which is an absolute goober move off rip. But you've probably heard of this channel recently because he had a viral video talking about why he's suing YouTube. And while there is some compelling points and evidence, there's also a bunch of dirty barnacles in here as well, with some shady claims and some claims that were just absolutely wrong, like provably false. But overall, like, the video did have a lot to it, which is why it was so popular, and it was well put together, it was high production, and made some good points and some not so great points. But overall, it was kind of odd. And a couple YouTubers actually pointed out a lot of it. In fact, Upper Echelon made 3 videos kind of covering all of it, which I think make very good points. Overall, the whole thing was odd, if nothing else. And now Alex is back from the septic tanks, he's risen from the sewers like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and he's bringing bad news. He's striking down Magnates Media with what I and anyone with a functioning cerebral cortex will classify as blatant abuse of the copyright systems. So, he's issued 3 strikes to Magnates Media, which sets his channel up for termination in the coming days. He's already received a notice that his channel will be taken down because of these strikes from Business Casual. Let me just lay down the brass tacks here with the level of lunacy we're dealing with these claims. So, Business Casual is basically taking away Magnates Media's entire livelihood because he believes that some of his content looked similar to his based on an editing technique called parallax editing. So he struck him 3 times for 3 separate videos. The total content time of those 3 videos is over an hour and a half long. And of those 3 videos, in total, 10 seconds, roughly 10 seconds worth of footage, Alex is saying belonged to him. So in one of the videos, it is actually just a single image that lasts for like 3 seconds, and he's saying that he stole it directly from his video because the parallax editing technique was a dead giveaway. But Magnates Media has proven beyond a shadow of doubt that not only is that image a public domain image, because they were covering a similar topic, so of course they're going to have similar images because it's a fucking public domain image. So he proved it's a public domain image and that the parallax editing technique was done by his editor. And he has like a 16-minute video showcasing his editor doing the editing on that photo to prove he didn't take it from Business Casual. And they don't even look similar in any of these cases, but this is how outrageous Alex Edson's claims are. In total, about 10 seconds he has a problem with, saying that it looks similar to his work, thus it must have been stolen, and he has a right to terminate this channel. And Magnates Media channel will be terminated because of these 3 strikes as of right now. He's already received the notice that it's coming. It's right around the corner. That is fucking frightening and just downright evil from Business Casual. Upper Echelon made an incredible video going over this entire subject from top to bottom, inside and out. I highly recommend checking out that video. I'm going to put a link to it in the description. He does an amazing job breaking it all down thoroughly, as well as some other incredibly fucked up things Alex has done.
If you read the other provisions of the DMCA Safe Harbor, Section 512, it's clear that Congress did not want parties to have to sue to enforce their rights. So while it may be that the system could be gamed on the other side, that's how Congress intended it to be. End quote. That right there is Business Casual arguing that simply because he filed some strikes, it therefore means that YouTube needs to terminate the entire channel without him proving anything in a court of law. That's what we just read, and that appears to be precisely what he's doing now to a channel named Magnates Media.
What he was reading there comes from a completely different case, but just hearing that is beyond alarming. That is fucking chaos. That is the opening of Pandora's box in the worst way imaginable. So Alex Edson is an actual villain, and what he's doing here is completely unjustifiable. This is beyond fucking tragic. There's absolutely no argument he nor anyone could make on his behalf that would justify him taking down an entire channel, ruining the entire career and livelihood of that creator based on similarity of public domain images. Now, they made videos on similar topics, obviously. They did do that, but there's nothing wrong with that. It's not like Alex owns that whole topic or anything. And Alex even made a bold claim that Magnates Media stole his scripts from his videos, which is so laughably delusional. I imagine he was twirling his little evil mustache when he made that claim, because Business Casual's videos on the same content as Magnate Media is like 19 minutes, 20 minutes long sometimes. Magnate's Media coverage is like 50 plus minutes long. So Magnate's Media does a much more thorough breakdown and deep dive on everything than Business Casual, so how the fuck would he have stolen any of the scripts? But even still, Magnate's Media played ball with it. He tap danced with the claims and still proved his innocence by showing all of the timestamps of the editing done to his script from fucking start to finish. Alex tried to claim that he stole his scripts and plugged it into ChatGPT to generate a somewhat different script while still maintaining his video's DNA. He doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just using random buzzwords in his stupid little smooth brain. That's so laughable. What a fucking joke of a person. And it's sickening to see him do this to someone he views as competition. That's the only explanation I can think of for why he'd even target this channel. There is absolutely no justification or argument someone can make that would convince me that what Alex is doing here is just, and he has a right to do so. If there really was an issue where he felt like these images were stolen, like, oh, you took this image that my editor worked hard on editing, he could have reached out to Magnates Media. And Magnates Media has said multiple times on Twitter that he has tried to reach out to Alex himself to try and resolve this whole situation amicably. But Alex isn't responding. He's giving the cold shoulder, fucking full radio silence. But you could have reached out and said, hey, can you remove that, or some other different solution that doesn't involve striking. That is the nuclear option. That is the harshest punishment that you can dish out. And it's highly unnecessary here when all of the offending content that you believe is too similar to yours only accounts for 10 seconds out of over an hour and a half worth of content. That makes no sense. It's fucking ridiculous, and it's shameful. It is beyond shameful. Another YouTuber made a great video covering this situation as well, which I'll link in the description too, and he leads to a bigger conversation to be had about what this could mean for the entire platform going forward, as well as he talks about something that I think is important we mention as well, that if Magnates Media tries to push back and defend himself, fight back against Alex Edson legally, Alex Edson may very well just turn around and sue him. He has shown he is more than willing to do that, and it just seems like he is vaguely alluding to the fact that he would be open to doing that against Magnates Media should he try and defend himself against his claims here. So, just an actual piece of shit. Now, what Scott highlights, and something that I'd also like to talk about, is what it could mean for the whole platform should this behavior continue. It would mean that if you, let's say, are doing a, video essay on a topic that another channel has covered, you might be at risk of them striking your channel down because you used the same image they used. You were covering the same topic and you may have used the same image, and maybe you just used very standard editing techniques like, TV static effect, or a very common one you see in all video essays these days are the crumpled paper backgrounds. A lot of video essays today use the crumpled paper background. I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. So should this kind of shit continue, you could very well be next on the chopping block for someone who said, hey, I have a right to use the crumpled paper background. You have lifted my editing technique. This work is too similar to mine. Here's a strike for it. I think it's pretty obvious how that would be absolutely awful to the platform overall. So really the whole thing is terrible. This whole situation is really bad for YouTube entirely. I've only scratched the very tip of this iceberg with how disgusting this whole situation is, so I do encourage you once again to watch the Upper Echelon video as well as Scott Schaefer's video. Mudahar also just posted something about it, and all three of them are far more knowledgeable on all of the nuance to this subject than I am. I just wanted to give a general overview of everything, and I'll just quickly try and cover my own ass before Alex Edson tries to stick his tongue in it. I'm just giving my opinion on everything. I'm not a lawyer. I didn't pass the bar. I can't say for sure if these are fraudulent claims or if it's an alleged abuse of the copyright system. I'm just giving my dumb, stupid caveman brain opinion on it and saying that I think you suck, Alex. I think you are a revolting, stinky piece of dog shit that not even the flies want to be around. That's all. I'm just here to kind of make fun of you and point out a problem here with your behavior. So yeah, here's hoping Magnets Media doesn't lose his channel from all of this absolute mumbo jumbo. That would be extremely upsetting to see. Hoping for the best for him and his channel and a good outcome from this whole situation here. That's really about it. So yeah. Today I experienced what it must have felt like for early human scholars like Aristotle when they'd sit and ponder the deep, complex issues plaguing society, as well as taking notice of things going on around them and trying to make sense of all of it. And today, my philosophical thought experiment was, why is every single new movie that's coming out flopping? With the exception of Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, most new movies that are coming out over the last few months are setting new records for how dog shit they're performing in the box office. These bad boys are flopping harder than LeBron James against the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs. It's getting rough. And I just read this headline here about a movie I didn't even know existed being DreamWorks' lowest opening for anything they've ever made, called Ruby Gillman Teenage Kraken. It brought in just $5.2 million so far on opening weekend. And this is a $70 million budget, and that doesn't account for any of the marketing costs. So this is looking like a historic bomb here. And this isn't alone. Elemental is still in theaters and is not performing well. It was Pixar's second lowest opening ever, I believe. Like, what's going on here? It was a question that I wanted an answer to, so I got deep into exploring the inner machinations of my mind in order to get an answer. I was nearly ready to draw a bath and really get after it, really exercise my noodle. And following this thought line to its natural conclusion, you reach two questions. Are movies just getting worse, which is why people don't really care to go see them? Or do people just not really have an interest in going to a movie theater anymore? Pretty much everything we do in our day-to-day lives has become extremely convenient, whether it's ordering food or just general entertainment. You can watch pretty much every show and movie from the comfort of your own home. And you don't have to pay individually for each movie you want to see because eventually they hit streaming platforms that you have a subscription to. So going to a movie theater is inconvenient. You have to drive to the theater. It's also expensive because the ticket prices just keep increasing exponentially. And God have mercy on your soul if you get a little appetite or a little thirsty and decide to buy something from the concession stand, because then you're out another $50 buster, because that shit is outrageously priced. It is downright criminal how expensive things are at a movie theater. I went to see a movie today. I saw the new Indiana Jones. I'll get to that in a moment, but it's what put this discussion top of mind for me. And I bought a water bottle. And not only did they have the gall, the fucking chutzpah, to sell me a Dasani water bottle, but they charged me $8 for the Dasani water bottle. That is sewage. Dasani is literally sewage in a bottle, and I paid $8 for the sludge. I really would have rather paid $8 for each employee there to spit into a cup and I'd drink that. Not only would it taste better than Dasani, but I'd feel less scammed. Point is, it's expensive going to a movie theater, and it's inconvenient. So, is that the reason why a lot of people are choosing not to go, leading to so many box office disasters recently? It's a lot of questions that I've been looking at answers for the last few hours since coming back from the movie. And I wanted to just kind of talk about it because I find it so interesting. So let's dive into the first question. Are movies just getting worse? And is that the reason why people aren't bothering to go? Because it's not worth their time to see it? I think the answer to that is probably no. But I do think movies are getting less original. Because the budgets for films have gone up so much, like most films are like $70 million plus budgets. Most of the time even going north of 100 mil, 200 mil, and in the case of like Indiana Jones, 300 mil. These are, and it's an outrageous amount of clams in order to produce a modern blockbuster. So when you're gambling with that amount of money on a movie, most of the higher-ups like to make sure that it's the safest possible investment they can make with it. So they choose to either make sequels or reboots or remakes, something that they know has a built-in core audience. So that's why you see most of what hits theaters these days is kind of derivative of other properties or just straight up a sequel. And I think that leads to a lot of people feeling like they've just kind of already been through this song and dance before. You're not getting a ton of unique experiences from huge blockbusters anymore. And I think that does play a role in it, but I don't think that necessarily means the movies themselves are worse. They're just so much safer. They just play everything super safe and by the book. Now, that's of course not talking about every movie that hits theaters. There's still a lot of companies that are doing lower budget productions that are far more creative and original. Of course, things like A24 and production houses like that. But on the whole, most of the big blockbusters are very generic, and it's food that you've had before. You're basically just getting junk food that you know isn't exactly like the best thing there is, but it's still good enough for a lot of people, and it has been that way for a long time. But I feel like at this point, people are just losing that sweet tooth. They don't really care to just keep seeing the same shit over and over again. Like superhero movies. Superhero movies, even the worst ones, used to still turn a massive profit. It was an infinite money glitch for a while, but now it's been patched. Superhero films aren't guaranteed to make you money. Case in point, The Flash. The Flash came out, and it had a crazy marketing campaign behind it. They had all kinds of celebrities singing its praises, celebrities that you would think would hate it. Like Stephen King was going crazy about it, talking about how good it was. Tom Cruise really loved it, saying, you know, this is a certified semen siphoner. It's gonna make you nut, trust me. Kojima just posted a tweet talking about how great it was. Just so many celebrities talking about it being great, which I still believe was some kind of like paid marketing campaign that they haven't disclosed. I still find it so hard to believe after seeing the movie that all of these celebrities lost their fucking mind over it. Like, it's a fine film, but nothing that I think really changed the whole landscape. But they were talking about it like it reinvented the whole superhero genre. And it still bombed in the box office. Now, of course, there are other factors at play, like Ezra Miller and the crime spree Ezra Miller went on that went completely unpunished. There are certain things like that at play with The Flash, but I still think even if that wasn't the case, the movie probably wouldn't have been a glowing success then either. I think there is legitimately superhero fatigue because most people are assuming that they've already seen all of this kind of shit before, so probably aren't going to bother going through the inconvenience and the extreme cost of driving to a theater, paying for the tickets, when instead they could just wait for it to conveniently drop on their favorite streaming platform and watch it from home without spending a fucking dime, really, aside from the subscription cost. And to extend this a bit deeper for today's experience, like I mentioned, I saw Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. It's the 5th entry into the Indiana Jones franchise. I actually saw it with my parents. This is the first movie we've seen together since the Avengers movie, the first one, back in like 2012. So we decided to go to the theater and see it together because we all really like Indiana Jones. And it turns out the film is really struggling a bit with a $60 million debut. Now, this isn't exactly like a hard turbo flop or anything, but it's opening to less than what Kingdom of the Crystal Skull opened to back in 2008. And for a lot of people, that movie is considered a legitimate abomination in the Indiana Jones franchise, so I think there is a chance that people just wrote off the franchise after that one and maybe didn't even bother giving this a chance. I'm really not sure. But yeah, the movie is not performing nearly as well as they expected it to, despite the film's budget being like $300 million, which doesn't even account for the marketing costs, at least according to the numbers I'm seeing online. So this is a movie that needed to generate huge buzz, tons of doubloons, in order to turn any semblance of a profit, and it's not looking likely at the moment. So after watching the film, I'll give you like a little pseudo moist meter here. It's a fine movie. I don't think it's very good, but I don't think it's bad either. Like, I wouldn't say that this is an example of a movie that's so shitty that people probably just wouldn't bother going to a theater to see it. It's one of those movies where it doesn't really try to do anything interesting. It plays it very, very safe. You go there, you'll be entertained for the runtime, but it's not something that you'll really remember on the drive home. It's something that's easily forgotten. There's nothing wrong with it. I think there's a lot of goofy moments in it that don't make a whole lot of sense, as well as a couple of plot holes, but I'm not here to do a spoiler review for this. I'll just say overall, it's probably the second worst Indiana Jones movie. I still think it's probably a little bit better than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, but not by much. It doesn't even come close to the original trilogy. But again, I don't think it's like, you know, an affront to God or anything. It's not horrible. So this wouldn't really be something that I would think would be an example of movies are just getting worse and that's why no one's going to see them. But I do think this is an example of this is a very safe, generic movie that most people probably wouldn't bother to see. In movie theaters, that is. This would be something you'd flip on when you're, just perusing your streaming platform of choice, and you'd throw it on for, some background noise. Or if you need something to kill fucking like 3 hours. This movie is way too long. I'm not just gonna give a whole Indiana Jones review here, but point is, I don't think this is a movie that's so bad that it's scaring people away from going to see it. It's just, I do think it's not a movie that would get people excited to go. They tried to revive a beloved franchise again, and that bet is no longer working these days. Most people have seen through shameless cash grabs that just try and like piggyback off the goodwill of a great franchise that they knew and loved. And I think that's one of the big things that people are now just being kind of more conscientious of, like, I know it's probably not going to be as good as the originals, so I'm not going to go out of my way to pay a ton of money for the tickets, and I'm certainly not going to pay a ton of money for the drinks and food, because I swear to God, with the prices the way they are, you'd have to choose between paying for a bottle of Dasani or paying for a handful of rare earth minerals. Like, there's going to be like the same cost of a diamond at some point for a fucking bottle of Dasani at a movie theater. But yeah. I don't think that the main deterrent for people going to a theater is movies getting shittier, but I do think them refusing to take big, like, blockbuster risks on new IP or, like, more bold creative projects is definitely something that is not doing them any favors. But I think by far the biggest contributing factor is it's pricing people out. And it's just not convenient anymore, whereas everything else in the world is just getting more and more convenient. Whereas going to a movie theater is going the opposite direction. It's getting less and less convenient and more expensive. So it's just one of those things where I think that's the biggest thing at play here for a lot of these flops that have been happening. Not necessarily that the projects are shittier. Like Ruby Gilman could be an absolute masterpiece. I have no fucking idea. But I don't feel like going to a theater to see it because it just doesn't really capture me as like worth the inconvenience of going there for it. Same with Elemental. Elemental just seems like a really kind of generic film. And that's not enough to get me like, in the car, and putting my ass in the seat in order to watch it just to see if it is generic or if it's like great. I don't really feel like bothering with that. And I feel like that's the way a lot of people feel because it's expensive and it's inconvenient. So that's kind of my guess for the flops. Just something I was thinking about today watching Indiana Jones and learning that it was not doing super hot in the box office, and I thought for sure Indiana Jones was going to be a shoo-in for profit, but clearly not. I think the age of being able to just kind of phone it in for movies and blockbusters and being able to make, tons of money off of very lazy writing or very generic storytelling and productions, I think that age is kind of behind us now. I think in order to stand out in the box office, it's being proven recently that you need a very strong, good movie. Like Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. That film is absolutely exploding. Another good example is Puss in Boots 2. Like, I think now we're entering an age where people are only going to go to a theater if it really seems like something special that will be worth their time and they'll get a great experience out of it. As opposed to how it used to be where people just kind of go to a theater to see anything, even if it looked kind of generic, because, they were in malls and everyone was out and about, like in malls and shit. So, I'll check out the newest superhero film just because it's there, and it'll probably just be, some mindless entertainment for a little while. And it wasn't that expensive back then compared to now. So I just think times are changing in the movie industry, and the top level execs aren't really realizing that. So they're just pouring more money into generic films, safe films, things they perceive as safe, and they're not getting the returns that they're expecting anymore, which I think is an overall good thing. I'd love more creative projects. I think everyone would. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. That's it. See ya. Disney Adult. If that didn't just jump scare you and send a shiver down your spine, then you've either never heard of a Disney Adult, never met one, or you're not human. Because you should be afraid. Very afraid. Now, of course, not all Disney adults are built the same. There's different levels of it. I'm talking about the most extreme level of completely obsessed to the point where it becomes their entire life and identity. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with being a fan of Disney products as an adult. I like a lot of Disney things. But there's a big difference between greaseball, goofball, goblin man Charles and a Disney adult that's willing to uproot their entire life just to be closer to the theme parks in order to go every single day. You may think that this is some kind of crazy exaggeration that doesn't happen, but it does. more often than you think. There are a large number of seemingly totally normal people that for some reason have been completely brainwashed and perpetually spend a large chunk of their paycheck consuming Disney products or just going to Disney properties way more often than any reasonable person should. It's so weird. And Disney knows this, which is why they've now recently announced that they're building their own community, their own neighborhood basically, for Disney adults to go live together and be part of the Disney family forever. Even just the marketing material give me the heebie-jeebies, saying that this is going to be the best chapter of your life, like forever. I don't know, that's eerie sounding. Visiting a Disney neighborhood sounds worse than visiting hell. At least the demons and devils in hell aren't pretending to be something they're not. Because Disney is an evil corporation. I don't care how you spin it, no matter how big of a fan you are of Disney properties. Disney as a corporation is one of the greediest, shadiest, and just downright deplorable companies there is in the world. For a company that's supposed to be all about magic and being the happiest place on earth, the only time Disney seems to be at its happiest is when they're magically face-fucking you with their insatiable gluttony to shake you down for all of your lunch money and keep you perpetually suckling on their teat, consuming only their milk. It is a scary company. I'm not here to really get into the weeds of all of the awful things Disney has done since its inception, but I do want to get into the weeds of the neighborhood here because I find this to just be like a dystopian idea where corporations like Disney are going to start building their own communities. In my opinion, it's just an alarming idea. But anyway, the first one from Disney here is being pitched as story living, and there's no information on pricing that I can find at the moment, but since it's Disney, you can bet your sweet bippy it's going to be overpriced. You'll be paying 7 figures for a 1-bed, 1-bath, 400 square foot crack shack without a driveway, because in the Disney neighborhood, you use magic to get around or some shit. Like, you're gonna overpay for your property in the Disney neighborhood, I imagine. But one thing that really stands out to me is in the pitch here, they have this legendary service notice where it says, at Cotino Community, which is the first part of Story Living, cast members will strive to deliver the same friendly Disney service you've come to expect. This was super odd to me. What do you mean cast members? It's a neighborhood, right? I've lived in neighborhood communities my entire life, and I've never seen NPCs wandering around checking in on me, making sure I'm abiding by rules and regulations, asking me questions. This sounds more like spies. And the whole idea of this neighborhood is actually bigger than I thought it was. It's not just a residential community. This is basically a place that they're building for people to go to die. In addition to having housing from Disney, the community is seemingly isolated from the rest of the world, just locked into this one fucking dimension over here, like where Squidward went to be all alone, but this time it's only for the most obsessed Disney fans. So you would have property in the community, and the community itself also has stores and restaurants and like activities and events all held within that neighborhood, as well as like a beach that you have to pay for access to as well, even as a community member. So it really feels like this is where people would go and then not leave. That's the design of it, because why would they? Everything they need is there and it's all Disney approved and you love Disney, so why not just go spend your entire life here and make sure you empty out your piggy bank the entire way before you shed the mortal coil? They have like a proposed 55 and older only community as well. So to me, it really just seems like they're trying to build the one-stop shop for Disney adults to go to die. Like, spend the rest of their life, spend all of their money on Disney and Disney only, so that way it doesn't go elsewhere, so that way they can have it all. And it's just so weird. I think it's such a fucking weird idea. So I went over it a little more on stream last night. I'll show you a couple clips of that before hopping back in for a bit more analysis. Have you heard about the city Disney is building called Story Living? Talking about the Disney neighborhood? That's got to be the worst place on earth. This place would be absolutely miserable to live. Imagine being in a Disney-only community. Have their own police force. The HOA would go crazy. Smiles mandatory. If not, you get executed in the town square. I wonder if you're allowed to have Netflix there. Oh, no chance. That'd be a crime punishable by death in Disney Story Living or whatever. The housing's too expensive. No one's going to buy these. You don't know Disney adults. Disney adults will actually trample each other just for the chance of living in a Disney neighborhood.
Touched the hearts and minds of people around the world for nearly 100 years.
Okay, stop sucking your own dick. Just show me the neighborhood.
By our world-class Disney cast. As Imagineers, story is at the heart of
I still think
everything
it's
we
so
do,
cute they
and
call
we love
themselves
bringing authentic
Imagineers.
places to life to immerse you into. This exciting new venture will enhance, extend, and strengthen the Disney brand by allowing us to bring the magic of Disney to places you may never have expected.
Surveillance. We enhance the Disney brand by spying on you. We own you. You live in our neighborhoods and you are literally our property.
Community is something truly special.
We're exploring
Nightmarish
a variety of
is the word I'd
locations in
use.
the U.S. for our story living by Disney here in the community of Rancho Mirage, just
Is this
outside
like
of Palm Springs,
WandaVision?
California.
Kind of.
And I'm excited to
But
announce that our
worse.
first Story Living by Disney community will be located in experienced home builders at each site who contribute their talents and expertise to each community.
But yeah, that's the gist of it. It's not really like Celebration. This is legitimately a Disney neighborhood. And I imagine those houses are going to come pre-built with some kind of surveillance or data harvesting program. Charles, I noticed at approximately 8:45 p.m. this evening you weren't smiling. Is something the matter? Do we need to have you re-educated? Be happy or else. It's not even so much about be happy. It's more consume forever. Consume or else. Do we need to send the Imagine police to have a talk with you? Oh, the police won't be imaginary. Those aren't Imagineers in uniform, I'll tell you what. Disney's absolutely going to have like a paramilitary force. They are going to lock this shit down. You can get in, but not out. No, you can get out too the second you can't afford to live there anymore. Or if you make the mistake of trying to download a competing streaming service. Contraband at the Disney neighborhoods is going to be like smuggling in a DVD of like Boss Baby or something. An animation that's not Disney. Disney wants to own human souls themselves. At least the Disney adults will all be in one place so we can avoid them. I mean, yeah, it'd be kind of like a quarantine zone for like the most brainwashed Disney adults, I suppose. And actually, I do wonder if they'd even be allowed access to the rest of the internet. I really imagine this Disney neighborhood being complete lock and key. Like, your days are designed for you. You're restricted access to a bunch of different things. Yeah, it'd probably just be like an intranet for the neighborhood. Because, I mean, if they give you unrestricted access to the internet, you could be leaving a negative review about the housing situation. You could be saying less than favorable things, and they can't have that. You should go there when built. Man, fuck that. That'd be going to like a Scientology church. That's scary. Let's go ahead and play around a little bit here, because I don't exactly know how this neighborhood's going to go, but knowing Disney, I think this could end up being like one of the most outrageously strict places on the planet. I really feel there's a non-zero chance that they will outright forbid anything that's not Disney or Disney adjacent. Like, they won't have direct competition. I wouldn't be surprised if you can't even Amazon Prime packages into your Disney neighborhood house. Like, they probably would just turn them away at the door or something. You can only order through Disney pre-approved services. I really think that that's not out of the realm of possibility, because it seems like they're going to really own this neighborhood. Everything is going to be Disney related. Like I said, the cast members thing really throws me for a wild loop, because that just seems like actual simulation cult shit to a certain degree, where you will be monitored. Like, it seems like it's going to be constant surveillance from the cast members on their community. I also do think there's a non-zero chance that there will be some expectations on their residents as part of like an HOA agreement where they'll attend Disney events or Disney hosted celebrations within the community and shit like that in order to get them active in the community or something, and they'll probably spin it as like, you gotta really embrace the magic. You're living in the Disney neighborhood, damn it, so come to all of our events. Why are you here if you don't want to be? You know, get over here, come to the events, in order to try and get them on the hook to start spending more money on Disney-related shit and continue the brainwashing. If you're already living in the Disney neighborhood, if you paid to be there, you're already pretty brainwashed, but this is like another level. This is a completely different level where you are just completely submerged in Disney and Disney only, cut off from the rest of the world. Also, worth noting real quick, Disney has tried something similar before with a place called Celebration, which is like, it's pretty similar to what they're pitching here with Story Living by Disney, but it completely failed. Celebration completely failed. it was a disaster for them, and I think they no longer have Celebration as like a Disney thing anymore. I'm not entirely sure. It's all kind of messy, but it was a failure on Disney's part to do this in the past. But they're trying again. They're saying, you know what? What about Second Breakfast? That was so good, I want to try it a second time. And they're going with story living this time. But they've broadened the scope, and they want to create all of these amenities for the neighborhood. And to me, it all just seems like control. Like, they just want to control all of your spending, then make sure it all goes back into Disney's pockets. This shit is scary. Also, I read something from Celebration back when it was still Disney's, where apparently the HOA was so fucking evil that they had some kind of clause where they could legally tell you that you have to get rid of your pets if they're deemed a nuisance or something. I only read a little bit about that from Google, so take that with a grain of salt. That could be all anecdotal and completely incorrect. But I wouldn't be surprised if Disney really did have something like that. And I wouldn't be surprised to have something like that in Story Living by Disney when they do build this. I really do think it'll probably be one of the most awful places to live. Truly. Even as like a Disney adult, if you're a huge fan of Disney, I think living there would make you fucking hate Disney too. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. It's a terrible day for rain. I'm wearing black because we're mourning. It didn't feel appropriate to put on a white shirt and have my bubbly, happy-go-lucky, enthusiastic self here today when talking about such a serious topic. YouTube is currently running an experiment to crack down on ad blockers. Some of you may have noticed over the last 24 hours your ad block is no longer functioning on YouTube and you're getting a message about it. This is our first casualties of this long and bloody battle. The first mangled corpses littering the battlefield. The ad block champion for which we have worshipped for so long is starting to be attacked. Now, honestly, I'm surprised it's taken YouTube this long to try and fight back against the empire here of ad block. It's been around for well over a decade. I don't know a single person under the age of 50 that even uses the internet without an ad block. That's just a recipe for disaster. I'm at the point now where if a website even asks me to disable my ad block, I just leave. Like, I can't even go on Forbes anymore because it has that pop-up saying, disable ad block in order to read our dog shit, and I'm out. I drop everything and I say, you know what? I'm not eating at this lunch table anymore. I just can't peruse the internet without an ad block. It feels like unprotected sex with someone completely filthy. It feels vile. So, ad block is a core part of the internet experience for a lot of people, myself included, clearly. So to see YouTube starting to shut down the ad block functionality on the platform is a little sad and alarming for me because clearly I haven't been on here without an ad block in so long. Now, on my phone, when I'm listening to music or something on my phone, I don't have YouTube Premium or anything, so I still do get ads. But they're usually pretty manageable. It's only like a 5-second skippable, or a 15-second ad or a 5-second skippable ad, so it's not that bad. It doesn't bother me that much. But on my computer, you know I stay fucking strapped with that ad blocker. And I, of course, always encourage everyone out there to have some sort of ad blocker. There's even browsers with ad block built in, like Opera GX. This isn't like a sponsored segment or anything. It has a built-in ad block. It's just important. You know, there's no reason to be going through the internet and being inundated with, you know, all of these ads shoved down your throat and slapped around with all kinds of intrusive advertising you don't want to see. It's just kind of a necessity. It's a core part of the experience in the cyberspace. It's like looking both ways before crossing the street. Make sure your ad block is on before visiting this website, just in case. And sometimes it's just downright dangerous to not have ad block on, because some of the ads are just straight up viruses and malware. Now keep in mind, this is still an experiment. They're still in Dexter's laboratory right now cooking this up in order to fight back against ad blockers, so this isn't going to apply to everyone out there. Maybe you're still in the good graces of your ad block and it's still functioning as it always has. But a lot of users are receiving this message that says, ad blockers are not allowed on YouTube. It looks like you may be using an ad blocker. Ads allow YouTube to stay free for billions of users worldwide. You can go ad-free with YouTube Premium and creators can still get paid from your subscription. And then you have the option, allow YouTube ads or try YouTube Premium. Now, I obviously understand why YouTube is doing this. I think everybody in the world has an understanding of why YouTube would want to stop ad blockers from working on their site. And it's because they lose a lot of money to it, like probably billions of dollars to it. YouTube does rely on advertisers to be on the platform, and thus as the user base continues to grow, so does the exposure to ads, which puts money in YouTube's pocket to keep the service free, so that way people can still keep getting free content. They just have to sit through the ads. And with ad block, they've kind of taken that out of the equation for a lot of people, which means a lot more people aren't seeing the ads, which means YouTube's losing out on that money. It's all pretty simple. We're not diving into any quantum computational bibble babble. It's YouTube loses money when the ad block is on, so they want to rip that condom off so they can get that money again. So ad block will no longer function, which sucks for me because I'm not a YouTube Premium subscriber and I don't want ads, which means I'll probably have to pay for YouTube Premium here pretty soon. Right now, Google is calling this a small experiment, but it's important that we realize that everything big once started small, except for me. I started small and I'm still small at 5'6", but the point is, they're saying it's a small experiment globally that urges viewers with ad blockers enabled to allow ads on YouTube or try YouTube Premium. Ad block detection is not new, and other publishers regularly ask viewers to disable ad blockers, which is true. This isn't some kind of groundbreaking, innovative technology here that detects the ad block. Like, they're not a pioneer. Tons of sites have done that and are still currently doing it. YouTube is just one of the last ones to do it, surprisingly, and now they're finally deciding to get into that ball game. The article also mentions how they do experiment with other kinds of ad strategies. Last year, they did an experiment that forced users to watch a long chain of short and unskippable ads. I believe this was all on YouTube TV, where they had like 10 unskippable ads, just to test out if TV watchers would be more susceptible to long-form advertising. And then it also mentions that YouTube creators have seen a steady decline in ad revenue since 2017 with the adpocalypse. So, one thing that they mentioned here, and a lot of people have talked about, is when ad block is disabled, the creator makes more money off ad revenue. I don't know if that's true or not. I've always encouraged people to have an ad block when using the internet in general, which of course applies to my content as well. So I don't know if that's going to be a noticeable impact on creator ad revenue or anything. It makes sense, like the logic makes sense, that all tracks, that if more people are seeing the ads on your videos, that means more dollars, more doubloons in your pocket for it. So I do think that it probably will lead to higher ad revenue for creators, but it comes at a cost to the viewer experience because, again, no one really wants to sit through the ads. And if they don't want to sit through the ads, then the only other way is the YouTube Premium, which costs money. So all of it's not exactly how I'd like to see it play out, because I always think the most important thing is people getting to have a fun experience that isn't a headache. And right now, that to me is having the ad block on and just being able to watch the content immediately, with no stress and no financial investment in order to get that experience. Also, you might remember a few years ago, actually quite a long time ago now, there was a couple delusional creators that were absolutely huffing glue, and they started to whine and complain about people using ad block. We had these fucking hall monitors on YouTube who were like, ad block is piracy, it's theft, you're stealing from the creators. If you care about our content, you'll turn off the ad block and you'll click on the ads too, god damn it, you fucking filthy swine. And everyone shot spitballs at them and made fun of those clowns. Well, now they're probably wiggling their finger, like completely jubilated at this new announcement here. No, that mentality hasn't been prevalent in quite a long time. That's kind of faded out because it's so ridiculous to try and claim that free content is being pirated when they're not watching the ads. It's so stupid. But I just wanted to point that out right now because they're probably ecstatic. Like, they're probably going wild right now. Fucking rip their shirt off and twirling it over their head right now. I just slapped the mic. I bet that sounded amazing. Sorry about that. I guess a little jump scare. But yeah, overall, it's a sad day. It's the end of an era. The end of the ad block utopia we've taken for granted for so long. I can only hope that this doesn't become even more widespread, because right now it's already huge. I mentioned Forbes earlier, but there's a lot of major publications that won't even allow you to access articles with an ad block on. And like, I understand. All of these sites need advertising to survive. But the problem is the ads are way too intrusive. When you do make the mistake of obliging and turning off your ad block to go to these sites, you get like fucking 9 different ads all at once. You'll have like an auto ad that plays with audio on some sites. You'll then have like a drop down ad that'll come through, which takes up like half the screen, and then you have 2 ads on the side. It's so much. It's like Charles Xavier jacking into Cerebro, but all he's seeing is fucking dog shit advertising. It's too shitty. So if you really do want people to browse your sites without an ad block, then make the advertisements less intrusive, less invasive, and less of a fucking headache and an eyesore. It's that simple. That's how you solve this whole thing, instead of punishing people for having an ad block. Now, in the case of YouTube, like I said, I do understand it, and right now the YouTube ad system isn't that bad. I get it on mobile because I don't have YouTube Premium, so when I'm listening to music, I get the ads. And right now, I only ever get a 15-second unskippable ad or a 5-second skippable ad. I'm never getting a ton of them, though there are occasionally moments where if I'm not paying attention, I'll get like 2 ads back to back, and that second one's like a minute long, so I'll have to go over there and be like, skip. Because if I don't, then I get like an entire fucking short stories content worth of advertising. So they do have those sneaky little bastards snuck in there occasionally, but it's always skippable. So if you're just present, you can skip it. It's not that big of a deal. It doesn't bother me too much. But I probably will end up just getting YouTube Premium because I really don't want to be getting ads when I'm on the computer. So, yeah. Just wanted to talk about all this. That's about it. See ya. Good evening. I was feeling rather sophisticated, so I threw on a pair of these spectacles. They're not like a prescription or anything, unless that prescription is an ass beating on blue light, because these are just some blue light blocking glasses, I think. The main purpose is they're supposed to help you sleep better, and I've been having a hard time going night-night recently, so I'm giving them a whirl to see if they help at all. This isn't like a hashtag ad or anything, it's just I know most of you haven't seen me in glasses, so I wanted to explain the jump scare here, because I've learned it's always an alarming situation when I don't look exactly the same like a goddamn cartoon character. So anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to make fun of some losers, some turbo douchebags that just recently embarrassed themselves. I'm sure a lot of you have already seen the clip. I don't know if I can show the clip, so I'm just going to show an image from it and explain what happened. Yesterday was Gamescom, which is a huge gaming showcase where a lot of trailers and a lot of information come out about games that are coming up. And it's something a lot of people tune into. It's hosted by Jeff Keighley, and pretty much right off rip for the presentation, a rowdy little rascal in the audience went up on stage with his goofy, glue-sniffing sidekick and did a little unholy fusion dance of cringe, just interrupting the whole thing for this.
Don't be jealous. I'm not allowed to say anything about it. Yes, exactly. All right. Well, guys. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Really disappointed. They're disappointed. That's just so disappointing. This is such a special night for so many developers.
Goober really tried to emulate Matan. I'm sure most of you remember the Bill Clinton kid from last year. After the Game of the Year award was given out, he went on to the mic and said that he wants to dedicate the award to his reformed rabbi, Bill Clinton. And it actually, like, blew up his online presence as a result of that. And this absolute goofball thought he could get the same thing happen to him. So he went up on stage, tried the same thing basically, and got 0 clout, and nobody laughed. It was just met with sighs and boos. Oh brother, this guy stinks. And he wasn't alone. Most people don't even realize that there was a friend of his that went up there with him. So if you freeze frame right here, and I feel like I'm getting in a fucking like some kind of film Easter egg here where I have to break it down in order for you to see the hidden messages. There is another guy on stage who is not supposed to be there. He's the guy doing this pose, like, you know, are you not entertained? And the answer was a resounding no. Nobody was. This is lame as fuck. He had the gall to put his online handles on his shirt, thinking that people would flock to it and be like, wow, that was such a good troll. But what's so good is no one even realized he was there. This man was basically invisible. I had to catch him like some kind of ghost in a photograph. I had to freeze frame because I thought I caught a glimpse of something, and it was this dumb asshole. So he tried to get, like, clout out of it even more desperately than his friend who just went up there with the Bill Clinton wants GTA 6 line. He actually put his handles here, and nobody saw it. The camera cut away too quick to see it, and even if you do pause it, it's too blurry because he was moving too fast for it to actually pick up what the words say. And just when you thought the L couldn't get any bigger here, what if I told you this isn't that one guy's first time doing it? A couple years ago, he went on a different show in Germany and basically did the same routine but without Bill Clinton. He just said, GTA 6, you know, where's GTA 6? And got water thrown on him and kicked out. It's just so pathetic. Extraordinarily desperate for just an ounce of attention. And he doesn't even get that. People just boo and move on, completely forgetting about this guy. It already happened to him once a couple years ago, so he said, you know what? What about second breakfast? And tries it again. This time he tried to follow the recipe that Matan laid down, but he was unable to get in the kitchen and get the same result here. He tried to copy his homework but failed. So he got no clout, no attention, nothing out of it. just a complete waste. Legitimately just a massive waste. And his friend, even bigger waste. They need to be stricter with security here. This has to be a wake-up call. Last year was bad enough because Matan was on stage for like the entire acceptance speech. He was on stage for like 15 minutes and no one did shit. No one recognized he wasn't supposed to be there. This guy walked right up, no problem, no questions asked, and also lingered for quite some time, him and his friend. Like, that's just dangerous. That is just dangerous. The security has got to be improved at these kind of events. Otherwise, people are going to stop going to them from the industry because it's just downright not safe. You could have an absolute fucking lunatic in the crowd that goes up that's doing more than just saying Bill Clinton. Like, it's pretty crazy that they haven't taken those steps to ensure this doesn't happen again. Because now it's happened twice. Also, I just wish Jeff Keighley was a little bit more mean in a situation like this. Him telling them that it's disappointing, like he's right, it definitely is disappointing and pathetic stuff, but go a little harder. This is that kind of special, embarrassing moment that will haunt you for the rest of your life, and I just wish Jeff Keighley put that little cherry on top of the cake. Like, I would have laughed my little tookus off if Jeff Keighley just hit them with like a sarcastic, haha, good one. Just something. Because this was a flop. And just imagine Jeff Keighley driving the nail even deeper. Just in the moment, making sure that he rubs their nose in it. Like, damn, you know, I got paid a visit by the doofus committee here. You came on stage, you stunk it up with this cringe. What a waste of time. Like, I just wish he had done something to, like, really highlight to their face how embarrassing this should be for them. Now, obviously, I think these two didn't get, like, thrown in the slammer or anything. They probably just got trespassed from the venue or something, maybe. I don't even really know. But no doubt they went home super giddy to see the response, hoping that their follower numbers got pumped up or something, and this stirred a big controversy. And I can only imagine the shock and disgust that washed over them when they realized nobody fucking cared. Nobody knew who they were. People quickly made fun of them and moved on. It didn't even trend. There were just like 2 posts about it, one from Zexerto. It was just like 500 comments in total across both posts, and people couldn't even be bothered to throw tomatoes. They'd either just leave a picture of Matan and saying like, the worst copycat attempt I've ever seen, or not even that much, just something like weak and moving on. This was probably one of the worst plays for attention I've ever seen. It's got me talking about it though, but that's only because I love to roll around in the mud of silliness, and this is quite silly. They tried so fucking hard to get some kind of attention from this. One of them tried twice, and both attempts fell right on their fucking face. It just, nothing, less than nothing out of this for them. Just now, a little Boy Scout badge of shame that they can both remember fondly, I guess. I'm really hoping this doesn't become some new trend. This is the second time it's happened, and hopefully the last one. I think it should be buried after this last awful attempt here. I'm hoping this Bill Clinton, charging the stage meme doesn't continue past this. And I really do hope they start upping the security and actually taking security seriously at the upcoming events. That way this kind of shit doesn't even have a chance of happening at like the upcoming Game Awards or anything. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's really about it. So yeah. There's an expression, you're only as old as you feel. And I gotta tell you, I'm feeling octogenarian recently. The biggest content online undoubtedly has been like TikTok style content, like short, bite-sized pieces of either trends, challenges, or goofy dances, all of which I'm not really a fan of and I don't really understand. Nowadays, a lot of headlines leave me scratching my head, trying to even decipher if what I even read was English or even a human language to begin with. I swear to God, there's just like a new thing every day that it goes right over my head and makes no sense to me. Like, did you squeeb today? Turns out 9 out of 10 millennials don't even know how to glorb. Don't be a lame-o. Well, lame-o I understand, but all the other words in there, it sounds like it's out of a fucking Rick and Morty sketch. Like, I don't get it. So like I have to like research things that are popular these days in order to like not feel completely left out and in the dark. I'm actually starting to feel what it was like to be a parent during the rise of the internet and your kids like telling you, trendy things going on online, such as like 4chan with pools closed due to AIDS, and you don't know what the fuck they're talking about, like what's Habbo Hotel, what's going on. I'm reaching that point. But long-winded explanation to come to what I actually want to talk about today. There was something I really didn't understand a few days ago that blew up on Twitter with Skibidi Toilet. That made no sense to me. I didn't know what that was. It sounded like some kind of like bootleg toilet or something. But apparently it was is a huge YouTube trend, a huge branch of YouTube content. So I looked into it, and it's a series of Gmod shitposts that are getting like 20 million views a day per video. The channel Defuck Boom is a classic like Gmod shitposter, and over the last month, he has gained over 2.9 billion views, over 7.2 million subs, and every month now for the last couple months is getting at least 2 billion views. He is blowing up all because of Skibidi Toilet. And that's the gift that keeps on giving, because everyone's suckling from that milky bosom of Skibidi Toilet, because anyone that's even making content around Skibidi Toilet, such as like, here's what you didn't understand about Skibidi Toilet number 33, hidden moments of Skibidi Toilet number 41, is this the end of Skibidi Toilet Cameraman in episode 42? Like all kinds of like speculative like game theory Skibidi Toilet videos are also getting tens of millions of views every day. This is probably the biggest branch of content I've seen since Minecraft first blew up, and maybe even bigger than Roblox. Like, it's crazy how huge Skibidi Toilet is. It's got the Midas touch. If you just put that in your title, you're guaranteed success. So I went over it a little bit more on stream for anyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about, but I imagine most of you have heard it by now. It is big with children. It's content that is primarily being consumed by the younger generation, which is why a lot of people, you know, around our age here in the retirement home haven't heard of Skibidi Toilet, but I want to put it on the front of your radar, because for the first time in a long time, this is popular content geared towards younger viewers that I actually feel isn't dog shit. Whereas most of them I think is just actual trash. This one I think is pretty entertaining. I still didn't watch the latest Skibidi Toilet. I can't wait. That's just wild that that's a sentence I comprehend now. I was completely oblivious to this, and this is one of like the biggest phenomenons I've ever seen on YouTube. So I really wanted to talk about this because I think it was 2 days ago I saw a post on Twitter saying, I bet if you're over the age of 16 you've never even heard of this, and it was Skibidi Toilet. And I thought it was one of those memes where it's like, oh, you're so old you probably don't even know what Baby Gronk rizzes up Livy Dunn becoming the new Drip King even means. These words don't have meaning to you, I bet. And I thought it was just going to be fake. But no, it turns out this Skibidi Toilet thing is unbelievably massive. Like, super huge. Look at these views. 21 hours ago, 14 million. And what's crazy is I recognize this channel from a long time ago. They struck gold with Skibidi Toilet. Every episode, well over 20 million views, pretty much. Like, it's unreal. And it's the gift that gives to the whole community. Like, you got the whole middle school lunch table spitting milk out of their nose with it. So all of these YouTube shorts are like digging into the lore. So they're like, it's actually the deepest lore ever. This is on par with, you know, some of Tolkien's best work. I've never seen such a lexicon of knowledge here, a cornucopia of little hidden Easter eggs. Like, it's mind-boggling how big this is. Like, they're putting it on the same level of, like, Game of Thrones, or rather, Song of Fire and Ice, I suppose, like, when it comes to lore. So I got deep into this Skibidi Toilet rabbit hole. It's so... Like, I'm actually happy that this is what's popular, though. I don't want to make it seem like I'm shitting on it, because this is actually reminiscent of what a lot of us in early YouTube grew up with as well. Someone made a great point on Twitter, that no matter how much the internet changes, no matter how much humanity evolves, somehow there's something embedded deep in our DNA that has us gravitate towards Gmod content. Because this is just like old YouTube poops, this is just like old Gmod shitposts, and it's huge, all the same. So I am actually, this is the first time in a long time where I've been happy that something that I was completely oblivious to, that's big with children, I think is actually good content. Like, Skibidi Toilet I think is fine. Like, it is very reminiscent of like old YouTube poop culture and all of that. So it's cool. It's like getting back to the grassroots. The world is resetting. Maybe finally the internet's beginning to heal. Because again, like, look at this. Like, just scrolling down a second. Skibidi Toilet, 48 secrets. And there's like 1,000 of these videos. Like, anything that even has Skibidi Toilet in it is a actual glitch in the YouTube ecosystem that guarantees you at least 1 million views. Anything Skibidi Toilet. It's a cheat code right now. Like, look at this Skibidi Toilet origin story. Like, they have been blessed with Skibidi Toilet. What the fuck is this? Play one of the videos? I don't know if I can. I think it's copyrighted music. But it uses basically that old viral TikTok song. It's like this generation's fucking Crazy Frog. Fine, I'll play it real quick. Here, let me do like one of the first ones. Probably this one would be the best one. So this. It uses that, and then it does like a bunch of wacky things, and it evolves and grew into like a giant fucking war between Skibidi Toilet, the cameraman, Mr. Ass Blast or some shit. I don't know. It's got like layers to the narrative now, all stemming from that. It's literally old Gmod shitpost content, but blowing up in 2023. 2023 years after the death of our Lord, and we are still appreciating Gmod content. I just find that to be poetic and wholesome almost. Our species peaked with good shitposts. Why move from that? We did. For a while, we were straying from the light of God with like TikTok garbage content, like dumb challenges and dumb dances. But now, Skibidi Toilet's the new hotness. We're back. I'm gonna be honest, I think we're starting to get back to where it all began. We've got Skibidi Toilet, which is fucking huge. Gmod shitpost classics. And now we had that guy naring his butthole, like bare asshole. Fucking 30 million views on that. We're coming back. We're like, a flip has switched somewhere along the space-time continuum, maybe after we discovered all those gravitational waves. But things are starting to fall into place again. It's feeling pretty good. How long till MySpace profile songs make a comeback? Oh, I'm telling you, give it 3 months. I bet Threads is going to make a thing where you can make a song autoplay on your Threads profile. I feel like we're like going back in YouTube or in internet history. Give it a couple months. And then you'll be able to do your top 8s again on Threads, where you can organize your top 8 follower friends on your homepage or some shit. What was your MySpace account name? It was just my name, Charlie. I had a website, a Pixo website. I've talked about this before. It was coldflames.pixo.com, where I used to talk a little bit about RuneScape, but I also posted a lot of like music on there from bands I liked, and unfortunately at the time my favorite band was Lost Prophets, so I had like Last Train Home or something playing on the homepage, and then I had an entire section dedicated to Rooftops from Lost Prophets, and then it turns out that the lead singer of that was one of the biggest pedophiles in the music industry's history, so that website didn't age very well. Why does the mouse movement feel delayed? Wait, what is this? Here, I'll try VSync off. I don't think that'll fix it or anything. Wow, it did. I've never had that issue before. Freddy mining crypto from your PC. Yeah, I guess so. That was weird. That was some haunted Freddy Fazbear moment. For a brief period there, Freddy's hands were on top of mine, slowing down the mouse movement. Alright, let's find Gregory. Gregory is trapped in the Pizzaplex. Only you can save him. Is Gregory an established character? Was he like a Bite of 87 victim?
Gregory!
Gregory is the person you play as in the base game. Oh, cool. Jump scare coming up. I feel it. I was wrong. I thought I had a good read on it. Oh shit, it's Molly. Right? That's the duck's name? Or chicken? Is that a... I think it's... I don't know. Chicken or duck, I can't tell. Chica! Well, I was close.
I got your message. Where are you?
Help! Something grabbed me! It won't let me go! You have to find me! I'm trapped in the sinkhole under the raceway!
Under Roxy Racers?
Oh boy.
That's all the
No
way
one's
on
ever
the
come
other
back
side.
from Roxy's Racers.
I'm not even close.
Oh boy. No one ever lives to tell the tale. Oh, there's gonna be one of the animatronics crawling around in here saying some weird shit. Surely I won't go 0 for 2 on my predictions. I'm 0 for 2. Rough.
I'm okay.
Chica. Oh man.
Chica? What happened to you?
Oh, she's covered in
You look awful.
ooze and slime and shit.
A FaZe wrench. It's just like my dad's.
Your dad has a FaZe wrench. How old is your dad? Why would he have a FaZe wrench? What the fuck? How many Funko Pops does he have? Uh-oh. Monty, you dirty bastard. Man, I am really sinking here. Was I carrying bricks in my pocket? What is that about? You remembered his name?
Oh, my head.
No, I didn't. It just said Roxy.
Freaking Monty thing.
Or,
though.
Monty, sorry.
I better find a way out before
I don't know any of
he's
these
back.
goofballs' names. None of them. Oh, man.
Please take a mask.
These jump scares are really gonna make me wet my britches here.
Weird.
About to have a
It's
soiled
not a
diaper on
fun
our hand with all these.
Look at all the wires and stuff.
It's, fuck, what's his name? Yep, I don't know. I remember he was in the base security breach. It was like Paul or something. Oh, it's an AR demon! Oh shit! The ghost in the machine. Where's this go? Is this a secret? Nice. That's so big.
Don't stop looking for me. I need your help.
Do you stop whining, Gregory? Holy shit.
Gregory, I can hear you.
Security knows. Find them and turn them all off. I can't get out until that happens.
Gregory? Security?
I don't trust Gregory. He's up to no good. This must be Golden Freddy disguising himself with Freddy's voice using a modulator. Or, Gregory's voice using a modulator. In order to fool us so he can get free by us turning off all the security protocol. I feel like I'm at a glow-in-the-dark mini golf course right now. Oh. Ah. Man. No children's puzzles are too difficult for me. This is what it means to be a grown man operating at peak efficiency. Alright, I've really gotta take a shit. Give me 2 seconds, I'll be right back. I'm gonna fill up my water as well, so give me 1 minute. Boo! Did I scare everybody? Are the Five Nights at Freddy's fans tinkling their little britches after that one? That's gonna be the new bite of new bite of 87. The boo of 2023. No, this is the new DLC.
It's sending out some sort of distress signal and Monty is responding.
Uh-oh. Oh, is there an AR boogeyman that's gonna scare me? Oh. I thought he'd go away if I took off the AR mask. Gotcha. Assuming this pauses everything, because if not, I'm fucked. Okay, so I can't see him in AR. Oh, the door all the way back. Uh-oh. He heard my plan. Oh, it's a new bad guy. It's the bunny bad man. I'm assuming he's only there in AR. Yeah. Metaverse jump scare. True. Oh no, he's back. Jeepers. Jinkies. He's gonna be right behind me. Or maybe right in front of me. Nope. Oh, the daycare had the sun and moon guy. Uh-oh. Ugh, I hated this fucking area so much. It's such a tedious maze. Son of a bitch. Can't use my AR mask, but that's where I'm supposed to go when I can. I see, I just needed to get close enough. I overthought it. Tase him! Tase him! Stop resisting! Hey, hang in there, bub. FaZe wrench on the way. How do I get to you? God damn it, it's Fazbear's teddy bear. I'm here.
Happy birthday! Put it with kids. Come back soon and have a Fazerific day.
Hey, you two. Have a Fazerific day, my friend.
Thank you.
Was I not? Oh. It's one of those guys you have to shine the light on. I forgot about him. Ugh. I have to do it all over again. Oh, I missed one. Hey, bub, where's the other node at, huh? Oh, another one. What am I stuck on? Oh, I didn't make it to the barrel, or to the crate. Oh, my favorite program. A classic cartoon. Man, they got that old style cartoon aesthetic going on here. Nice. Hopefully it's not racist. A lot of those old cartoons had some racist shit in it. It'd be such a shame if that turned out to be the case with Freddy Fazbear.
It's Gregory.
Gregory! Oh no! No! Gregory!
This vent is creaky. I really hope it's not.
Monty's Gator Golf. Whee! Woo! Let's go! Monty, the one-man juggernaut. Oh, this is the whole story of Monty. Abandoned as a pup, he was found by Muriel, who lives in the middle of nowhere. With Freddy Fazbear. Yeah. This was a cool ride. Reminds me of the E.T. ride from Universal. But so much more hype. I actually really like the E.T. ride at Universal because at the very end they have an animatronic E.T. who reads your name because you give them a card in the beginning and he just says like, "Thank you for saving me, Charles, Greg, Tiana." It's fucking awesome.
It's not stopping! Fucking controller. Whatever that is.
Yeah! Take that! Man, imagine someone misses that. Holy shit. They give you 10 shots. If you miss that, video games are just not for you, I'm sorry to say. Find a different outlet. Can you move, please? Oh, I can't even take it off. Oh, shit. Oh, there's a hole here. They booby-trapped me. And then blew up my game. Damn you, Monty and Rabbit Man. Shit. Whoa, almost slid off. Hit him with that crazy drift. Okay. Move. Does he do anything? He doesn't even give me a booga 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 or anything. He doesn't even jump scare.
Ugh! I'm gonna puke! How did I get over here?
I'm in the spooky dimension.
What happened?
Oh, the firewall got him. Oh, it's the uvula. That's big. Five Nights at Freddy's is nothing if not educational. If I have to do all four again, I'm calling it. I never fall for the same trick twice. I almost fell off. But I'm too slick. My moves are too strong. Oh, I really fucked myself. I wasn't paying attention. Run it back. Run it back. Head away. Oh. Just do the whole thing over again. What? Oh, it didn't follow my mouse. Thought you could get me with that brain buster, huh? Oh, I see. It's a rocket ship ride. Whee! Monty's, what was this place? Monty's Jungle Cruise or whatever is back online.
I'll explain it all when you get here. That thing is here again. I gotta hide. Save me, Cassie, please.
Don't believe him, Cassie. It's not Gregory. They've AI programmed a clone of Gregory. It's evil. That damn Freddy Fazbear with ChatGPT. Easy game, easy puzzles. Love that shit. This is a baby game. For little milk drinking, diaper soiling little babies. Oh my god, easy again. Oh my goodness! Neuron activation. Oh, it's the cupcake factory. Chica! Chica, no! Oh my god! Oh! You okay, Chica? We're friends, right? She's not gonna hurt me. Okay. Worth testing the hypothesis. Cassie seemed to be like really friendly with Chica, so I thought well, maybe they're allies. How glitchy is the game so far? I haven't had any glitches yet. Unfortunately. This will be a good test to see if this actually does, like, pause the game. Perfect. Oh, I had a little bit of a glitch there. What if that triggered an invincibility state? That would've been pretty cool. Visually, I think the game looks cool, though. This definitely looks nice. I like the aesthetic of the AR dimension. Gameplay is incredibly repetitive and uninteresting in this DLC. Yeah, that's most of horror games, though. The majority of them are just walking simulators and nothing else. It's the Fazbear hand blaster. Whoa. Germs are gonna get vaporized. Thanks, Freddy.
You're not trying hard enough.
Oh, Roxy.
Poor Roxy. Huh? Who's there? You can't hide from me.
You were looking right at me.